Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. All People. Beast Master, Unlimited Dissimilation Zerg Scourge. Chapter 61. Bai Yi looked at the Lord Qingcheng who blocked him. After hesitating for a while, he took out the material he just got. Looking at the giant shark's tooth in his hand, the face of Qingcheng City Lord obviously twitched. I didn't mean this, take it out. Seeing this situation, Wei Zifeng on the side stood in front of Bai Yi directly. City Master, who do you think Bai Yi is? It was you who asked the housekeeper uncle to follow me, but in the end you suspected Bai Yi. Are you a bully like this? Bai Yi, let's go. Wei Zifeng took Bai Yi's arm and was about to leave. However, the Lord of Qingcheng still moved a step sideways, blocked the two of them again, and said for the third time, take it out. Wei Mo Li, you are going too far, get out of the way. Bai Yi, if he dares to stop you today, I dare not recognize him as a father. Seeing that everything has come to this point, Bai Yi no longer hides, and takes out the ring he just got. The Lord of Qingcheng, who received the 900 ring, glanced at Bai Yi, and checked the attributes of the ring. He bowed directly to Bai Yi. Little friend Bai Yi, I'm sorry, I blamed you. I just saw that when you heard the strange person, you became obviously nervous. I thought you took that thing away. It seems that I misunderstood you. This ring is indeed a rare good thing. It seems that you got it from them. Looking at Wei Zifeng who was glaring at him, the Lord of Qingcheng added, do you want anything, I can make it up to you. After speaking, he returned the ring to Bai Yi. Wei Zifeng was on the side, and finally heard that this ring is quite good, and it is also very important to those strangers. So Wei Zifeng asked, Bai Yi, since this ring is so dangerous, why don't you keep it for my father and let him change it for you with a better one? When the Lord of Qingcheng heard Wei Zifeng's words, his face twitched again. Good boy, do you know me now? Just use this hot potato to trick your father, and give Bai Yi a better one. You are such a filial son. But Qingcheng City Lord explained, it's useless, even if Bai Yi gives me the ring in front of them now, the other party will not let Bai Yi go. Then it's better to let Bai Yi hold this ring by himself. Now Wei Zifeng became nervous, then what should we do? Isn't it very dangerous after day and night? However, the Lord Qingcheng has already thought of a countermeasure. I will divert what they want recently to attract their attention. Leaving the treasury, the effect of this ring is not that great, and they don't dare to be too blatant, so as long as Bai Yi doesn't go out of the city, it shouldn't be a big problem. When this matter is resolved, the other party will not trouble Bai Yi again. Unexpectedly, Wei Zifeng suddenly smiled. Bai Yi, we can't take it lightly, or you will move to live with me during this time. Can Bai Yi not understand Wei Zifeng's thoughts? After going to his house, it is estimated that the two of them are just playing games in the dark. Besides, Bai Yi feels that the entire Lancheng at this time should not be as safe as his own home, right? At least the principal's grandma's strength, Bai Yi felt no worse than Qingcheng City Lord. Unless one's own luck is better, what happens to be copied is the most advanced skill of the headmaster's grandmother. But with space transfer, Bai Yi felt that he was quite safe. Anyway, even in the urban area of Qingcheng, Bai Yi decided to keep Da Dao Zai by his side all the time. With a big knife in the way, he only needs to blink to escape by space transfer. Of course, avoiding this all the time is not the solution. Next, Bai Yi decided to complete the task of one turn earlier. So, no need for this goal, the other party can bear it for so long. I feel that the other party will definitely not spend a lot of trouble because of me. Wei Zifeng's head couldn't figure out such a complicated matter, but because of the matter of the housekeeper uncle, he really wanted to go out and hunt monsters. So for Bai Yi's rejection, I don't have as much regret as before. When Bai Yi mentioned the opponent's goal, Wei Zifeng got interested instead. By the way, what exactly are they looking for? As a result, Bai Yi immediately said, no, I don't want to hear it. Bai Yi didn't want to continue getting involved in these incidents. The other party was just too tall and short, they were just low-level aliens inside, and he wanted to live a few more years. The Lord of Qingcheng also nodded to Bai Yi, then looked at Wei Zifeng. It won't do you any good to know. But Wei Zifeng seemed a little unwilling. Bai Yi, I'll see you off. Obviously, Wei Zifeng planned to stay here today. Bai Yi guessed that maybe Wei Zifeng was afraid of going back to his residence, so he would think of the normal housekeeper uncle. At the door, Bai Yi chose to take a taxi. While waiting, Wei Zifeng suddenly slapped his head. By the way, Bai Yi, didn't the city lord just say that he would give you compensation? You can't miss this opportunity to beat the landlord. Let's go back and pick up a few more skill books. However, Bai Yi replied, by the way, I used a material just now, which is the bottom layer, the top corner. Go back and tell the city owner, I forgot about it just now, 0.0 inches. Because although this place is in the city center, this area belongs to private land, so it is not easy to get a taxi. While waiting, Bai Yi suddenly had a question, Wei Zifeng, why is there no one in your big manor? Wei Zifeng suddenly scratched his head in embarrassment. Because of my parents' incident, I used to have a bad temper when I was a child. Seeing that everyone was upset, I drove away all the servants. Since then, there has been no recruitment here. Then I thought it was weird that no one came up to ask questions when I entered here, so it was purely a coincidence. With you, there is no one here, right? Then I discovered the real face of the housekeeper uncle, isn't it luck? I don't know what the housekeeper would think if he knew that he had torn his identity because of a mistake. After waiting for a while, Bai Yi saw the familiar license plate number. That's right, the bearded master came to pretend to meet by chance. Watching Bai Yi get into the car, Wei Zifeng walked back, saw the Lord of Qingcheng, and said directly, the compensation you just told Bai Yi, he just took it away. What did you take? He said it was the bottom shelf of the cabinet, the top corner. What's wrong? Fine. Although he said he was fine, the Lord of Qingcheng covered his mouth. This kid is too picky. Give this outer layer as soon as you take it, and the most precious thing is taken away. The earth dragon horn, if it wasn't for the baby dragon, it was at least a diamond grade material. And it has something to do with dragons. I thought of a lot of ways, just to extract the dragon blood inside, but I put it there without success. Unexpectedly, it was taken away by Bai Yi. Even if Bai Yi gets 10 skill books, he won't feel a little distressed, but this one really will. If I had known that I would not agree to him, I would have said something to make up for it. Wei Zifeng saw that the Qingcheng city lord's complexion was a little bit bad, and he was concerned for the first time. Your complexion is a little bit bad, do you want a bottle of potion? Need not. Bai Yi sighed. As soon as he got in the car, Bai Yi said, what a coincidence, Ace Mentor, you said that if you meet you, it will be free. You won't break your promise, will you? Master Beard. After the bearded master left the manor, he felt something was wrong. Did my words just now reveal my identity unintentionally? The more he thought about Bai Yi's performance, the more bearded master felt that Bai Yi had guessed his identity. That big grievance was obviously angry with himself on purpose. Logically speaking, if my identity was exposed, I would definitely report it, and after the organization knew about it, they would definitely contact Bai Yi again. Either let Bai Yi sign a non-disclosure agreement, or pull Bai Yi into the organization. Thinking of Bai Yi's performance in the live broadcast before, there must be no problem in joining the organization, but I don't know if Bai Yi will agree. I also thought of Bai Yi's fear of death in the insurance curry just now, and he didn't deliberately expose himself. The bearded master estimates that Bai Yi will most likely refuse to join the organization. However, in Bai Yi's hands these few times, how could the bearded master be reconciled after suffering so much? Besides, the bearded master just happened to want to trick Bai Yi into entering Qingcheng University in 20, and tricked him into becoming his student. If Bai Yi joins the organization, wouldn't it be a good time for Bai Yi to follow him? In addition to being a mentor, don't I want to train Bai Yi as I want, so I can train him? Thinking of the students who were scared away by him before, the bearded master looked forward to Bai Yi. When he encountered the same situation, would he be scared to pee? There is a way. Anyway, Bai Yi doesn't know the rules of the organization, and the bearded master intends to make the organization a little more evil. If you don't join, I will scare you, kill you, and force you to join. Then, the bearded master hurriedly asked the people in the organization to drive his car. In addition, it is relatively remote here, and there are few people here to take orders, so the bearded master easily grabbed Bai Yi's orders. Once in the car, Bai Yi deliberately mentioned that the ace tutor is free. This time, the bearded master immediately felt his blood pressure go up. Are you still short of my car fare? But now, the most important thing is to guide Bai Yi and let Bai Yi reveal his identity. As long as Bai Yi showed a trace of doubt, he would be able to threaten him. So the bearded master pretended to be casual and asked, "It's really a coincidence, what are you doing here in the city lord's mansion?" "I'm here to report the problem of arbitrary charges for private cars." Mustache master. Cough, cough, city lord, why don't you care about this? The bearded master didn't expect Bai Yi to block the topic with one sentence. "I just saw that the city lord's car just came back, and it was driving very fast. It looked very anxious. Could something be wrong inside?" That's right, the city lord is quite serious about the issue of arbitrary charges for private cars. Mustache master. Where did this kid get so much heart? Besides, the matter of charging you 13 for 12 is not going to make it through, right? After a brief silence, the final tuner decided to switch tactics. "By the way, I saw the ranking of your students on the live broadcast. You can do it, but you are the first. By the way, aren't you a beast master? Why don't you summon your summoned beast? Last time you took my favor and exchanged it for 3 million. Did you use it to buy summoned beasts? What did you buy?" This time, the bearded master deliberately muted the phone after receiving the order. "Don't even think about using the report to chat with passengers. As long as Bai Yi behaves a little differently from before, he will immediately reveal his identity and force Bai Yi to submit." Seeing that Bai Yi ignored him, he was just playing with his phone. "I just ran into a traffic jam." So the bearded master stretched his head over, and then saw a few large characters on the phone. "Mass report box of City Lord's mansion. Report the vehicle. Arbitrary charges, keep chatting with passengers. Blood pressure rises again. No, change strategy again. Didn't I tell you before I am the ace tutor of Chingcheng University? I want to ask you, are you interested in coming to our Chingcheng University?" See Bai Yi not answering. "I won't hide it from you anymore. In fact, my level is LV67, a 3-turn SS level professional martial arts master, and there is no safer person in Chingcheng than staying by my side. Chingcheng may not be peaceful recently, do you want to consider becoming my student?" The bearded master's implication is that you have offended another person now, and you will be safer if you follow me. However, Bai Yi shook his head. "No need, I can choose my combat power university at will. The principal of Shanghai University is a fellow villager with me, I decided to hang out with her in the future." Hearing that Bai Yi mentioned the principal of Shanghai University, the bearded master was stunned again. "It is true that I can do whatever I want in Chingcheng, but when I arrive in Shanghai, there will be no troubles." The bearded master had also heard about the principal of Shanghai University. She had indeed come from Chingcheng. It is also the only SSS level professional who went out of Chingcheng. And every SSS level professional represents absolute weight. So it seems, what Bai Yi said, even the bearded master was a little skeptical. Bai Yi was telling himself that I have a backer behind me, you should weigh yourself, don't try to scare yourself with any organization. This time, there is indeed no loophole in Bai Yi's logic. At this time, the bearded master even wanted to admit directly that I was the masked man just now. After all, the true face of the organization, but many people rushed to join. If Bai Yi's life experience had not been checked by himself, it was innocent enough, and Bai Yi's battle strength was displayed in the morning, and he would not be sure that Bai Yi had the strength to enter, organize. At the beginning, I was accepted by the organization by virtue of my absolute talent. At that time, I still relied on my own hard work to climb to my current position step by step. Now that Bai Yi has his own backer, it will save a lot of trouble if he wants to climb up. Why does he still look reluctant? It's just that the blood pressure of the bearded master has already risen at this time, and when Bai Yi goes to Shanghai University, won't he be unable to train Bai Yi in the future? No, I took this student away. Seeing that the bearded master was going to confess directly, Bai Yi suddenly said, "At this time in Chingcheng, is there still a traffic jam? It's not a weekend, it's not an afternoon, and it's not downtown yet." That's right, the bearded master finally realized, how could there be a traffic jam at this time and at this place? Moreover, the vehicle in front was motionless, and the surroundings were abnormally quiet. Not good. No, What's wrong? This is obviously from Bai Yi. Do you want to take this opportunity to force Bai Yi to join the organization? This time, it was not the housekeeper himself who was in charge of causing trouble for Bai Yi. After all, his identity was exposed now, but just to be on the safe side, he still sent 2 strangers to find Bai Yi. One of the long-haired men is good at hiding and escaping, while the other bald man is good at attacking. The 2 people in the car immediately noticed that not far ahead, 2 cars were thrown from the middle and flew towards the 2 sides. It was like being knocked out by some creature. There are 2 more cars, and they are getting closer and closer to Bai Yi's car. At most 3 more times, the other party will come in front of the 2 of them. The other party seemed to intend to put pressure on Bai Yi. Seeing this situation, the bearded master obviously didn't feel any pressure, because his favorite was this kind of aggressive player. Head to head, he has never been afraid of anyone. And as long as it wasn't for the housekeeper's uncle, the bearded master is still fully sure that Bai Yi will be saved. Before waiting for the bearded master to speak, around the car, countless vines appeared out of thin air, intertwined and intertwined, instantly turning the surroundings into a primitive jungle-like scene. It is Bai Yi's skill, vine entangling. Including the demon-breaking ring that he just obtained, Bai Yi's spiritual attributes directly reached a terrifying 4,600. With all his strength, Fang's range of 100 meters instantly turned into a huge vine cage. See, although the bearded master has to sigh with emotion for Bai Yi's exaggerated spiritual attributes, it also shows that day and night must be talking about it now. You kid is too smart, the other party should come for you. How? Don't you act now. I knew it a long time ago, and you have already guessed my identity. Now that you know my identity, then. When the bearded master turned his head, he saw only empty seats. Wanama, where are you? 2 more cars were blown away. Huh, Bai Yi, why are you back again? Figured it out, stay and play games with me at night. I suddenly have a stomachache. Oh, there is a restroom on the 1st floor. The bearded master who stepped out of the car had already put on his mask. After getting out of the car, I realized that the surrounding vines had no intention of controlling the other party except to block the car's view in the distant view. Even the guy who brute forcefully flipped the car in front of him deliberately left a passage around him, pointing directly at him. It seems to be telling the other party, I am in the car, you come and hit me. The bearded master felt his blood pressure go up again, which means he used me as a shield. And besides himself, no one knew that Bai Yi had already run away from the car. I don't even know how Bai Yi disappeared. No matter, the bearded master immediately notified the people of the organization, and came to encircle and suppress. My identity in reality cannot be revealed, and none of the people who came this time can be let go. Thinking about it this way, the bearded master has to thank Bai Yi. After all, these vines block the surrounding site, so there is no need to deal with any monitoring issues. Kaka. The bearded master twisted his neck and wrist, stood in front of the car, and waited quietly for the other party's arrival. The continuous crashes have smashed the bald-headed shirt to pieces. I saw that the bald head was hairless except for the head, but the body was covered with thorn-like hair. Seeing the mask of the bearded master, the bald head seemed to become more excited, and immediately ignored the cars on both sides, but chose to directly kill the bearded master. Facing the bald head who was rushing directly, the bearded master moved his feet forward and backward, his hind feet were slightly bent, and he put on a posture. He retracted his right hand and began to accumulate strength. The bald head lowered his head, and the moment he rushed over, the hair all over his body straightened immediately, and a layer of bright silver appeared on the tip of the hair, making him look like a hedgehog. Obviously, these hairs are not easy to mess with, and the bearded master also chose to smash his fist at the bald, shiny head. Seeing that the bearded master chose to attack his own head, the bald head almost burst out laughing. Because my head is actually the hardest part of my body, and it is also my best attack method. Although the long hair stretched straight in this body looks scary, it is actually just a disguise for him. Apart from his strong defense, he is not aggressive. And his own head is the existence that can forcibly resist the dark gold equipment. Several times before, he took advantage of this misunderstanding and killed several masked people with his head. The opponent will almost always choose to attack his body with the weapon in his hand, not wanting to be pricked by the long hair. As a result, he found an opportunity by himself and bumped his head into the opponent's face. This time, he seemed to see again that the opponent's fist would be smashed into pieces by his own head, and then he would take advantage of the opportunity to smash the opponent's fist beyond recognition. However, basic skills, straight punch. When a sound like metal collision resounded all around, and even reverberated in the cage formed by the vines. The bald head only felt that his eyes went dark, and then flew out backwards. After rolling on the ground for several times, the bald head spat out blood, and touched his head with difficulty. The originally smooth, extremely tactile head now had a clear fist mark on it. But that's not the point. The bald man felt as if he could only move his 10 hands. It turned out to be a punch just now. Although it didn't blow his head off, it seriously injured his spine. This caused him to lose his fighting power in an instant and could only wait to die. Difficult to look at the bearded master, but only saw the sarcasm in the bearded master's eyes. Compared to my hardness, do you know what my profession is? SS level martial arts master. My fighting has quadrupled when I am empty-handed. Who are you tougher than me? If it wasn't for digging something out of your mouth, you wouldn't even be able to hold my punch. Why? As soon as the bearded master finished speaking, he heard a voice behind his ear, Zila. Turning his head to look at the car he had just picked up not long ago, he saw that it had been split lengthwise and split in half. On the side is a long-haired man holding a machete. Wanama, my new car. In fact, at the beginning, the two people who came to attack did not know the specific situation in the car, so the initial plan was to let the bald head lift the car in front to put pressure on Bai Yi. When Bai Yi couldn't bear the pressure and escaped from the car, the long-haired man hiding in the dark would give Bai Yi a thunderous blow. As a result, vines suddenly appeared, instantly covering the long-haired man's sight. As a result, he could only cut off the vine quietly all the way, touched it quietly, and came over. Seeing that the bald man was blown away with one punch, the long-haired man knew that he couldn't wait any longer, and the mission would fail if he waited any longer. So he shot directly and cut the car into 2 sections, trying to force Bai Yi out. As a result, when the car was in half, the long-haired man found that the car was empty at all. ... Quote. What about people? Although the sight was briefly blocked by vines just now, the long-haired man was sure that only a bearded master came out of the car. Where did the Bai Yi people go? And at this moment of days, the long-haired man suddenly felt a huge shadow behind him, covering him. A voice sounded from the back of his head, tell me, how will you pay for my car? It's fine to pay for the car. Do you know that every time I change a car, I have to re-register my private car? Do you know how troublesome Zhao Wangchao is to register? Finished speaking, a powerful palm fell on the long-haired man's shoulder. Next, brother, I was wrong, please give me a good time. After breaking all the 5 limbs of the long-haired man into pieces, the rest of the organization finally arrived. Looking at a man and a woman who also wear masks. The man said, boss, there is no one else around. While the woman pointed to the ground, the long-haired man who looked like a twist asked, on this ground, this one? Anna, the bearded master pointed in the direction of the bald head, isn't there another one over there who was destroyed by me? When the 3 turned their heads to look, they only saw a pool of blood on the ground. Quote exclamation mark. Land, boss, he ran away. It shouldn't be, I didn't see anyone running away outside. For his own means, the bearded master is still very confident. After receiving his punch, it is impossible for the opponent to escape. Could it be? For a moment, Master 2 felt his blood pressure drop again. That's right, the disappearing bald head was solved by Bai Yi. As I said before, Bai Yi decided that next, no matter where he is, Da Dao Zai will sneak and follow Bai Yi to ensure Bai Yi's safety. And Bai Yi also tried it, and he was able to set the teleportation point of space shift on Da Dao Zai. This makes this skill a lot more possible. After casting Vine Entangling, Bai Yi let Da Dao Zai stay here stealthily. And I directly space transferred to the teleportation point set up in the City Lord's mansion before. Bai Yi only left a message for Da Dao Zai. If there is residual blood among the people fighting with the bearded master, and the surroundings are safe, then kill the opponent and give yourself a signal. Bai Yi had guessed a long time ago that if the housekeeper didn't make a move this time, the bearded master would definitely leave a few alive. If not, then let Da Dao Zai wait, and there is no loss. The result was naturally that the bald head was beaten into a cripple, and the big knife boy hiding in the dark took advantage of the bearded master torturing the long-haired man, and killed him with one blow. Bai Yi didn't need Da Dao Zai to remind him. After receiving the news of the experience value increase, he sent it over immediately. After collecting the corpse and Da Dao Zai, he returned to the bathroom on the first floor of the city lord's mansion. The reason why Bai Yi insisted on doing this extra thing was that the big knife had been sneaking by Bai Yi's side all the time. While the bearded master was driving, he didn't notice the existence of Da Dao Zai. This gave Bai Yi the confidence to let Da Dao Zai stay. Instead of taking action to solve one, it is naturally for the other parties, decomposed materials. What's more, Bai Yi is interested in the experience value of killing aliens that the bearded master said. Even a third-rank LV-67 professional said something with a high experience value, which made Bai Yi not interested. The result was the same as Bai Yi expected. Calf. Just by killing the opponent, Bai Yi directly upgraded even though the experience value he gained was not high due to the percentage of damage. When the level came to LV-201, Yi once again got the chance to open the SSS level talent. Reminder. Meet the conditions for opening the SSS level talent gift bar. Do you want to open it? Whether. Choose yes. Reminder. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level talent, damage transfer. Damage transfer. All the damage received will be borne by the summoned beast first, and the damage can be calculated based on the summoned beast's defense. You can set the order and value of the summoned beast's damage. Seeing the information about this talent, Bai Yi felt that he didn't need to pick up physical fitness anymore when he picked up equipment in the future. And with the space transfer, running away if you can't beat it is simply a life-saving magic skill. Taking damage with the defense of the summoned beast, obviously, it doesn't make any difference whether you add your own physique or not. This is just enough to maximize Bai Yi's spiritual attributes. Because in the later stage, higher level equipment will increase the percentage. Equipping defensive equipment to protect oneself is obviously a waste. Can you also set the order and value of summoned beasts? That must be for the queen ant with the highest physique to suffer the damage first, then the anti-bone boy, and finally the big knife boy and the other queen ant heirs. All values are set to 90%. Calculated in this way, the summoned beast can help Bai Yi easily withstand more than 10,000 points of physical damage. Decompose the bald corpses you got, and don't waste the rest, feed them to the summoned beasts. In this way, Bai Yi obtained another dark gold grade material, dark gold grade crystal shell tortoise shell. Looking at the decomposed, brainless corpse, Bai Yi had a guess in his heart. These aliens, wouldn't they use part of the wild monsters to strengthen themselves to complete the first step of transforming into aliens? How is this so similar to his infinite alienation? The tall man with the shark's mouth before, and the bald head now, all look like this. And because they are low-level aliens, they seem to use their bodies to attack. Skills are also rarely used, and it feels like the aliens are not very strong visually, and the attack methods are relatively simple and unpretentious. There is also the bearded master, who is a martial arts master by profession, and his attack methods seem to be so complicated and simplified, which seems to be ingenious and unworkable. Compared with the third-rank professional Bai Yi envisioned, the skills are flying all over the sky, which is completely different. This can only be said to be a coincidence. After all, Bai Yi's own skill, summoning 100-meter Fang Yuan's vines in the blink of an eye, is still very cool. This also gave Bai Yi a new idea. The vines don't have to be used to control the opponent. Simply changing the terrain would also be a good way. It is also very good to use this skill to escape. Ah, why did I think of saving my life again? The terrain just constructed by vines is actually very suitable for anti-bone boys and the others to ambush others. Because of the Zerg, they can almost ignore the terrain. Just like Spider-Man, it can be hung on the ceiling or on the wall. Brush. Bai Yi flushed the toilet and took the manner. Bai Yi, your stomach is uncomfortable. Do you want a bottle of medicine? No, I'm leaving. Let's upgrade together tomorrow. I'll take you. Ah, you take me to fly. I'll take you another day. I'm going to do a mission tomorrow. Have you reached LV-20? Yes. Looking at Bai Yi, who left again, Wei Zifeng scratched his head. Didn't you return the LV-19 in the morning? How did you go to the bathroom and upgrade? After leaving the city lord's mansion, Bai Yi did not go home directly. Instead, I came to Darunhua again. Still the same shopping guide as before, enthusiastic as always. You are here again. Our staff have all read your ranking in the morning. It is really amazing. By the way, we, Darunhua, have decided to upgrade you to a Diamond VIP user for free, and we will give you a 20% discount on all purchases after that. Bai Yi took the tea with a little embarrassment. How can I describe this feeling? After all, I am not a social cow, so I can't accept the feeling of being watched by everyone. The most important thing is that I have cheats, and I have nothing to be proud of when I beat those opponents of the same age. I'm here this time, and I still want to buy some more information about the Zerg wild monsters from your organization, just like the Big Sword Mantis last time, and buy some materials by the way. Quote. Hearing Bai Yi's request, the shopping guide immediately got into work. Okay, I'll check it out for you. You first look at the materials. Taking the tablet, Bai Yi browsed the material. This time, Bai Yi decided to mainly strengthen the Ant Queen, in order to match his damage transfer talent. The strength attribute of Anti-Bone Boy, with the blessing of his own talent, has exceeded 20,000. And the physique of the Queen Ant is less than 7,000. How can this work? Moreover, strengthening the Queen Ant is equivalent to strengthening the offspring of the Queen Ant, and the price-performance ratio is definitely better than strengthening the Anti-Bone Boy and the Big Knife Boy. The principal of the third middle school's 100 million yuan must be used wisely. I turned directly to the list of dark gold materials. After reaching this level, the number of materials decreased significantly. Soon, Bai Yi locked on a material, dark gold grade black rock lizard tail. In Bai Yi's memory, this black rock lizard, like a large gecko, has the ability to regenerate with its tail broken. Moreover, its scales, which are like black rocks, also have extremely strong defensive power. It is very suitable for the positioning of the Queen Ant. Pointing to the material above, Bai Yi asked the shopping guide who was looking for information, how much stock do you have for this material? The shopping guide, who originally thought that Bai Yi came to buy gold-level materials again, was full of joy. It turned out that what Bai Yi was pointing at was actually a dark gold material, and his heart almost missed a beat. To confirm, he asked cautiously, are you sure you want this dark gold material? Right, okay, run and wait a moment. Perhaps it was the terrifying vortex of sand and rocks in the live broadcast in the morning, which brought an unimaginable shock to the shopping guide. This time, his attitude towards Bai Yi was more cautious. Afraid to offend Bai Yi, he would do it casually, and he would do it to himself, but he couldn't bear it. We still have 36 copies of this material, do you want it? I want it all. Okay, I'll ask someone to bring it for you. Is there any information about the Zerg monsters I mentioned? Yes, take a look, does this count? Bai Yi looked at the information on the tablet, and there was a huge and ferocious, crypt spider, on it. Although spiders are not considered insects, they are also classified as crawling pets, right? Forget it, don't care about these details, at least Bai Yi likes this, crypt spider, very much. It's a pity that the dungeon where the crypt spider is located is LV40. That is the lowest, and you need LV25 to enter, so you can only wait for a while. Looking again, it seems that there is no quality that I like. Either it is wild monsters like millipedes, locusts, farting insects, etc. It feels like there is nothing worth cultivating. I want this information about the crypt spider. Please give me a reward for some Zerg information. If there is a suitable one, I will buy it. Quote. Transfer 1 million directly, and ask the shopping guide to help him collect information. To be rich is to have a lot of money, and Bai Yi is not afraid of people who sell materials and want to cheat him. Because this kind of information is calculated according to the dungeon level of the wild monster's source. During the conversation, a fully armed professional brought over the materials Bai Yi wanted. There are a total of 36 black rock lizard tails, and the price of one is as high as 2.8 million. The total is 100.8 million. After a 20% discount, Bai Yi was wiped with a zero, which is 80 million. Bai Yi sighed. Fortunately, the amount of material is not too much, otherwise I would want everything I said, but the money is not enough. Wouldn't it be a slap in the face of myself? But I didn't expect the other party to give me a diamond VIP, which saved 20 million. Looking at the account of the principal of number 3 middle school, most of it went to the account at once. This money is not spent. Before, it felt like 100 million, so much. It really is different for professionals. This Darunhua, logically speaking, can be regarded as his own blessed land. If I hadn't been a shopping guide at the beginning, I wouldn't have gotten the anti-bone boys, and later helped me get the big knife boys. This reception room, can you let me stay for a while and take a rest? I don't want to waste a single day and night now, and I plan to alienate the queen here directly. Now there are other people outside who are staring at me like a tiger, and I don't know if the other party will easily give up. The alienated Ant Queen, coupled with the newly obtained SSS level talent damage transfer, can make Bai Yi completely at ease. Of course, do you want me to arrange some technicians for you to relax you? At this time, the shopping guide did not forget to provide Bai Yi with high-quality services. After all, it is a big business that has just completed a small goal. Of course, the shopping guide hopes to make Bai Yi linger. Do you still have this kind of service? It is their admiration to be able to serve you. Forget it, no need. After the shopping guide went out, Bai Yi began to alienate, opened up his talent. Put the queen ant on the left, put the 36 copies of dark gold, black rock lizard tail, that you just bought on the right, and the dark gold, crystal shell tortoise shell, you got before. Reminder. In the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. Evolved into the Barren Rock Ant Queen, has a strong recovery ability, and can regenerate with new skills. B. Evolved into a Crystal Wall Ant Queen, possesses a strong defense force, and acquires a new passive skill Crystal Wall Carapace. C. Evolved into a Barren Land Ant Queen, with strong reproductive ability, skill training and upgrading. Obviously, this alienation, the Queen Ant will become Bai Yi's subordinate, the first summoned beast to become a dark gold rank. The option increases the recovery ability, which means that the blood volume is large, and it can recover in a short time after being injured. Skill regeneration corresponds to the regeneration of the black rock lizard's broken tail. Even if it is missing an arm or a leg, it can quickly repair itself. Option B is to increase the defense power, and with the same blood volume, it will be more resistant to beating. The passive skill Crystal Wall Carapace is estimated to add double resistance. Option C is in line with Bai Yi's original setting, that is, there is no need for the queen to fight, but only for her to provide a Zerg army. Cultivating and upgrading skills is obviously a faster birth. To be honest, Bai Yi wanted all three options this time, but unfortunately he could only choose one. How to choose? Bai Yi struggled for a while, and chose option B this time. Because no matter how high the recovery ability of option A is, if you can't handle the damage, it's useless. The opponent will beat you to the point of residual blood. No matter how strong the recovery ability is, the opponent will not wait for you to recover. Moreover, strengthening the recovery ability, after all, overlaps with the sacred object, Blue Heart, so I will not consider it for the time being. As for the third option, although Bai Yi's ability to reproduce is the most important thing, it is a special situation now. The purpose of Bai Yi's strengthening of the Queen Ant this time is to strengthen her survival ability. Dual resistance, that is, the blessing of physical defense and magic defense, will obviously make it more difficult for the opponent to beat the Ant Queen to residual blood. The last thing Bai Yi wants to see is for the Ant Queen to be beaten to the residual blood set by herself first. Because after the residual blood of the Queen Ant, the next step is the Big Knife Boy and the Anti-Bone Boy. If the two of them were left with more blood would really have no ability to resist at all. Most importantly, Bai Yi feels that strengthening the defense of the Queen Ant can also strengthen the defense of its offspring, and combined with the attack of gathering sand into a tower, it is just a strong combination. So after thinking about it, Bai Yi chose option B. Hint: alienation succeeded. Gold ranked Wasteland Ant Queen Dark Gold Crystal Wall Ant Queen. Hint: alienation is successful. Strength plus 700, Constitution plus 22600, Agility 360, Spirit plus 280, Skill Crush Bloodthirsty Bite, Passive Skill, Crystal Wall Carapace Purple. Bloodthirsty Bite Blue Continuous Attack, the damage can be temporarily increased. Although the skill is not very strong, it can be regarded as an added offensive method for the heirs. After all, the queen ant herself really doesn't have any attacking skills, she just relies on attributes. Thinking of this, Bai Yi felt that it was time to find an opportunity to endow his ant queen with a certain attribute. Crystal Wall Carapace Purple. The whole body is covered by crystal wall carapace, physical resistance plus 1200, magic resistance plus 900. The resistance here can be understood as the attack below this value cannot cause damage in the future. And the offspring that will be cultivated next, the crystal wall ant, will also gain 30% of its resistance. That is 400 physical resistance, 300 magic resistance. This kind of defensive ability is almost immune to LV-20 wild monsters, and the damage caused by them will definitely be significant for the improvement of Bai Yi's future army. Anyway, with the added attack power of gathering sand into a tower, this crystal wall ant army will definitely have extremely terrifying combat power after reaching a certain number. The data of the queen ant has also arrived. Summoned beast. Dark gold rank crystal wall ant queen. Level. Mature stage. Remaining lifespan is 72 years. Power. 1058 plus 1058. Physical. 25,212 plus 25,212. Agility. 476 plus 476. Spirit. 366 plus 366. Skills. Bloodthirsty Bite. Blue. Nurturing. Blue. Gathering sand into a tower. Green. Dedication. Purple. Crystal wall carapace. Purple. Comprehensive combat power. 1085 stars. This time, the combat power finally broke through the 1000 stars. Only Baijin level summoned beasts can possess this level of combat power. Especially with a physical attribute of more than 50,000, plus dual resistances, Bai Yi estimated that there should be very few people who can reach the level of killing the queen ant with one blow. Not saying there aren't any, but certainly not many. Call. Seeing this, Bai Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. It should be safe for the time being. It's a pity that the crystal shell tortoise shell, obtained from the bald head, is obviously of extremely high quality. If he had used 36 parts of the crystal shell tortoise shell, alienated ant queen this time, Bai Yi suspected that the constitution bonus might directly exceed 40,000, and the double resistance would also add more. Now, there is still a copy of Giant Shark's Tooth left in his hand, and Bai Yi doesn't know whether to give it to the big knife boy or the anti-bone boy. Just one serving, the improvement should not be much, so Bai Yi left it for now. Walking out of the reception room, Bai Yi saw the shopping guide guarding the door. At this time, beside the shopping guide, there was actually an acquaintance standing. This person is tall and big, his hands are covered with calluses, but his appearance is obviously younger than his body. This person is Zhou Zheng, the one who resolutely chose a lifestyle career when he decided to change jobs. And his purpose this time was to greet Bai Yi. The shopping guide on the side explained at this time, "I'm sorry to disturb you, this is Zhou Zheng, the son of the boss of our Qingcheng Darunhua headquarters." Bai Yi, is it really you? Zhou Zheng, I remember you. 0 inches. Oh, Bai Yi didn't expect that Zhou Zheng was a hidden rich second generation, so he didn't see it. Zhou Zheng is usually very low-key, and no one knows his specific identity. This time I came to this Darunhua for inspection, and I happened to see the big deal of nearly 100 million just completed. Unexpectedly, the person who traded was actually Bai Yi. Bai Yi's performance in the square in the morning, Zhou Zheng immediately greeted his subordinates. If Bai Yi is too strict in dealing, he must be taken care of. Although Zhou Zheng's family is almost all auxiliary occupations, with the accumulation of the family, they have followed a few lifelike professionals with good talents, and they are also big figures who can often come into contact with Qingcheng. Through Bai Yi's performance in the morning, Zhou Zheng concluded that Bai Yi will definitely become a big shot in the future. So I suggested to my family in the morning that Bai Yi come over and directly upgrade to a diamond level VIP. This time I specially came to Bai Yi's house to inspect the recent Darunhua, and I also wanted to see how the shopping guides here usually behave, so don't be careful to offend Bai Yi. It turned out to be a coincidence, I just met Bai Yi, and it was such a big list. This has caught up with this RT Runhua's 1-month transaction volume. Although for Zhou Zheng's entire family, this number may not be much. But you know, how long has Bai Yi just completed his job change? Just a week after changing jobs, even if it is for ordinary professionals, he can't spend with so much money. Because even if you can afford equipment, you may not necessarily be able to wear it. Thinking of this, although it is not clear why Bai Yi needs to use materials. Anyway, Zhou Zheng felt that Bai Yi was more mysterious and powerful than he imagined. Hearing Bai Yi say that he remembers himself, Zhou Zheng immediately smiled and said, "It must have been a joke for you, I didn't choose a combat career." However, Bai Yi did not repeat the line from the principal of number 3 middle school, choosing the one that suits him. Instead, he suddenly asked, "I want to ask, can you strengthen a certain piece of equipment on the basis of the original? For example, upgrading gold level equipment to dark gold level without changing its characteristics." Zhou Zheng didn't expect that Bai Yi didn't mention anything about his not choosing a combat profession. I mentioned the Zhou Zheng family before, and they have met many big shots. Since they are called big shots, they must all be professionals with outstanding combat power. And the more he came into contact with those big shots, the more Zhou Zheng knew that combat professionals often look down on lifestyle professionals. This is also related to the combat profession, which always faces danger. They are also professionals, and the death rate of combat professionals is obviously much higher than that of life professionals. Living professionals have almost no contact with wild monsters, and the way of living professionals upgrading is to increase their proficiency in living skills. After upgrading, although the increased attributes are far less than those of combat professionals, it is better than safety. So there is a chain of contempt. Most combat professionals, especially those who have been seriously injured, will look down on lifestyle professionals. There is another point to be mentioned here, that is, lifestyle professionals must still need raw materials to increase their proficiency. But they can't go out to hunt wild monsters by themselves, obtain raw materials, and when it comes to the success rate, many life-like professionals can only choose to fight for the profession. Work to earn a living. This makes the actual status of life-related professionals 20 points higher than that of ordinary people. And if Zhou Zheng hadn't relied on his family, he might have chosen the combat profession honestly back then. It can only be said that Zhou Zheng is also extremely lucky. In addition, Bai Yi's fighting power that crushed the audience in the morning is obvious to all. Zhou Zheng is ready to be looked down upon by Bai Yi. Result now, not only did Bai Yi not look down on him at all, but he also asked questions about his strengths, which immediately shortened the distance between the two sides. Let Zhou Zheng have a good impression of Bai Yi immediately. The reason why Bai Yi asked this question was, of course, that he wanted to copy his gold level necklace and upgrade it to a lower level. Obviously has a red skill, but due to the limitation of the necklace itself, it can only use 10% of the skill. Isn't this a waste? However, upgrading equipment belongs to upgrading equipment, so this ability to copy cannot be lost. Zhou Zheng thought for a while and said, there are still quite a few ways to upgrade equipment, including synthesis, strengthening, casting, and enchanting. However, if you want to retain the original features, I suggest you choose synthesis or enhancement. For synthesis, it's best to choose exactly the same equipment and carry out synthesis, so that the original characteristics can be preserved for sure. If you want to strengthen it, you have to choose materials with the same attributes. If you compare and synthesize them, there is a certain chance that new features will appear. Hearing Zhou Zheng's answer, Bai Yi pondered for a moment. I don't need other features, I just want to upgrade this replication ability. So it must be synthetic. But if I want to expose another duplicate necklace that is exactly the same, I am afraid that I don't know how many times I will have to do the copy of Myriad Realms Misty Cave. But now that the combat power has been improved so much, the brush should be fast. In order to upgrade the replica necklace, it is worth making a few extra trips. By the way, Zhou Zheng, can you synthesize? Yes, but I can only synthesize silver level equipment for the time being, and the success rate is not high, but my talent can guarantee that even if I fail, I can guarantee that one of the equipment will not be damaged. Bai Yi couldn't help nodding when he heard it. Well, this sentence is enough. Synthesis is already outrageous enough. If the success rate is 100%, wouldn't it be stronger than your own infinite alienation? To not lose one of the pieces of equipment has already met Bai Yi's expectations. That is, Zhou Zheng can only synthesize silver level now, it seems that the level is not enough. Seeing Bai Yi nodding and then frowning, Zhou Zheng also guessed Bai Yi's concerns. Bai Yi, let me tell you the truth, although my awakened talent level is good, when I reach S level, I still focus on synthesis. Quote. But the chance of synthesizing is not high. Synthesizing silver level equipment to gold level equipment, looking at the bugs, actually calculates the cost. It's better to directly create a canopy from gold level equipment. Plus, don't look at them calling me the son of the big boss. In fact, I have 6 big brothers and 7 older sisters, not counting the younger siblings. This is also the reason why I never mentioned my family in number 3 middle school. So to be honest, my talent is not favored by the family, and I can only work in the family business to earn money, and then receive wages to develop my skills. Zhou Zheng proposed to upgrade Bai Yi to Diamond VIP, which was also agreed by the family after seeing Bai Yi's talent. Speaking of this, Zhou Zheng was envious when he thought of Bai Yi spending 80 million yuan to buy materials all of a sudden. One must know that 1 month is only a few 100,000, and there are many things to do. Bai Yi scratched his head. Life professionals, are they so idle? But if you think about it carefully, they don't need to go out to fight monsters, so they don't need to change equipment, and life-like occupations are prone to bottlenecks. As long as you have passed the early stage, you just have a little spare money and people are in a state of leisure. Isn't this just a way to make more contributions to the Dragon Kingdom? Bai Yi now understands why the total population of Blue Star increased instead of decreasing after a period of time when it was invaded by the myriad realms. It turns out that they are all idlers. If I lend you 10 million, can you improve your proficiency? Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. As mentioned above, because of cost issues, Zhou Zheng is actually not optimistic about his talent. Bai Yi borrowed the 10 million from himself. Although he really wanted it, Zhou Zheng was afraid that he couldn't afford it. Seeing Zhou Zheng's coyness, Bai Yi said, you know that equipment will have special features starting from gold level equipment, right? I want to synthesize this piece of equipment, because of its characteristics, it is very precious, understand? These words directly awakened Zhou Zheng. That's right, we can't just look at the issue of cost. Because so far Zhou Zheng's synthesis has only been able to synthesize bronze and silver level equipment. What are the characteristics of these equipment? It was only the difference in attributes that made Zhou Zheng unable to make ends meet. If you can keep the cherished features and upgrade them, then the price will definitely not be so simple as adding and subtracting. It's like Bai Yi's replica necklace. If it reaches the dark gold level, even if Bai Yi pays 20 times the price, he is willing to buy it. Now, Zhou Zheng found that he especially needed an opportunity to prove his potential to the family. This opportunity will even change your life immediately. And this opportunity is right in front of you. Is 10 million enough? If you succeed in the end, this is your manual fee. Buy a piece of ordinary dark gold level equipment, because the summary is tens of thousands. And the replica necklace is definitely the best in it, and its value is far more than that. Enough is enough, definitely enough. My loss in upgrading proficiency is not a lot, 10 million is completely enough to brush up a wave of proficiency by myself. Good. Bai Yi didn't write any ink, just transferred the money directly, left a contact information, and left. Seeing that Bai Yi not only helped him, but also trusted him so much, Zhou Zheng couldn't help clenching his fists, and murmured, Bai Yi, if I succeed this time, you will be my great favor. Without Bai Yi's words, with this 10 million, I may have been disheartened and given up after a few years in the position of the family. Opportunity is here now. Zhou Zheng looked at the shopping guide on the side. Old Lu, right. Help me prepare a forging room, and then help me bring all the silver level equipment that is repeated here. Bai Yi returned home here, and happened to meet the principal and the principal's grandmother of the number 3 middle school who came back in a hurry. Seeing that Bai Yi was staying at home, the principal and grandma of number 3 middle school were visibly relieved. Turn out to be, after Bai Yi's vines with a range of 100 kilometers appeared, the headmaster's grandmother received the news. In terms of intelligence, the principal's grandma can be said to be the strongest in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Although the Lord of Qingcheng deliberately blocked part of the news, the headmaster's grandmother still knew about the appearance of the stranger. And still appeared in the city lord's mansion. Day and Night and Wei Zifeng were also there. Fortunately, nothing happened to Bai Yi. But later, not long after leaving the city lord's mansion, Bai Yi's private car was attacked again. According to the news, Bai Yi disappeared immediately. The headmaster's grandmother didn't want to hide it from the headmaster of No. 3 Middle School. After all, there was already a gap between the two of them. After finally being together again, if the principal of No. 3 Middle School knew that he was hiding from him, he might be angry. Fortunately, when I found out about Bai Yi and copied my dimension transfer, the principal's grandmother waited for a moment. Wait until the news that Bai Yi reappeared in the city lord's mansion. After receiving the news, the headmaster's grandma was relieved. Fortunately, this kid is smart. It is smart enough to set the teleportation point in the city lord's mansion. And after being attacked, the vines were immediately released to block the line of sight, so that the enemy would not be so easy to guess how Bai Yi escaped. Can only give up temporarily. But just knowing this is not enough, how Bai Yi offended the other party is the key. For Yiren, no one knows better than her, and the other party will definitely not let it go so easily. After the principal's grandmother told the principal of the 3rd Middle School what she knew, the whole body of the principal of the 3rd Middle School froze suddenly but immediately began to cough uncontrollably. The headmaster's grandmother patted the back of the headmaster of No. 3 Middle School to help him breathe. Okay, Bai Yi is fine. Although the breath was smooth, the principal of the 3rd Middle School was full of sadness. I didn't expect Bai Yi to come into contact with a foreigner so soon, at least 10 years earlier than I expected. The principal's grandmother wanted to break the heavy atmosphere. Bai Yi was able to survive twice from the opponent's hands without any preparation. Obviously Bai Yi is much stronger than you imagined, so don't be so pessimistic. Back then, you and Tian'er were half as smart as him, how come you are like this? But the principal of No. 3 Middle School didn't think so. Smart, if he really wants to be smart, he won't be with Wei Zifeng, and there won't be so many things. Which organization belonged to this group of aliens? Can you find out? Can you pull out the root and send it away? Now it's the headmaster's turn to frown. I'm not sure which group of people it is. The other party has been hiding for a long time before making a move. It's hard to find out the source. But the principal of No. 3 Middle School still showed determination, and a murderous aura that no one else had seen emerged from the No. 3 Middle School principal. Since the other party has already threatened Bai Yi, then I want them to die, I won't make a second mistake. The headmaster's grandmother rolled her eyes. I've said it all, but I can't find it for a while. If I can't find it, no one in the whole Long Kingdom can find it out. Knowing that the principal's grandmother must know more than himself, the principal of No. 3 Middle School asked helplessly, then what should we do now? Of course, first go to the city lord of Qingcheng to ask, what is the situation, what are these strangers looking for? Can they bear it for so long? The two came to the city lord's mansion in Qingcheng, and it was Wei Zifeng who came out to open the door. Principal, why are you here? The devil knew the danger of Kai Kai, and when he saw the principal of No. 3 Middle School, he immediately had the feeling of being approached by his parents to sue him, and he couldn't help but start to break out in a cold sweat. Because the principal of No. 3 Middle School felt that it was Wei Zifeng who brought so much trouble to Bai Yi. So it didn't give him a good face. It's like the feeling that I don't want my child to have contact with bad children, and I'm afraid that Bai Yi will be led badly. However, the headmaster's grandma on the side is a good hand at collecting information. From the city lord of Qingcheng, he might be speechless, but Wei Zifeng in front of him, isn't it easy to handle? You are Bai Yi's good friend, Wei Zifeng, right? That's right, I have the best relationship with Bai Yi in the whole No. 3 Middle School. Subconsciously, Wei Zifeng immediately sensed that the atmosphere was not right. When it was over, Wei Zifeng glanced at the expression of the principal of the 3rd Middle School, feeling that his life seemed to be coming to an end. But the principal's grandmother continued to ask with a smile, can you tell me what happened here before? Wei Zifeng began to struggle at this time, because the Lord Qingcheng told him that today's matter should be kept secret, which is good for Bai Yi. Hearing that it was for Bai Yi's benefit, Wei Zifeng heard the city lord's words for the first time and decided to rot today's matter in his stomach. But, we are Bai Yi's family, what happened to him, don't we all have the right to know? Of course, this trick has no effect on Wei Zifeng. After all, He had just tried it, the feeling of being betrayed by his uncle the housekeeper who regarded him as a relative. But the principal's grandma is not a vegetarian. If you don't tell me, you will stop dating Bai Yi in the future. Well, this sounds like an extremely childish move, but it immediately had a significant effect on Wei Zifeng. Wei Zifeng immediately came back with Bai Yi, telling all the story, including the details. I'm afraid I didn't speak carefully enough. I've told you everything I know. The principal, me, I'm now a friend of Bai Yi. The principal of number 3 middle school and the principal's grandma didn't expect that it would be so dangerous. At first, I thought that Bai Yi and Wei Zifeng must have been making soy sauce on the sidelines, and the other party must not have cared, so they survived. Unexpectedly, it was Bai Yi who ruined the other party's plan. No wonder the other party wanted to get rid of Bai Yi. The principal of number 3 middle school is more anxious. Only the principal's grandmother knows that Bai Yi can actually run away on his own. It was only because of Wei Zifeng that he chose to turn against him. Then we can't blame Wei Zifeng, this is Bai Yi's own choice. After knowing that Wei Zifeng had been cheated by the housekeeper for so many years, even the principal of number 3 middle school couldn't help but want to scold Wei Zifeng in front of him for being stupid. Thinking about it this way, with Wei Zifeng's IQ, it seems like he would have to struggle to bring Bai Yi down. After thinking this way, the face of the principal of number 3 middle school softened a lot. If I know that you have spoiled Bai Yi, let me see how I will deal with you. Hearing this, Wei Zifeng became less nervous. After all, he didn't seem to have brought Bai Yi down, but Bai Yi used to play games with him all night. The headmaster's grandmother at the side struck again while the iron was hot. Do you think that what you said unintentionally made your housekeeper uncle suspicious, suspecting that what you want is in the treasure house? Noodle, the other party has been hiding for so long, Nuomas must not know the specific hiding place of what he wants. This time I directly gave up the disguise for so many years. Obviously I have a certain certainty, or I have the purpose of getting it as soon as possible. Wei Zifeng scratched his head. Bai Yi sent me a skill book 2 days ago, and I decided to give him one back. But I didn't know what was suitable for Bai Yi for a while, so I asked the housekeeper uncle. As a result, he asked me if I had been to the inner layer, and I said no. It seems that my memory has improved after I changed jobs. I suddenly remembered that when I was a child, I once saw a scary red light inside, seeping out directly through the door of the vault. The principal's grandmother continued to ask, what is that red light like? Why is it scary? Just as Wei Zifeng wanted words to describe it, a voice interrupted the conversation of several people. My lord, if you want to know anything, just ask me. The person who came was the Lord Qingcheng, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The Lord of Qingcheng brought the two of them to a reception room. After pouring a cup of tea for the two, the Lord of Qingcheng said, no wonder I couldn't find out the origin of the principal of number 3 middle school. It turned out to be Lord Qilin. If I hadn't met Lord Vermilion Bird, I would still be in the dark. In the drum. Introduced here, Dragon Kingdom now has 4 legend-level professionals, known as Qinglong, Baihu, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu respectively. One of them is the principal's grandma, nicknamed Master Vermilion Bird, who controls the largest intelligence organization in the Dragon Kingdom, Wudong. Sir Qilin was the previous title of the principal of number 3 middle school. The Lord of Qingcheng knows part of the past of the principals of the 3rd middle school, so in terms of strangers, he is very relieved of them. But it's useless to worry about it. With the strength of the headmaster's grandmother, I can't stop it at all. The principal of number 3 middle school shook his head. I'm just the grandfather of Bai Yi's principal now, so don't mention the past. The principal's grandmother on the side also took a sip of tea. Don't call me Master Vermilion Bird, I am Bai Yi's principal's grandmother now. I want to know right now. With my organization, I don't even know what you are hiding. Do you want to explain to me now? The Lord of Qingcheng pushed glasses. I also tell you too straight, in my treasury, there is a drop of blood of the evil spirit. What? Even the professionals in the realm of the principal of the 3rd middle school and the principal's grandmother couldn't help showing a look of surprise when they heard the news. It has been introduced before that the source of aliens is the contract given by the evil god. And there is a drop of evil spirit blood here. If this news gets out, it will drive all the strangers crazy. The function of this thing can probably be understood as being able to directly upgrade the talents of other people to SSS+. The Lord of Qingcheng also showed helplessness at this time. This thing is a hot potato. If it was possible, I would have handed it into him or destroyed it. But I dare not report it. You all know that aliens are like cockroaches in the sewer, they can be seen everywhere. And when it comes to evil gods, destroying this drop of evil spirit blood, even the headmaster's grandmother can't do it. The principle of number 3 middle school raised doubts, then why don't you carry it with you? This refers to putting it in the professional's backpack. This brings up the difficulty of the city lord of Qingcheng. No, this thing is too evil. The stronger the professional you meet, the stronger the ability to bewitch you. Even I can't carry it for a long time at all. I can't guarantee it. After handing it in, what will happen to other people who come into contact with the blood of the evil god? I don't dare to bet, so I can only hire someone to build this treasure house. As for why the blood of the evil spirit was discovered by others in the first place, it was the treasury I built back then. Under the influence of time, its evil nature still rushed out. Wei Zifeng was still young at the time, so he was influenced by it, and he went crazy and scared all the people in the manor away. So for the sake of secrecy, I never hired anyone here after that. The housekeeper uncle this time should be the leak of that breath. He guessed something, and then lurked by Wei Zifeng's side. Speaking of which, the secret that the Lord of Qingcheng has been hiding in his heart has finally been unable to keep it. In fact, not only Wei Zifeng was affected that time, even Wei Zifeng's mother was also bewitched by the blood of the evil spirit. Even in the stage of forced integration, there is no way, I can only do it myself. After taking off the gold-rimmed glasses and wiping them with his sleeves, the Lord of Qingcheng continued, "Oh, in order not to make Wei Zifeng too sad, I lied and said that we were divorced. In fact, I buried Wei Zifeng's mother. On the hill ahead." The Lord of Qingcheng stood up, looking out of the window beside him. After sighing heavily, he raised his eyes again and returned to his usual smirk when facing the media. "It's much better to say it. I hope you two can just listen to it as a story, don't tell Wei Zifeng. As for Wei Zifeng being deceived by a foreigner for so long, I'm also to blame for my carelessness. The principal's grandma knows that this thing, CAFB, is extremely harmful, and every time it appears, it is not a good thing. The Qingcheng city lord did not report it because of his difficulties. Then what are you going to do next?" The Lord of Qingcheng said bluntly, "At least one thing is certain, the blood of the evil spirit is very attractive to foreign people, so the steward should not tell other foreign people. Actually, I have noticed recently that there are many strange people in Qingcheng, so this time I went out of the city, and I also deliberately tested it. But I never expected that the leader of the other party was Wei Zifeng's housekeeper. Fortunately, I notified the people of Dragon Cave in time. Quote, this time I found out another method, and I plan to try again to destroy the blood of this evil spirit, and by the way, lure out the steward's people to catch them all. At first I wasn't sure, but now that Lord Vermilion Bird is here, I don't think there should be any surprises. Even if I don't succeed, but I can solve this group of aliens, there should be no more problems in a short time." Hearing that they were going to deal with this group of strangers, the headmaster's grandmother readily agreed after looking at the headmaster of No. 3 Middle School. After negotiating some details, the two sides reached an agreement. After chatting for so long, the principal of No. 3 Middle School checked the surveillance camera outside the house, only to find that Bai Yi hadn't come home yet. Could something be wrong? Then the principal of No. 3 Middle School and the principal's grandmother immediately used their skills and rushed home. It happened that Bai Yi came back at the door. The principal of the 3rd Middle School asked angrily, "Why did you come back?" "Oh, I went to Durunhua." Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Regarding Bai Yi's answer, the principal of No. 3 Middle School and the principal's grandmother were speechless. Does Bai Yi seem to be hunted down after experiencing what happened in the afternoon? You still have time to go shopping at Durunhua. Is this heart too big? Because I promised the principal of the 3rd Middle School to hide her identity, the principal's grandmother could only pretend to say casually, "My gossip, the outside of Qingcheng may not be peaceful recently, so don't go out of the city if you have nothing to do. Just upgrade." Good. Feeling the strange atmosphere, the principal's grandmother clapped her hands and said, by the way, today is the first time for our family to have dinner together. Let me cook for you. Don't, Xiaoyi, you can chat with your principal's grandmother for a while, let me do it. Your health is not good, let me come, my cooking skills have improved a lot in the past 2 years. Xiaoyi, didn't you make a quick turn around? Why don't you hurry up and learn from your headmaster's grandmother? At this moment, Bai Yi saw the principal of No. 3 middle school so flustered for the first time. But for a turn, day and night do have a bit of a problem. Seeing the principal of No. 3 middle school enter the kitchen, the principal's grandmother smiled at Bai Yi and said, your summoned beast is quite powerful, and you look quite unique. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Forehead. Bai Yi didn't expect that Da Dao's eyes shadow stealth would have no effect on the principal's grandma. A little embarrassing. But Bai Yi also read the meaning of the headmaster's grandmother. Just now the headmaster's grandmother was going to cook, she just wanted to send the principal of the 3rd middle school away. Another meaning is that there is the principal's grandmother here, so there is no need for Bai Yi's big knife. Resolutely put Da Dao's eye into the beast royal space. In fact, when Bai Yi copied the skills of the principal's grandmother knew her identity, and sooner or later she couldn't hide it from Bai Yi. As for the confidentiality of the identity agreed with the principal of the 3rd middle school, it is only to let the principal of the 3rd middle school feel relieved for the time being. Seeing Bai Yi's actions, the principal's grandmother nodded in satisfaction. Principal grandma, can you tell me what your strength is? In the end, I only got one from the headmaster's grandmother, shish, and pointed to the location of the kitchen. All right, now Bai Yi knew what the principal's grandma meant. It turned out that the principal of No. 3 middle school didn't want him to know. Forget about it. Bai Yi is not one to get to the bottom of things. Principal, grandma, then I want to ask you, what is the biggest difference in the difficulty of choosing a task? The biggest difference is the difference in the attribute points you get each time you upgrade after you complete the mission. When you complete the simple level, every time you level up after that, the attribute points you get will be twice as much as before. And the difficulty level is 3 times, and the nightmare level is 5 times. That's what it means. Only then did Bai Yi understand. No wonder the greater the gap in talent, the greater the gap in combat power in the later stages. Even if you can complete the 5-fold bonus of the nightmare level, the S-level talent, the level up is 50 points of attributes, and the professional bonus is generally doubled, that is, the total is 2000 points of attributes before the 2nd level of LV40. The SSS level is 200 points at the 1st level, and the overall career bonus is about 3 to 4 times, and a single attribute can reach 5 times, and the theoretical maximum may reach 20,000 points. The difference between S level and SSS level is 10 times, and the gap below S level is even bigger. Moreover, not all professionals can complete the nightmare level 1st rank task. According to Bai Yi's current calculation, 3 SSS talents, plus 1 level, each level is 130 points. 5 times is 650 points at the 1st level, counting the double bonus of the profession. The 1st level is 1300 points, not counting the new talents, there are 26,000 points at LV40, which is outrageous. The most important thing is that I don't need to make a move yet. By that time, the strength of Anti-Bone Boys and the others will definitely only become more outrageous. After a pleasant dinner time, Bai Yi consciously went to wash the dishes. After a night of nothing, Bai Yi came to the job transfer temple office the next day. Like the job-changing Godstone, items such as the one-turn scroll are not artificially produced. After a simple registration, Bai Yi bought a scroll of nightmare grade. It cost 3 million, which Bai Yi did not expect. It seems that after becoming a professional, I think about money. Just when Bai Yi was feeling emotional, unexpectedly, at this moment, Bai Yi met an old acquaintance, Lao Wang. Since Bai Yi missed the Sandstone Vortex yesterday, Lao Wang's attitude towards Bai Yi and the principal of No. 1 middle school immediately changed. Although he took Lao Wang's material for nothing, strengthened Da Dao's eye, and indirectly saved himself, no, it saved Wei Zifang's life. But Bai Yi still didn't have a good impression of Lao Wang. Directly intend to pretend not to know each other and sneak away. Unexpectedly, Lao Wang greeted him, and hurriedly walked in front of Bai Yi. Student Bai Yi, I didn't expect you to prepare for a turn so soon. You can't be sloppy with the job transfer mission. As the person in charge of the job transfer temple, I have to give you the correct rewards. You open the task now, and I will help you refer to it. If it is not suitable, I will change it for you for free. Bai Yi, who originally planned to leave, changed for free when he heard about it. It reminded Bai Yi of the fact that the principal of number 3 middle school said that if the scroll is opened, it is not necessary to accept it, and it is not considered a mission failure. It's just a waste of money. Now Pharaoh is changing it for himself for free, why not open it? Anyway, the current Lao Wang has been unable to pose any threat to Bai Yi, and he is not afraid of his wrong thoughts. As the scroll was directly unfolded by Bai Yi, a line of characters appeared on the scroll. Use the scroll to strengthen the LV5 Savannah to the nightmare level, and clear the level within 3 hours. Whether to accept. Old Wang, who saw the copy information, had a happy expression on his face. This one is easy, you just choose this one. The LV5 dungeon requires only 3 stars of combat power, even if it is strengthened to the nightmare level, the difficulty is increased by 5 times, and the combat power requirement is only 15 stars. The only difficulty is to be fast and pass the level early. According to Bai Yi's strength, it must be easy to catch. Lao Wang had to lament Bai Yi's luck. Wait a minute, I want another one. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Why, how simple is this task? As long as the task is completed, the final result is the same. It's too far, it's not safe to go out of town. After speaking, Bai Yi chose no, and then the scroll turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared. Pharaoh, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Last night, Qingcheng issued an announcement, saying that it is not safe outside the city recently. Don't forget, what Yiren loves most is to hunt and kill professionals. So it's really not safe outside the city. However, the Lord of Qingcheng did not say it clearly, for fear of causing panic and making it easier for the other party to fish in troubled waters. Seeing that Bai Yi got the second scroll, he gave himself a look. Old Wang said to the staff on the side, charge it to my account. As the second scroll opens. Train a silver-ranked summoned beast to maturity within a week. Whether to accept. Lao Wang had to sigh again, Bai Yi is really lucky, right? Is this really a nightmare scroll? Why do you feel that it is too simple for Bai Yi? This is not bad, the task is simple. Now that we have reached this point, I will send the Buddha to the west and send you a silver-ranked summoned beast. You. The old king has not finished speaking. This time Bai Yi decisively chose no. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Watching Bai Yi cancel the scroll and disappear into starlight, Lao Wang even wondered, is Bai Yi disgusting himself? What's the difference between this task and the free one? And there is no need to go out of the city, so there is no danger. After taking the third scroll, day and night this time. After glancing at it, he immediately chose to confirm, and then said with satisfaction, thank you, my lord, I'm going to do the task. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 71. I feel that Bai Yi's thank you is quite sincere. Lao Wang was dumbfounded, what is this all about? Because he just saw what Bai Yi chose. Use the scroll to strengthen the copy LV20 Myriad Land's Misty Cave to Nightmare level, and clear the level within 3 days. Myriad Realm Labyrinth. Isn't that the strongest dungeon below 1 turn? If you don't choose the first 2 simple tasks, you choose the hardest one. Isn't this a serious illness? This time, Lao Wang, why did he want Bai Yi to complete the task of the first turn quickly, and acted so enthusiastically? In fact, this has something to do with a special person finding him last night. Last night, Old Wang was in his office at the Temple of Job Transfer. The lights in the office were turned off, and the outside light penetrated into the room, and Lao Wang could be seen holding a photo in a daze. And the photo shows 2 young people, obviously, one of them is the young pharaoh. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the chair opposite Old Wang. Your Excellency, it seems that you have troubles. I can help you get promoted, and I can also help you transfer to the job-changing temple in Modu. Who? Facing the man in black who appeared quietly, Pharaoh took out his staff reflexively. I'm here to help you. Didn't you always want to be transferred to Shanghai? Hearing the other party's words, Lao Wang held the hand of the photo and couldn't help but tremble. Who are you? What are you going to do? Sneaking in, is it shameful? Pharaoh obviously didn't believe what the other party said. As soon as the words fell, a cyan light condensed on the staff. In an instant, numerous wind blades suddenly appeared in Nuoda's office. Call. With the old king's staff pointing forward, the wind blade instantly turned into a tornado, attacking the opponent in all directions without blind spots. Because there was a heavy desk between the two of them, the tornado that the wind blade turned into directly submerged them together. This desk, made of centuries-old sandalwood, turned into tiny debris in the blink of an eye. Out of vigilance, Pharaoh unreservedly poured out his magic power. However, when the tornado condensed by the wind blade disappeared, the man in black sitting on the seat was unscathed. Not even the slightest trace was left on the chair he was sitting on. Seeing the opponent's strength, Lao Wang knew that he had no chance of winning, so he could only follow the opponent's words and ask, "Help me get promoted, what do you want me to do?" A voice from under the black clothes said, "Okay, I like to chat with smart people. Actually, I only want this year's entrance exam. You can choose the address in the Grey Garden Secret Realm, outside the city." Hearing what the other party said, how could Pharaoh believe it completely? Just because I was born in Qingcheng, I have never heard of such a person. However, Lao Wang is actually planning to report this secret realm this time, because the opening of the secret realm requires a lot of consumption and corresponding supplies, and there are not many secret realms near Qingcheng. There are actually only 2 to choose from. Lao Wang's heart was inclined to choose this, Grey Mist Secret Realm. I know where to take the exam, it's just a matter of your words. Just think of this as a father who wants your child to get better grades in the test. I actually wanted to laugh a little in my heart, but Lao Wang always felt that something was wrong. But thinking that he has submitted transfer applications for 5 consecutive years, all of which have been rejected, coupled with the increase in age, Lao Wang really doesn't want to wait any longer. Are you sure that if I choose Grey Mist Secret Realm, you can help me transfer to the Magic City? Yes, believe it or not. Obviously what the other party meant, don't you believe my strength? Okay, deal. Seeing the hand extended by the man in black, Pharaoh shook it without any hesitation. After all, with the strength the opponent just showed, it should be easy to pinch him to death. Seeing around the man in black, a cloud of black mist suddenly condensed, covering the figure. Kai, in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared along with the black mist. Lao Wang suddenly felt that his heart was throbbing all the time, accompanied by an inexplicable panic attack. Grey Mist Secret Realm, is there anything special about it? But this secret realm has been opened dozens of times before, so what's wrong with it? After searching for Lao Wang all night, he still couldn't find a clue. In the end, Pharaoh had no choice but to change his mind and came up with a good solution. That is, when the time comes, I beg Bai Yi to help and take care of other students. Anyway, with Bai Yi's strength, it's easy to go to any university. If something really went wrong and the students were in danger, even if Bai Yi pulled out his hand to help, it wouldn't have much impact on his grades. So, there was this scene. Lao Wang sincerely hopes that Bai Yi will choose a simple task, complete a turn quickly, and continue to improve his strength. 0. Result: Bai Yi just doesn't choose the easy one, but insists on choosing the hardest one. This made Lao Wang really not understand. Just now Bai Yi didn't want the first 2 tasks. Lao Wang thought that Bai Yi might be disgusting himself, but when the 3rd task appeared, he added Bai Yi's sincere thanks. Let Lao Wang be dumbfounded. Could it be that Bai Yi wants to challenge himself? No, I have to go and see. If Bai Yi fails, I can encourage him in time. Young people's confidence, don't be hit. As for why Bai Yi chose Myriad Realms again, of course, it is to brush another gold-level replica necklace. It was Bai Yi who guessed after seeing the first mission that the Myriad Realms cave may also appear in the mission. The result is really there. Isn't it just a coincidence that I did the task again and got the copy necklace again? Moreover, the difficulty of the dungeon has been strengthened, obviously the chance of duplicating the necklace will be higher. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The angle of view came to the man in black last night, left the job-changing temple where Lao Wang was, went straight out of Qingcheng, and kept going. Soon, a temporary resident appeared, and the black clothes that covered his face were removed, and the appearance of the butler uncle appeared impressively. And this resident was temporarily built by aliens, and there were quite a few aliens. Seeing the uncle of the housekeeper coming, the strangers immediately surrounded him. A strange man with a pig's head, holding a bloody arm in his hand, immediately showed excitement after seeing the butler uncle. "My lord, when will we be able to enter the city? The professionals around here are about to be killed by us." The housekeeper glanced at him, with obvious disgust in his eyes. "Wait. But, there's nothing to eat around here, why don't we get closer?" Poof. As soon as the words fell, a huge pig's head fell to the ground. "You'd better be more obedient, or everyone will have nothing to eat, you know." This time, the surrounding strangers immediately nodded again and again. "Tomorrow, go to 2 smart people and pour this liquid of chaos on the copy in the city." Quote. "Big, my lord, which dungeon to choose?" "Choose the one with few people. I need to let the wild monsters inside run out and muddy the water in Xingqiang." "Good." Bai Yi took a spin of the scroll and happily rushed to the dungeon. "It was the first time I came to Myriad Lands Miku, and the anti-bone boy at that time was only about 70 stars in combat power. But now it has exceeded 700 stars. Even if the difficulty of the nightmare level is increased by 5 times, there is no pressure at all." After simple registration, Bai Yi stood at the entrance of the instance. "Directly crush the 1-turn scroll in your hand." I saw that the scroll suddenly turned into countless light spots, and at the entrance of the original copy, a new black entrance immediately appeared. Unexpectedly, it was not strengthened on the original basis. This saved a lot of trouble, otherwise it would be very troublesome if the professional who was already inside was killed. Compared with the previous entrance, this nightmare level, Myriad Realms Cave, is obviously more terrifying. The dark entrance seems to lead to an unknown abyss. Ordinary professionals will even be afraid of being sucked in when they see it. Without a trace of hesitation, Day and Night walked in directly. The guard in charge of guarding at the side was stunned when he saw this scene. "After staying here for so many years, this is the first time that I saw someone accepting the mission of this dungeon. And it's nightmare level." With professionalism, they immediately blocked the entrance and prohibited other people from entering. This is the rule above. That kid just now was a bit brave. I don't know if I can finish it at 20. I think it's strenuous, but since he has this confidence, I think he should be able to last for a long time. Hope he brought the portal scroll. Quote. "Let's move forward, the entrance looks a bit sloppy. For those who are just guarding outside, their talents are actually average, so they have never entered this instance at all. Otherwise, you will only feel that Bai Yi is courting death." This level of difficulty dungeon, coupled with the nightmare level, professionals who have not completed a turn, will die if they enter. Lao Wang chased after him at this time. Seeing Bai Yi go in without hesitation, he could only wait outside helplessly. Seeing the darkness of the entrance, old Wang himself felt quite stressed. "Bai Yi, what kind of summoned beast did he cultivate? Can you give him such courage?" At this time, 2 figures, one fat and one thin, also walked towards this side. They looked at the entrances of the 2 dungeons, and seemed a little dumbfounded. The fatter one came over. "Hey, hello, I would like to ask, how come there are 2 entrances to this dungeon? Which one is the magic cave of Myriad Realms?" "Both are." "Ah." Regarding Fatty's question, the guards looked them up and down. "Are you a professional?" "Yes, of course." "Then at your age, you don't even know. Is this someone doing a 1-turn mission?" "This is a mission dungeon created by a 1-turn scroll." "Oh, that's it, I see." Old Wang on the side looked at this fat and thin man, and was also full of doubts. The main reason is these 2 people. They are not young, and they look a bit strange. The fat one is a bit too fat, like a ball, and the thin one, like a hemp stick. Even his face is extraordinarily long. However, Lao Wang didn't think much about it. After all, there are all kinds of strange occupations, and he just continued to sort out the information about the Grey Mist secret realm. "See if you have missed anything." At this time, the fat man and the thin man had already hid aside, discussing in a low voice. The fat man asked, "What is a 1-spin scroll? Do you know?" The thin man also had doubts on his face. "I wasn't a professional before, how did I know this, but don't you think this black dungeon looks very powerful? Then which one should we pour the liquid of chaos on?" "It must be the one that splashes the most. The more powerful the better, the adults will definitely praise us at that time." "Are you sure?" "Okay, you go and splash." When the fat man told him to go, he immediately shook his head. I don't dare, you should go, the adults will definitely praise you when the time comes. The thin man said unhappily, then I'll go splash it, and you can just run with me after a while. After finishing speaking, the thin man carefully took the liquid of chaos and walked towards the copy again. Kai. At this moment, a brand new private car that hadn't even had a license plate drifted to a stop in front of everyone. Due to the anxiety, the private car almost rolled over. The person who came was the bearded master. Seeing that there were many people around, the bearded master shouted directly, "Hey, that skinny man, come here." Hearing someone calling him, the thin man immediately sped up and walked to the entrance of the dungeon in 2 steps. The guard who realized something was wrong was just about to stop the thin man when he saw the figure suddenly appear in front of him. Boom! The 2 guards didn't even have time to take out their weapons, as if they were hit by a truck, they flew straight to both sides. Even the special armor issued was directly deformed by the collision. After flying out, it was like 2 rag bags rolled around several times, obviously lifeless. Gotcha! Following the shattering of a glass bottle, a cloud of gray liquid was splashed onto the entrance of the dungeon. Seeing this scene, the bearded master, the vest on his upper body, instantly roared because of the explosive momentum. The bearded master received the news before and ordered someone to show up. So I rushed over, 1 fat and 1 thin, there was a problem at a glance. Because there are 2 guards besides 1 fat and 1 thin, and Lao Wang is beside him. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, the bearded master didn't act immediately. As a result, this moment of hesitation led to the death of 2 guards, which made the bearded master immediately fall into a rage. The thin man decided to retreat after seeing his hand. But when he turned around, the fat man had disappeared, and in front of his eyes, there was a fist that was constantly expanding. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. If the 2 guards were just hit by a truck, the thin man seemed to be hit by a fighter plane at twice the speed of sound. Except for a sound, the whole thin man was turned into a blood mist by a punch. Originally, Pharaoh was on the side. Seeing the thin man's speed, he also sensed the danger. After all, a mage like him is afraid of this kind of speed worker. In the end, the opponent killed 2 guards with only his body, and it seemed that he didn't run after them at all. It was more like dropping by and killing them both. The armor they wear is the same as that issued by the employees of the transfer temple on Old Wang's side. The defense power is no worse than silver level top grade defense equipment, and the maintenance cost is even higher than gold level equipment. As a result, with the physical body, it will be crushed in a day. This made him full of doubts. The agility attribute is high, and the physique is also ridiculously high. What kind of occupation is this thin man? It seems that I have been involved in some extraordinary incident. Is this still remote Xinjiang? So strong, do you want to withdraw first? There are still people waiting for me in the Devil City. As a result, the next scene made him dumbfounded. A punch, just a punch. The skinny man who was invincible just now in Lao Wang's eyes was beaten into a blood mist. Seeing that the bearded master looked at him, old Wang Li immediately raised his hands. I didn't do anything. I know you. You are a member of the job-changing temple, but what are you doing here? Old Wang's level, it is obviously impossible to come here to upgrade. I'm waiting here for Bai Yi to come out of the dungeon. You know Bai Yi? Oh, yes, I remembered. Seeing that the bearded master had no killing intent, Lao Wang was relieved, but when he looked at the entrance of the dungeon, he immediately shouted, I'm so stupid, what's wrong with this dungeon? I saw that the copy at this time, the original black entrance, is now overflowing with strands of black energy. If the previous entrance seems to be able to pull people into the abyss, then now, it seems to be a monster in the abyss, struggling constantly, trying to get out of the dungeon. It was said before that ordinary professionals will subconsciously stay away when they see this entrance, but now they just want to run away as soon as possible. Even the bearded master has never seen this situation. Old Wang stood aside, his eyes full of seriousness. What did that skinny man do to this dungeon just now? Why did it become so terrifying? I looked at it. Why is it a bit like a dungeon riot? Dungeon riots mean that there is a problem with the dungeon, and during this period unless all the wild monsters in it are resolved. Otherwise, no professional can enter or leave, nor can they use props to leave. Either the professionals inside will deal with all the wild monsters, or all the professionals inside will die, and the rioting wild monsters will rush out of the dungeon directly. The bearded master didn't know the specific situation. It looks a bit similar, but I remember the dungeon riot. It's red, and I haven't heard of it. It can be artificially intervened in the dungeon riot. By the way, you said that Bai Yi entered this dungeon. Did he go in to do a mission? Sure enough, it's just this kid. Bai Yi was only LV-19 yesterday, so I will do a mission today. This confirms that Bai Yi stole the head experience of that bald man yesterday. Seeing Lao Wang nodding his head, the bearded master thought for a while, and based on his understanding of Bai Yi, he would definitely not do risky things for such a rogue person. Although this phenomenon does look a bit like a dungeon riot, it shouldn't be a big problem. So I told the organization, just send someone to block the surrounding area. He himself planned to stay here, waiting for Bai Yi to come out. Lao Wang saw the terrifying combat power of the bearded master, and couldn't help asking, "May I ask, what is your relationship with Bai Yi?" Speaking of this, the bearded master laughed, "Haha, me, I am Bai Yi's future mentor." Hearing this result, Lao Wang obviously didn't understand. You are Bai Yi's future mentor. Then why don't you worry about being afraid of the night? The bearded master was puzzled. What's the matter? With Bai Yi's strength, it should be easy to complete the task of a turn. Even if it is really a dungeon riot, it should be easy. After all, Bai Yi was counting the rankings, and later he was able to kill the bald man quietly under his nose. At that time, the bearded master expressed his confidence in Bai Yi's strength. Now the old Wang knows, but the bearded master doesn't understand at all. You don't know what kind of dungeon this is. What copy? Is there any difference? Old Wang was in a hurry. This dungeon is said to be the strongest dungeon below 1 turn, and I only managed to clear it once when I was LV-35. Then what's the matter? Maybe it's just your strength. Just order something. Pharaoh. I mean, for this dungeon, the minimum requirement for the first floor is 40-star power. Now Bai Yi is a nightmare level 1st rank mission. The difficulty has been increased by 5 times, so it requires 200 stars of combat power. When it reaches the 3rd floor, it requires 300 stars of combat power. Plus what the skinny guy did just now. If it's really a dungeon riot, do you think the current dungeon is a professional who hasn't completed a single turn? Can you clear it? This remark instantly made the bearded master understand. What? This dungeon requires such a high combat power. This is not right. Based on my own understanding of Bai Yi, in the car at that time, the enemy hadn't even shown up, so Bai Yi ran away immediately. Instead of choosing the easiest 1-turn task, you just ran to choose the hardest one. Is this still the Bai Yi I know? You must know that the minimum requirement here is 300-star combat power, which is not comparable to the combined combat power of Bai Yi's pile of summoned beasts. According to Bai Yi's calculations, the combat power of this dungeon would be hundreds of thousands. Now the bearded master asked a little nervously, how long has Bai Yi been in? Old Wang can't wait to roll his eyes at this moment, but you are still Bai Yi's future mentor. How can you be such a mentor? He just went in not long ago. Just went in, that's fine, he just needs to bring the city return scroll. Quote. Looking at the entrance that seemed to be leaking from the demonic energy at this time, Lao Wang asked angrily, then what if it is really a dungeon riot and the city return scroll can't be used? Forehead. The bearded master is also officially starting to get nervous at this time. This is his future lover. How about we give it a try? How to try? The bearded master explained. Let's find someone with the same level and try to see if we can get in. If we can get in, we should be able to use the city return scroll. Gurgling. Old Wang swallowed. How do you get in here? If you don't have enough strength, won't you die if you go in? Just at this time, the entrance of the normal copy suddenly lit up with a golden light. A slim figure stepped out. The eyes of the bearded master and Lao Wang immediately locked onto her, because the person who came out was none other than Sha Qingshe. But this time, Sha Qingshe completed the strategy for the strongest dungeon below 1 rank by herself. When the two of them saw this, their eyes lit up immediately. This is the right candidate, isn't this here? Seeing the two of them staring at her, especially one of them with a beard and a vest on her upper body, Sha Qingshui's face immediately turned cold, and she turned her head and left. The bearded master and Lao Wang also realized it immediately. It's over, it seems that they have been misunderstood. Isn't this a joke? If this gets out, with the two of them in their current status, are they going to look at the girl at the door of the dungeon? A small boss of the Dragon Cave, a person in charge of the transfer temple in Qingcheng, at the door of the dungeon, sister. If it gets out, I'm afraid I will lose face to my grandma's house. Old Wang almost burst into tears. Before he had time to flatter Sha Qingshe, he began to be disgusted. Old Wang hurriedly waved his hand to explain, "Student Sha Qingshe, wait a minute, we need your help." Quote. As soon as the words came out, Sha Qingshui's pace became faster. The two old kings. Old Wang still had the cheek to stop Sha Qingshe. After all, if he didn't explain clearly, this old face would really be lost. The main thing is that it concerns Bai Yi. Student Sha Qingshe, it's like this, first look at the instance entrance over there. Only then did Sha Qingshe notice the entrance to the dungeon that was oozing with black air. We want you to help us for the money. Try to see if the dungeon is a dungeon riot. Upon hearing the dungeon riot, Sha Qingshe frowned. If it's a dungeon riot, I can't stop the wild monsters rushing out of it. Now, shouldn't you go find someone from the city defense team? After speaking, Sha Qingshe was ready to leave. Apparently Sha Qingshe knew what a dungeon riot was, but she misunderstood the two of them, thinking that she wanted to help resist it. The copy is rioting, and the wild monsters inside will rush out. At this time, Sha Qingshe had just captured this dungeon, and now she didn't have the energy to help resist it. Seeing that Sha Qingshe was about to leave again, Old Wang said in a hurry, the main thing is that Bai Yi is inside, so we want you to try it to see if this is a dungeon riot. You are all students of the number 3 middle school, you shouldn't just ignore death, right? Upon hearing Bai Yi, Sha Qingshe stopped immediately. What did you say? Bai Yi is inside. Upon hearing Bai Yi's name, Sha Qingshe stopped in her tracks. Looking carefully at the entrance of the dungeon, I just successfully captured the basic version of this dungeon. Didn't expect Bai Yi to be in the nightmare mode. Sha Qingshe was curious, why did this copy become like this? The bearded master didn't want the news of the stranger to be leaked, so he just explained, some accident happened, and we don't know the specific situation. Seeing the style of the bearded master, Sha Qingshe obviously didn't have a good impression, and she frowned again. What do you want me to do? Old Wang hurriedly replied, if you can go in, then it's okay, at least it proves that the dungeon is still normal. You just need to hold on for 5 seconds until the city return scroll takes effect, and leave directly. Quote. Good, because before, she owed Bai Yi a favor, and Sha Qingshe agreed without thinking. Lao Wang quickly apologized. After all, this is a good seedling of the Sha family, don't lose his wife and lose his army. Okay, do you have anything to prepare? The wild monsters inside are quite difficult now. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at the bearded master beside him. Boss, are you looking for something to save your life? Lend her some use. Oh, speaking of this, the bearded master just remembered that this dungeon is not simple, if it is not a dungeon riot. Going in with Sha Qingshui's current strength, staying for a long time must be bad luck. This is also one of her future lovers, so she can't be careless. Then, the two of them began to look down in their backpacks to see if there were any suitable props or equipment for Sha Qingshe. As a result, the two just found it. Hey, I have a prop here, which can withstand several attacks. I have a piece of armor of good quality, which can also reduce damage a few times. It just so happens that she wears both, double insurance. The two of them had just found out the props, and when they looked up, they found that Sha Qingshe had already walked in front of the dungeon. Wait, student Sha Qingshe, the props haven't been given to you yet. Wait a minute, don't worry. Result, Sha Qingshe didn't hesitate at all, and planned to walk into the dungeon as soon as she took a step. The black air at the entrance of the dungeon also transformed into several terrifying claws at this time, as if they wanted to grab Sha Qingshe. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. But at this moment, Sha Qingshe suddenly stopped in place, as if hesitating for a moment. Seeing this, Lao Wang and Wang quickly stepped forward and asked, what's the matter? Don't worry, get the props first. Can't get in. What? Can't get in? The words, can't get in, immediately made the atmosphere tense. Because this means that this dungeon is indeed in a dungeon riot, otherwise the level meets the requirements and there will be no situation of being unable to enter. In this case, there are only two possibilities left in the ending, either Bai Yi kills all the wild monsters, or Bai Yi dies at the hands of wild monsters. There is no other possibility. After hearing these three words, Old Wang instantly regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would not have agreed to make the Grey Fog Secret Realm the place for the entrance examination. After the man in black left, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong, if the other party was really just for my child to get a good grade in the exam. Relying on the strength of the man in black, he dressed his child in top quality equipment and passed the test no matter what. Now, his only hope, to let Bai Yi protect the students when the time comes, is shattered. It seems that the road of the man in black will not work, and he may even be retaliated against. Lao Wang looked at it at this time, as if he had suddenly aged a lot. It seems that the only option is to change the test location. Although Lao Wang really wanted to be transferred to the magic capital, and he didn't want to offend the mysterious man in black, he didn't dare to gamble with the lives of the students. At this moment, Lao Wang decided to change the location of the assessment to another one when he went back, and just pretend that the man in black never showed up. Anyway, it wasn't the first time my hopes had been shattered. The bearded master at the side also thought to himself, why is Bai Yi suddenly confused this time? A person who thought he was very clever before, why did he suddenly become confused and come to this dungeon? But let's get in touch now. Bai Yi offended those strangers to see. It seems that the other party deliberately killed Yu Yi. This is also in line with the character of the aliens who must retaliate. It's a pity for this future lover. Sha Qingshui's voice was a little trembling at this time. Is it true that Bai Yi can't clear this dungeon? Old Wang shook his head. I was right next to him at the time. If he didn't choose the first two easy tasks, he insisted on choosing the hardest one. Maybe this is fate. The bearded master didn't give up hope anymore. He just quietly took out his communication equipment. Notify the city defense department that a dungeon riot is about to happen here. Take precautions against wild monsters attacking the city. Seeing the reaction of the two of them, Sha Qingshui didn't know why she didn't have the sense of relief that she didn't need to return favors. Instead, he walked slowly to the professional bus stop sign with no one in front of him. Sit there quietly. Soon, professionals from the city defense department rushed over and surrounded the place, the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors several times. Seeing this scene, the bearded master and Lao Wang also left the exit of the dungeon. Quietly came to the seat at the bus stop and sat here. For some reason, Lao Wang and the three of them did not leave tacitly, but waited quietly. Maybe there will be a miracle. Time passed by, and the solemn city defense department had hundreds of people, but it was surprisingly quiet, making the atmosphere more and more dignified. Sha Qingshui watched Lao Wang and Wang sit on her left side, and muttered in a low voice, I heard that Bai Yi usually prefers to take the professional bus. This was heard from the original group of 4, and the back that Sha Qingshui saw back then also disappeared on the professional bus. Although the bearded master wants to complain, Bai Yi has paid for his bus fare for free several times, and he likes to take the free professional bus, which really resembles Bai Yi's character. But after all, people may be gone, and now it's just a matter of time. There is no complaint. Bai Yi is actually a big dog. He spent a lot of money to buy summoned beasts, and even cheated 3 million from himself. Only Pharaoh, who didn't know anything, almost slapped himself. In the past few years, in order to gain resources to curry favor with the people above, I have often pitted number 3 middle school and other colleges. Bai Yi's talent is so good, but he is still so frugal. He is really not human. I really deserve to die. Time passed quietly in this silent atmosphere. Until a loud and clear voice sounded from the guard team, attention everyone, get ready for battle. At the entrance of the dungeon at this time, the black magic energy suddenly became wanton. The moats guarding outside immediately clenched their weapons. There was a trace of sadness in the eyes of the three of them immediately. Sure enough, has it reached this point? But immediately afterwards, attention all, the crisis is resolved, and everyone retreats in an orderly manner. When the three of them turned their heads, they saw that the hideous dungeon entrance just now had disappeared. Instead, Bai Yi looked puzzled. As soon as Bai Yi stepped out of the dungeon, he saw a group of fully armed professionals surrounding him. Most importantly, many professionals with long-distance skills almost confiscated their hands, so they had to give Bai Yi a firepower cover. Bai Yi was planning to use Dimension Shift to escape. This scene is shocking, thanks to the good professionalism of the Moat team. Of course, although they ran for nothing, compared with the real dungeon riot, it is obvious that they don't need to contribute any effort and no casualties, which makes them happier. So they all retreated happily one by one. It was a false alarm. Bai Yi explained to the professionals headed by the Moat team that he was just completing the mission of the first turn. It was too late to ask what happened, and the other party also withdrew. It was almost time for people to withdraw. Bai Yi's eyes fell on the remaining 3 people. Lao Wang and the bearded master ran over with surprise on their faces. The first thing I heard was the hearty laughter of the bearded master. "Ha ha, good boy, you are indeed my future lover, so it's fine. What kind of summoned beast did you contract?" The old Wang on the side was also emotional. "You said that you don't do simple tasks, but you insist on doing this task. We almost scared us to death." Question mark. Seeing how concerned the two are, Bai Yi doesn't know why. "By the way, do we know each other well?" Question mark. Bai Yi's words almost killed the two of them. But there is nothing wrong with what Bai Yi said. One is the old king who mocked him at the beginning, and the other is the ace mentor who has met a few times, but he doesn't want to know his identity at all. "Why did you suddenly run over with a face full of concern for yourself? What's going on?" Lao Wang was actually the most surprised. He really didn't have much to do with Bai Yi. But the boss next to me, Bai Yi, is also so shameless. Is it because Bai Yi really doesn't know him? Or is it because Bai Yi doesn't know the strength of this big guy? It shouldn't be possible if you don't know it, it's your strength. The scene where he punched that skinny man into blood missed just now, but old Wang will never forget it in his life. Most people will be upset when Bai Yi asks, "Do we know each other well?" But Bai Yi's words put Pharaoh and Master Beard on the same starting line. In other words, in Bai Yi's eyes, there is no difference between himself and this big boss. So at this moment, old Wang felt a little dark in his heart for no reason. Cao Wang explained, "I'm not afraid that your difficulty will be hit, so I followed." The bearded master rushed to say, "In the end, a strange thin man poured a bottle of weird liquid on your copy, causing your copy to riot." Hearing the strange thin man, Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and heard the meaning. But Bai Yi wondered again, what is a dungeon riot? Lao Wang and Wang couldn't believe that Bai Yi didn't even know what a dungeon riot was. After Lao Wang's explanation, Bai Yi finally understood. "No wonder I entered the dungeon at the beginning, and everything was normal, except that the strength of the wild monsters increased a little. As soon as he sent Anti-Bone Boy to kill the 2 giant swords guarding the gate, suddenly the whole dungeon started to vibrate, and then, there was no need for Bai Yi to continue looking for the way. Because all the wild monsters started to run out as if they were crazy. Although the strength of the wild monsters has gone up to a new level, it makes Bai Yi very happy. Because of the structure of the maze, there is no need to face too many wild monsters at the same time. Even if all the normal wild monsters have been upgraded to the gold level due to the nightmare level dungeon, and the boss has even reached the dark gold level, but the level is there, and the enhancement is limited. Compared with Anti-Bone Boy and Da Dao Boy, it still lacks a lot of meaning. Plus Bai Yi himself, release skills from time to time, play support. So Bai Yi just stayed at the entrance, guarding the gate with 1 man, and killed all the wild monsters. The efficiency is directly full. The final boss, the copied copy, has only attributes and no skills. Anti-Bone Boy directly turned on, Broken Army, turned into a god of war, dragged the replica with Bai Yi, and the hidden big knife easily solved the main body of the boss. Although Bai Yi poured cold water on the 2 of them, Bai Yi is fine. After all, feelings can be cultivated slowly. Lao Wang took the lead and said, "It's good that it's okay, then I'll go first." As for the matter of preparing to ask Bai Yi, he was not in a hurry. At least according to Bai Yi's current unfathomable strength, it would be easy to take care of the students. If he wants to come to the man in black and want to do something, Bai Yi can easily deal with it in the Grey Fog secret realm, with level restrictions. So Pharaoh walked back happily. After all, the other party really cared about him, and Bai Yi replied politely, "Go slowly. Next, only the bearded master is left. As for Sha Qingshe, the moment Sha Qingshe saw that Bai Yi was fine, Sha Qingshe was about to step forward when she suddenly realized something was wrong. What's wrong with me? I'm caring about Bai Yi. No, it's just that I owe Bai Yi a favor, and I can just find another chance to repay this favor in the future. I am not familiar with him either. Yes, that's it. I'm just afraid that if I don't pay back this favor, it will affect my mood in the future. That's right, that's it. While thinking, Sha Qingshe subconsciously got on the long overdue professional bus and left silently. See only myself. The bearded master scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling that what Bai Yi said just now meant that he still didn't want to have anything to do with him. Thinking about it, Yiren is really too dangerous for Bai Yi now. It seems that another opportunity needs to be found for the plan of recruiting apprentices. Why did I forget to add Sha Qingshui's prestige just now? I miscalculated. It's okay, then I will withdraw first. Arriving at his new car, as soon as the bearded master started the car, Bai Yi followed. The bearded master thought that Bai Yi had figured it out and stopped playing with him, pretending not to know, and was about to speak. Durunhua, thank you, Master Beard. This is a new car, so don't worry about it. You called the moat team just now. I was not killed by wild monsters, but was almost wiped out by the moat team. Ah, get in the car and fasten your seat belt. In the car, after a brief silence. The bearded master still couldn't bear it. Boy, what kind of summoned beast did you cultivate? You must know that the dungeon just now is definitely far beyond the range that can only be accessed at the first rank. The combat power requirement of 200 or 300 stars is not enough for many people at the second rank. Even seeing it at the time, Bai Yi cultivated the big sword praying mantis, summoned beast egg that he sold. But that dungeon was cleaned up by the bearded master at that time. With the attribute of big sword praying mantis, it is definitely not enough to support Bai Yi to solve the dungeon just now. Not to mention, the three people just now forgot. The speed at which Bai Yi cleared the dungeon was also ridiculously fast. It took only a few hours before and after, but that was a whole dungeon of wild monsters. Lao Wang definitely didn't talk nonsense, so the wild monster group with more than 200 stars, if they fall into riots, their combat power will increase a lot. As for Bai Yi's level, it is definitely impossible to say that he really picked up the egg of 020 or some other divine beast. Such absurd things cannot be tamed even if the level is not enough to tame. So what kind of summoned beast was it that allowed Bai Yi to complete this mission? The bearded master's curiosity about this is like a bug crawling in his heart. Unexpectedly, Bai Yi did not refuse to answer, but said, "You answer a few of my questions first, and I will tell you." Okay, you ask. What's the name of your organization? What are those aliens looking for? Haha, you have to think clearly. I really don't know what to look for, but if I tell you about the organization, you have to join our organization, otherwise the consequences are not something you can afford. Hehe, what does this mean? The bearded master didn't respond, and after thinking about it, I knew that Bai Yi would definitely be curious. After all, he was a young man, so how could he be so patient and resist asking? Our organization is called Dragon Cave, and it belongs to Master Qinglong, one of the 4 legends of the Dragon Kingdom. Quote, how about, join us, you will have a huge backer. Don't worry, someone like you who just joined will not assign you any dangerous tasks, nor will it affect your life. You should go to college, go to college. It will be allocated after graduation, and the resources of our organization are absolutely top-notch. As long as you have the ability, the top red skills can be exchanged at will. Well, do you want to join us? I reject. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Boy, don't be ignorant of flattery. Others can't get in if they want to, so I have to beg you. Please, I also refuse. Bonnie, the bearded master can't understand Bai Yi. I've used all my coercion and lure, it's not working. Seeing Bai Yi's indifferent expression, the bearded master finally came to his senses. The question that Bai Yi asked before getting into the car, you call the people from the moat team, it was actually to test yourself. Being able to have a relationship with the moat team represents one's own organization, and it is impossible to have a relationship with an evil organization. That means your own organization, and there is no way to say that after you know it, you either join or silence it. No wonder I just threatened Bai Yi at my own risk, but I got a hee-hee. Bonnie. At this time, the bearded master felt his blood pressure rise again. But there is one thing, just from the other party, causing a riot in the copy where Bai Yi is located, at least it can prove that Bai Yi definitely has nothing to do with other people. Relationship is also hostility. Then I really have nothing to do with Bai Yi, eh, good citizen? The bearded master couldn't help but asked, then you can tell me now, what is your summoned beast? I haven't finished asking yet. Mustache master. I want to know, does your organization belong to an individual, or does it belong to the Dragon Kingdom? How could Bai Yi have never heard of the 4 legends of the Dragon Kingdom, but for their organization, it is obviously not possible to get it just by asking. For an organization with such a domineering background, Bai Yi is curious, is it under the control of the state? Of course it belongs to the country. If we belonged to individuals, we would have been crushed to death by the country long ago. How could it have allowed us to develop so far? Except for Master Vermilion Bird's organization, which is now regarded as belonging to an individual, other organizations are under the control of the state. In fact, this is no secret to high-level professionals. The bearded master felt that Bai Yi would know sooner or later, so he said bluntly, our Dragon Cave is relatively mysterious and we also perform more dangerous tasks. Lord Baihu's subordinates are like the guard team you saw just now, including the city lord and the job-changing temple, they are all actually subordinate to his department. We are equivalent to 1 light and 1 dark. Bai Yi was puzzled, didn't you just say that a subordinate individual would be crushed to death by the state? Why is Master Vermilion Bird subordinate to himself? Because Master Vermilion Bird's organization, Sycamore, is an intelligence department. Something happened before, which caused a gap between Master Vermilion Bird and the top, I don't know the details. Hearing about the intelligence department, Bai Yi immediately thought of the words of the headmaster's grandmother, women like to collect gossip. 0. Dao said, is the principal's grandma a member of the door organization? Bai Yi estimated that 8 or 9 are close to 10. What about Master Xuanwu? Master Xuanwu has no organization, he is alone. By the way, do you know why Master Xuanwu is called Master Xuanwu? Why? Because he has lived from before the invasion of 10,000 realms to the present. What? Surprised to see Bai Yi's face. The bearded master couldn't help feeling complacent, finally he was surprised to see this kid. After a few times of contact, the bearded master must have thought that this kid Bai Yi could not have an old pervert living in his head, with so many eyes. It turned out that he was still a newcomer after all. Can you let me see your summoned beast now? Snap. As Bai Yi snapped his fingers, a huge figure suddenly appeared on the rear seat of the car. Looking at Da Dao's eye, that familiar look, the bearded master's blood pressure immediately went up again. I don't want to see this, the egg of the summoned beast of Big Dao Mantis, back then, should I sell it to Darunhua? Quote. Oh, then I don't know, and you didn't say, whether you like it or not. Snap. As Bai Yi snapped his fingers again, Da Dao's eye entered the shadow stealth state again. Only then did the bearded master realize that he had killed so many big sword mantis back then, and he had never encountered that big sword mantis. Would he be able to sneak? Moreover, the stealth skills of this big sword praying mantis are obviously not at a glance. Not only did I not notice it all the time, but even with its size, I didn't notice a slight change in the car when it got on the back row of the car. After driving a private car for so many years, the bearded master can almost tell the weight of every passenger in the car just by feeling. Obviously, the stealth skill of this big sword mantis is very high. Could it be that I was mistaken at the time? The big sword praying mantis for sale actually has hidden blood. Thinking back carefully, the bearded master thought it was very possible, because the shopping guide at that time was a little too enthusiastic. He couldn't have seen it at the time and didn't tell me on purpose, did he? So am I at a loss? So the bearded master asked, how much did you pay for the egg of this summoned beast? He gave me a 20% discount, which seems to be less than 1.8 million. Bonnie, cheaper than selling it yourself. Hearing this result, at least it can prove that the summoned beast eggs I sold at that time were indeed normal. It seems that Bai Yi has a strong ability to cultivate summoned beasts, so the bearded master will not bother. Came to Darunhua. The bearded master felt that Bai Yi joined for the time being, and he could only talk about it later, and the two parted ways. As soon as I entered the door, I was still familiar with the shopping guide. You are here, what are you going to buy today, or should I find Master Zhou Zheng? Bai Yi wondered. Zhou Zheng is here. Yes, after you chatted with young Master Zhou Zheng yesterday, he opened a forging room and has not left. It's not out yet. No. Hearing that Zhou Zheng is still busy, it seems that Zhou Zheng is quite concerned. Bai Yi decided to deal with today's harvest first. Completed the mission of one turn today, Bai Yi has gained a lot. There were 32 pieces of gold level equipment alone. Because of the ability to transfer damage, Bai Yi replaced all his replaceable equipment, this time with ones that add spiritual attributes. After all, the damage transfer is now calculated according to the defense of the summoned beast, and it has nothing to do with the defensive equipment you wear. And if the summoned beasts can't handle it, it's useless for Bai Yi to wear anything, it's really worth adding spiritual attributes. The rest are all sold. As for the gold level materials obtained by dismantling, there were more than 600 copies in total, all of which were also sold. After all, Dadao Zai and the others, now strengthened with gold level materials, can no longer add many attributes. And this is not Bai Yi's biggest achievement this time. Bai Yi got such a prompt after killing the last boss. Reminder: the progress of the first turn task has been completed, and the score is being counted. Reminder: due to external interference, the difficulty of the dungeon will increase, the score will increase, and the final score will be SSS+. Reminder: after the statistics are completed, the attribute value obtained by the next upgrade is X10, and additional props and skill improvement stones primary will be obtained. Skill Enhancement Stone Elementary, you can choose a skill that is not higher than blue to strengthen. Didn't arrive first. This accident, what strange person made a ghost, inexplicably changed his mission. Next, every time you upgrade a level, the attribute will increase by 10 times. That is to say, if Bai Yi is upgraded to 1 level now, he will have 1300 attributes. As for this skill strengthening stone, Bai Yi decisively strengthened the skill, Vine Entangling. Although logically speaking, it is the most cost-effective to use this skill strengthening stone to strengthen blue skills and upgrade to purple. But Bai Yi feels that Vine Entangling is very easy to use. It can be used to control and change the terrain. I don't have any blue skills for the time being, so I might as well use this earlier. So it was strengthened decisively. Hint: the skill strengthening stone primary has been used successfully. Hint: Vines Entangled green, Thorn Bound blue. Bound of Thorns blue summons a large number of thorns to bind the enemy. The number of summoned thorns depends on the energy consumption. Bai Yi tried it. This thorn is a vine with a lot of barbs. Now not only can it bind the enemy, but it will also cause certain damage, and the strength of the vines has also increased a lot. The effect is very good, and it is a step closer to the birth of the tree world. Clatter. When Bai Yi dumped all the equipment on the table, because the table was not big enough, a lot of equipment fell to the ground. At this moment, the shopping guide felt that he was going to be numb. I have seen ones selling equipment, but I have never seen such a wholesale one. Especially when it's all gold. Looking at the equipment that fell to the ground, the shopping guide froze. Forcibly biting the tip of his tongue, the shopping guide calmed himself down, and hurriedly took out the instrument to calculate the price. I've done the math, the total is. Wait a minute, I still have more, you can put these away first. Also, oh, okay, wait a minute. Well, it's really numb now. A total of 600 gold level materials, and the size of each material is different. After calculating all the prices, the shopping guide felt that he didn't have much hair, and seemed to have even less hair. But I can't hold back my happiness. Because the total price is as high as more than 180 million. My own commission alone can be in the millions. The shopping guide said, I can do this job forever. Yesterday I was still feeling that Bai Yi spends money like water, who knows that Bai Yi's ability to make money is even more exaggerated. After finishing the statistics, the shopping guide intends to show Bai Yi the price list he has calculated. As a result, Bai Yi said bluntly, I've said everything, I believe in your profession. Then, shall I contact the finance department and transfer it to you? No rush, I'll see if there's anything I want to buy. Okay, take your time and I'll make you a pot of tea. This time I had to pick the best tea here, and the shopping guide paid for it out of his own pocket, that's why he had the confidence. Bai Yi browsed the material, but after looking for a long time, there was nothing suitable at all. Even if there are, the number is very small, which does not meet Bai Yi's expectations. Could it be that this money can't be spent even if you want to spend it? Until Bai Yi turned to the last page of the material, he didn't see any dark gold material that he wanted. Could it be that you buy Baijin grade directly? Although it was affordable, Bai Yi found that this Darunhua did not have Baijin level materials at all. Think about it, after all, RT Runhua is not a very high-end shopping place for professionals. In addition, Qingcheng is not a big city, and the consumption level of professionals, the dark gold level, is already very rare. It seems that if I want more advanced things, I have to go to a big city and be good at more advanced channels. Or consider the organization of the bearded master. After thinking about it, Bai Yi decided to talk about it later. The next page of material is props. Bai Yi saw a lot of novel props, things that can prolong the time, add to the fun. These are the best sellers, and they are all at the top. Others, such as searching for traces, resisting damage, and breathing underwater, are generally sold. Until Bai Yi turned to the last page, a familiar prop appeared again. It is the prop that Bai Yi just used, skill upgrade stone elementary only 1, and the price is 200 million. At the same time, this is also the most expensive item sold by Darunhua. Gotcha. As the door of the reception room opened, Zhou Zheng actually came over with the shopping guide. It turned out that the shopping guide was looking at Bai Yi. After selling so many things at once, he felt that he had to tell Zhou Zheng. Bai Yi looked at Zhou Zheng at this time. The dark circles under his eyes were bigger than his fists, as if he had stayed up all night for consecutive nights and rewarded himself many times. Are you okay? Bai Yi was afraid that Zhou Zheng would die suddenly now. Good, very good, never better. After 18 hours of continuous hard work, Zhou Zheng had brushed up his proficiency to the point where he could synthesize gold level equipment to dark gold level. Of course, thanks to Bai Yi's sponsorship, he survived the difficult early stage, otherwise he would never have this opportunity. In order to grasp the possibility of changing his destiny, Zhou Zheng really worked hard. I can synthesize gold level equipment now, and the success rate is close to 30%. It is gold level equipment. Those that are repeated, the quality is average, and the characteristics after synthesis are also average. The earning is not too much. But at least I made money. Bai Yi, I don't know how to thank you. You don't need to thank you can go to rest now, and help me synthesize the equipment later. Hearing Bai Yi's words, Zhou Zheng was even more grateful. He didn't expect Bai Yi to care about his body. It's okay, my state does not affect the success rate of the skill, I will help you synthesize it now. Don't worry, you'd better take a break first, I'll take a rest here too. Alright. Bai Yi is not afraid of the failure of the synthesis. After all, Zhou Zheng also said, this does not affect the probability. Bai Yi is just afraid of Zhou Zheng's current state. Don't get halfway through the synthesis, or if he succeeds, he will get excited. After all, the current Bai Yi does not only have 2 gold level replica necklaces in his hand. Bai Yi didn't expect either. The last boss, unexpectedly, broke out a gold rank replica necklace, plus a dark gold rank necklace. This luck is also against the sky, so at this time, Bai Yi has an even crazier idea. Calling the shopping guide, Bai Yi pointed to the skill enhancement stone on the tablet. If I want this, can I get a 20% discount? In terms of funds, Bai Yi's harvest this time is only more than 180 million yuan, which is not enough for the time being. The shopping guide looked at the skill strengthening stone on the tablet. This thing can be regarded as the treasure of this RT Runhua store. For many years, no one would buy it. Because of the price of 200 million, buying a purple skill is more than enough. In addition, the original intention of Darunhua is to support the scene, so there is a premium, so the shopping guide directly made a decision, no problem, your diamond VIP will be valid forever. After paying 160 million, Bai Yi got this skill enhancement stone. It was decisively used in Bound of Thorns. Before there was no blue skill, it would be a disadvantage to use this enhancement stone. Now that he has it, Bai Yi has no reason to choose to strengthen the Sandstone Vortex. Reminder: Skill Strengthening Stone Elementary has been used successfully. Hint. Thorn Binding blue, Thorn Imprisonment purple. Thorn Imprisonment purple summons thorny vines to imprison the opponent. The number of summoned thorns depends on the mental power consumed, and the characteristics of thorns are increased, which is permanent. The skill improvement this time may not seem like much, but the key point lies in the characteristic, eternal. Yongu represents that the thorns and vines that Bai Yi summoned now will not disappear after the energy is exhausted. Just like the 100-meter Fang Yuan vine cage that Bai Yi summoned before, after its energy is exhausted, it will turn into energy debris and dissipate. At that time, the energy injected by Bai Yi actually lasted for about 10 minutes. But it will not disappear now, which also means that the people or wild monsters imprisoned by Bai Yi cannot break free from the thorns and vines, so they can only be imprisoned forever. Either wait to be rescued, or be consumed alive. So this upgrade is obviously far more than the previous enhancement stone. Very good, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. After strengthening his skills, Bai Yi took a rest in the reception room. After all, the battle in the morning was quite intense, but as a professional, it didn't take long for Bai Yi to be alive again. This time, the shopping guide collected some information about Zerg wild monsters. While waiting for Zhou Zheng, he read these information day and night. An hour or so later, Zhou Zheng came back, and this time the dark circles under his eyes were obviously lightened a lot. However, it was during this rest period that Zhou Zheng calmed down from the excitement of the night. The swearing maid just now has faded a lot now. He began to worry that Bai Yi helped him so much, which was equivalent to changing his life. If he failed Bai Yi's trust in him, what would he do? The 10 million sponsored by Bai Yi can be paid back by relying on the current self and giving himself a little time. But wasting Bai Yi's equipment, wouldn't that be a big sin? Seeing Bai Yi reading this material seriously, Zhou Zheng didn't know what to say. When Bai Yi saw him, he immediately threw the 2 necklaces over. Zhou Zheng caught it in a hurry, but was startled by Bai Yi. No pressure, just synthesize. Anyway, Bai Yi has already prepared the worst plan, and if it fails, then just use the newly released Dark Gold level and find the principal's grandma to copy it again. So I simply continued to read the information. Seeing that Bai Yi was so calm, Zhou Zheng's eyes gradually became firm, and in front of Bai Yi, he started to synthesize. Logically speaking, the method of synthesis is Zhou Zheng's exclusive secret, but seeing how Bai Yi trusts him so much, Zhou Zheng didn't shy away from it either. As Zhou Zheng began to display his talents, a furnace with exquisite shapes appeared out of thin air. Zhou Zheng directly put one of the gold-ranked necklaces into the furnace. With Zhou Zheng cheering on, the temperature of the furnace continued to rise, and the gold-level necklace began to melt gradually. Bai Yi also watched with a little interest at this moment. When the gold-level necklace was almost completely melted, Zhou Zheng suddenly used props to take out a bright spot of light from the melted gold water. Bai Yi guessed that this spot of light should be the characteristic of this gold-level necklace, but unexpectedly, in Zhou Zheng's hands, it actually turned into a solid feeling. The next step is to fuse this spot of light, as well as the melted gold water, with another untouched necklace. Bai Yi nodded. No wonder Zhou Zheng promised not to damage one of them. The synthesis is indeed different from what I imagined. Although these steps looked simple, the sweat on his face never stopped during the weekend, and Zhou Zheng didn't have time to wipe his sweat. It was obvious that Zhou Zheng was very focused. As the dark golden light came on, Zhou Zheng finally let go of his hanging heart. Zhou Zheng brought the successfully synthesized dark gold necklace in front of Bai Yi. Salary is worthy of life. Bai Yi also stretched out his hand. Result: Zhou Zheng didn't feel the necklace being taken away from his hand, but his hand sank instead. Dark gold grade, can it be synthesized? Looking at the 2 dark gold necklaces in his hand, although they seem to be a little different, the workmanship of his own looks a little worse. But Zhou Zheng, as a blacksmith, can feel that these 2 necklaces are indeed of the same origin. I can synthesize dark gold grades now, but the success rate will be much lower than gold grades. Are you sure you want to synthesize them? Should I wait for a while, wait until my success rate is higher? But Bai Yi shook his head. It's okay, strike while the iron is hot, no matter if it succeeds or not, I can only bring one anyway. Haven't you heard of it? Give it a try. Have you turned a bicycle into a motorcycle? Forehead. Zhou Zheng doesn't know how to describe Bai Yi anymore, although it is true that a person can only equip one necklace, but you can't get money, sell one of them. This dark gold ranked necklace is of excellent quality, and I felt it when I first smelted it. So the selling price is definitely not cheap. If Zhou Zheng was himself, he would definitely not bet on this probability. But Bai Yi said so. Zhou Zheng could only continue with apprehension. This was Zhou Zheng's first time synthesizing dark gold level equipment, and his nervousness was self-evident. I glanced at Bai Yi, but saw that Bai Yi continued to read the information. Zhou Zheng didn't know whether it was Bai Yi's simple heart, or deliberately not putting pressure on himself. After the smelting just now, maybe there is a residual breath in the furnace. The synthesis process was inexplicably smooth. It even feels a little coherent. Until the Baijin-colored light came on, Zhou Zheng himself still hadn't recovered. That's it. Bai Yi took the necklace from Zhou Zheng's hand. Baijin level copy pendant. Spirit plus 2280, can store 2 skills, can be picked randomly, or can be designated to copy. Skill bar 1. Space transfer. Red 20 coordinates can be set, and it can be directly sent to the coordinate point when activated. Now it can be sent to other items or creatures. The limited range is 1000 kilometers, and it can also be sent to the target point within the line of sight. Cool down. The time depends on the mental strength. Reminder: this skill is too powerful, and the copying effect is weakened by 50%. Skill bar 2. Empty. Bai Yi didn't expect that he still retained his previous skills. Moreover, the red skill really showed its strength at this time. Because of the equipment level restriction before, it was indeed a waste. Now the teleportation points have been doubled by 10 times, and not only Bai Yi can teleport by himself, but also other things. In this way, the operability is much more. For example, if Bai Yi sees something, he will send it away directly. Or send the summoned beast to pick up others. In addition, Bai Yi can also set up teleportation points on each summoned beast, so that he can run to the summoned beast at any time. Then there is similar to the blinking skill, Bai Yi can teleport to any place within the line of sight. Feeling the consumption, the current Bai Yi uses this skill, and the cooldown takes about 1 minute and 130. This is used well, whether it is a surprise attack or escape, it is first class. And with the improvement of Bai Yi's spiritual attributes, the cooldown will continue to decrease. Powerful. Bai Yi can only use this word to describe the skills of the principal's grandma. And now there is another skill column. Bai Yi can copy another skill, which is very good. Thanks, Zhou Zheng. After speaking, Bai Yi looked at Zhou Zheng, who was in a daze. What's wrong? Unexpectedly, Zhou Zheng suddenly bowed deeply to Bai Yi. I realized, Bai Yi, you are simply my reborn parents. Do you know why it was successful just now? I know now. I finally figured out how to maximize my talent. The reason why the success rate is so high just now is that these 3 necklaces are all of the same origin. This means that if I can develop a suitable synthetic route, the success rate will increase linearly. In the future, I can completely forge the same equipment and synthesize it at the same time, creating a weapon upgrade route from scratch. I feel that one day, I can even create an artifact. Bai Yi, this is all thanks to you. Looking at the excited Zhou Zheng, Bai Yi scratched his head. This kid seems stupid. Then have you ever thought about it? Even if you can create an artifact, can you hold it? Bai Yi's words instantly awakened Zhou Zheng. That's right, I am a lifestyle professional after all, and to put it bluntly, I have no combat power to protect myself. Even if I can forge a lot of good equipment when the time comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it. But Zhou Zheng thought about it. Isn't there Bai Yi? Bai Yi, from now on you cover me, I make money, how about sharing it with you equally? No, you can have 7 or 3. How? Say something, and I will listen to whatever you say in the future. Seeing Zhou Zheng's anxious look, Bai Yi also felt that Zhou Zheng's potential was good, so he regarded it as an investment. Maybe in the future, Zhou Zheng will need to help him synthesize weapons again. Okay, just divide it 50-50. Thank you, Bai Yi. So far, the joint stock company of Zhou Zheng and Bai Yi has been formally established. Looking at the excited Zhou Zheng, Bai Yi asked, what do you plan to do next? Zhou Zheng stood up with clenched fists. I want to go back first and take back everything that should belong to me. Forehead. Bai Yi was speechless. why did he find another friend with a chronic illness, but maybe he could introduce Zhou Zheng to Wei Zifang, so that they could discuss the illness with each other. Provincial Wei Zifang is always pestering himself. Leave your contact information, and Bai Yi is ready to withdraw. But at this moment, Zhou Zheng looked at the materials Bai Yi put down, and suddenly asked, Bai Yi, what are you doing with these? I'm looking for a suitable CAFC summoned beast. Summoned beast. Hey, I remembered, do you think this is a summoned beast? Bai Yi watched Zhou Zheng take out a black spherical substance and asked, what is this? It was given to me by a professional friend, who said that putting it outside can produce a delicious honey. Honey. At this time, Bai Yi recognized that this black spherical substance was actually a small honeycomb. But can there be bees in it? You should know that living things are generally not allowed to be put into the backpack of the panel. Unless the opponent forms its own space, such as the egg of a summoned beast. Has anything ever come out of here? Zhou Zheng recalled, I haven't seen it. I just got this thing not long ago. I put it in my backpack and forgot about it. Bai Yi put it into his backpack, only to see the unknown hive on the panel. It is indeed a beehive, but I don't know if there are bees in it. No, bees are useless. Even if Bai Yi wants to cultivate, he needs a queen bee. After observing it, the whole hive was in one piece, and after shaking it, there was no movement inside. External force broke the hive. Bai Yi felt uncomfortable. Dropped a drop of blood on the hive, and there was no reaction. At this time, Bai Yi thought of a possibility, took out his staff, and cast the skill, Taming. With the formation of the mysterious contract circle, it directly covered the hive. This time it finally paid off. On the black hive, a small opening was opened this time, and a queen bee the size of a little finger, yellow and black in color, similar to a hornet, came out of it. Bai Yi has absolutely crushing spiritual attributes, so it is no surprise. The contract was successful, and Bai Yi saw the other party's information. Summoned beast. Silver rank leafcutter queen. Level. Maturity, remaining lifespan is 12 years. Power. 90 plus 90. Physique. 112 plus 112. Agility. 450 plus 450. Spirit. 90 plus 90. Skills. Companion hive blue, stinger green, cut green. Comprehensive combat power. 30 stars. Associated hive blue, the hive is symbiotic and will produce 10 worker bee eggs every day. Poisonous stinger green, although the poison is small, it is accompanied by severe pain. Cutting green, after it is turned on during the flight, it turns into a sharp blade and cuts the enemy. Bai Yi never imagined that such a small queen bee would have 30-star combat power. And the agility attribute is very prominent, which gave Bai Yi a bold idea. Bai Yi picked up the tablet and began to flip through the materials. Soon a material was locked, gold rank thorn of the steel back. This is a wild monster shaped like a porcupine, with steel spines on its back. Although it is a gold level material, but because of its size, nothing can be made with one piece, and the price is the cheapest among gold level materials, so Bai Yi is very impressed. Called the shopping guide, Bai Yi directly asked for all inventory. A total of 1032 sticks, after a 20% discount, just spent all the money left. Anyway, others couldn't see his talent, so Bai Yi just told Zhou Zheng that he wanted to think about things, and then he activated his talent. Put the queen bee on the left, and put all the gold rank thorns of steel back on the right, and a dark gold ranked king's great sword heart. Hint: do you want to perform infinite alienation? Whether. Choose. Wish. Reminder. Please select the alienation result during infinite alienation. A. Evolve into a speedy queen bee, greatly strengthening agility. B. Evolve into the queen bee of the sharp blade, endowed with metal properties, and will not grow in size in the future. C. Evolve into a split queen bee, strengthen all skills. Option A can maximize the speed advantage of the queen bee. It reminded Bai Yi of the sentence, in the world of martial arts, there is no strength that cannot be broken, but speed is the only way to break it. It looks like a very good option, but don't overlook one point, only fast and not broken. Theoretically a bird can penetrate the fuselage of the aircraft. But the plane does not necessarily crash, but the bird is definitely dead and cannot die again. At that speed, even Bai Yi's holy object, Heart of Kanglin, couldn't be saved when he was on the verge of death. Bai Yi didn't want to spend so much energy and financial resources to kill the summoned beast he cultivated. As for the option B, see the prompt, it only endows it with metallic properties, and there is an extra body shape that will no longer grow. This seems to be contrary to Bai Yi's initial assumption that the Zerg is invincible under the same size. But everything is not absolute, big is good, and small is good. The last option C strengthens all skills, which can be regarded as a balanced development. Looking at the name, it is also known that its lethality will rise to a higher level. As a result, Bai Yi decisively chose B. What I want is that the future volume will not increase. Originally, Bai Yi also thought about it. This kind of flying unit obviously fits well with the wind attribute. But since the body size no longer grows, the metal property is more suitable for the queen bee than the wind property. Metallicity not only increases the penetration of the queen bee's skills, but also protects the queen bee's life. The body size no longer increased, just as Bai Yi originally planned to train the queen bee into an existence like the bullet that Huion Cthulhu held in his hands when he uttered that classic line. That's right, bullets. Imagine that in the future, the queen bee will bring the worker bees produced by the hive to a charge, just like Gatling's fire coverage, and the scene will be sieved. The small size is also more suitable for the queen bee, because the small size is more flexible. Imagine, no matter how fast the big knife boy is, with such a big body, if he runs on the ground, he will always be hit, right? The queen bee is different. With such a small body, except for the range skills, it is obviously much more difficult to cut with ordinary swords. It may not be obvious to say that. If space is limited, you're in a phone booth, and attacking a cat about your size is comparable to attacking a flying bee. Even cats react faster than bees. But hitting cats is much easier than bees. As for the area of area skills, even if they hit such a small body like the queen bee, how much damage can they cause? And Bai Yi estimated that Da Dao Zai's size will definitely increase in the future. The smaller the body, the more secretive it is. The queen bee can become a sixth child who is not inferior to the stealthy swordsman. As for the queen bee, Bai Yi also planned not to let her fight in the future. Just like the queen bee, she only needs to cultivate a bee colony for herself. Choose B. Hint: the alienation is successful. Silver ranked leafcutter queen, gold ranked blade queen. Hint: alienation is successful. Power plus 800, Constitution plus 2300, Agility plus 11800, Spirit plus 320. Get the skills Sharp Blade, Sprint purple, Cut green, and Split blue. Blade dash purple, the metal wraps the whole body, turning into a sharp blade to attack the opponent. Splitting blue, the metallic nature unfolds, turning into a sharp blade to cut the opponent. The queen bee's data also came directly. Summoned beast. Gold rank blade queen. Level. Maturity, remaining lifespan is 28 years. Power. 920 plus 920. Physique. 2442 plus 2442. 12,190 plus 12,190 J. Spirit. 410 plus 410. Skills. Companion honeycomb blue, stinger green, split blue, blade impact purple. Comprehensive combat power. 639 stars. It's amazing that he came directly to the situation exactly the same as Da Dao Zai's comprehensive combat power score. At this time, the queen bee originally looked more like a hornet, but now, her figure has become more slender and smooth. Originally, some parts of the body were black, but now the whole body has turned into a matte gold. It's as if it's made of a single piece of metal. It's done. I didn't expect that there will be unexpected gains this time. Bai Yi got up and decided to leave. Zhou Zheng thought that Bai Yi was thinking about something just now, so he didn't bother, but just stood aside, thinking about how to choose the synthesis route of the equipment. Is there any equipment, ranging from low to high? While thinking, Zhou Zheng hurriedly greeted Bai Yi when he saw Bai Yi stand up. Bai Yi, are you leaving? Shall I see you off? Yes, I'm going back, but I advise you to be careful recently. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Zhou Zheng looked puzzled. Did he offend anyone unintentionally? What's wrong? Who gave you this hive? He's my cousin's friend, and he's on good terms with me. Is there a problem? The honeycomb he gave you is silver. Hey, silver grade, isn't it so precious? The queen bee in this hive has 30 stars. She fell into a deep sleep inexplicably before. Fortunately, you took it out this time. Otherwise, you guessed that it has been sleeping for so long and hungry for so long, so it rushed out the first one. What's the matter? Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. You mean, my cousin wants to kill me. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe. Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, All People, Beast Master, Unlimited Dissimilation Zerg Scourge. Chapter 81. A combat power of 30 stars doesn't sound very high. But for life-like professionals, this is already a terrifying combat power. At this moment, Jo Jung panicked, then what should I do? As I said at the beginning, Jo Jung belongs to the tall and burly type. As a result, such a big man is panicking now. Bai Yi sighed, this is the difference between lifestyle professionals and combat professionals. Don't panic, tell me that your family should also have normal professionals, right? How much is the highest combat power? Jo Jung must know everything now. People in our family don't have any fighting talents, but there are many professionals we hire, and their general combat power is only around 100 stars. It's not that we don't hire higher ones. It's just that we're all staying in the city, so there's no need for that. Oh, I remembered, the most advanced professional hired by my dad seems to have only 280 stars of combat power. 497. Hearing Jo Jung's words, Bai Yi finally came to his senses. In Qingcheng, the combat power of 100 stars is already the main force, and the combat power of 300 stars has already stood above most professionals. Those above this level cannot be said to be so easily hired. More than 300 stars are very rare in Qingcheng. After all, Lao Wang has almost stood at the peak of Qingcheng with his combat power of 700 stars. As for the bearded master, he is only a special case, belonging to a very small number of people. If it wasn't for hunting down the housekeeper uncle, he wouldn't have come here. The Qingcheng city lord is an existence that can control a city by one person. Bai Yi didn't expect it to be so fast, the city couldn't accommodate him anymore. Since I choose to cooperate with Jo Jung, let's do it in one step. After thinking for a while, Bai Yi asked, then how high of a professional do you think your cousin can hire? It should be the number of 200 stars. Bai Yi nodded, well then, you stay here today and don't leave, I'll bring you something tomorrow. Hearing Bai Yi's words, Jo Jung felt a little relieved. Bai Yi, I don't even know how to thank you. Just help me make money. Okay, I will. Watching Bai Yi leave, Jo Jung sighed, so many things happened in just one day. Even the cousins of his own family want to harm him. If it weren't for Bai Yi, I might not have a good life for a few days. Thinking of that finger-sized queen bee, who actually has 30-star combat power. Being bitten to death by such a queen bee, Jo Jung's scalp tingled just thinking about it. Soon the next day came. Bai Yi directly gave himself a vacation, and had nothing to do to watch the summoned beasts in the space, or in the simulated battle, give strength to the anti-bone boy or the big knife boy. Time passed quickly. It's just that Jo Jung was suffering, looking forward to the stars and the moon, and finally waited for Bai Yi. Bai Yi, you are finally here, what do you want to give me? Here you are. Is this okay? Anyway, the three of them teamed up, with less than 300 stars, there shouldn't be any rivals. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. What? 300 stars? Jo Jung wanted to wonder if there was something wrong with his ears, but seeing Bai Yi's expression, he had to believe that Bai Yi wasn't just kidding himself. What Bai Yi wanted to give Jo Jung was, of course, the 3 sharp-edged worker bees that had just hatched. With the help of the holy object, and the fast-growing characteristics of the Zerg, the process from infancy to maturity was completed overnight. Don't underestimate the thumb-sized 3 sharp-edged worker bees, each of which has 1/3 of the combat power of the queen bee, as high as 21 stars. The 3 teamed up, even the first 300 stars had to kneel down. But before handing it over to Jo Jung, Bai Yi said, let me ask you a question first. Except for the family, half of the chambers of commerce in Qingcheng should be dominated by lifestyle professionals like your family. Yes, apart from the family, the rest of the casual professionals are all about fighting, and they don't have the intention to do business. Bai Yi said, well, let me make a request first. If you think you can't do it, then I will at most help you get rid of your cousin, these 3 sharp-edged worker bees, and I will take them back. Zhou Zheng felt Bai Yi's seriousness. You say, I have to do it even if I work hard, and besides, I owe you my life. Bai Yi smiled and said, okay, I don't ask too much. After I want you for a week, your family will only have your voice. Do you know what I mean? And before I leave Qingcheng to go to university, that is 3 weeks, you have to eat all the chambers of commerce in Qingcheng like your family. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Zhou Zheng originally thought that Bai Yi just wanted to help him or something. I didn't expect that. What I thought was too simple. From my own vision, I never thought that day and night would have such a big ambition. But, can you do it yourself? Bai Yi, I know your potential. You can hold down these life-like professionals and most of the professionals in Qingcheng. Point 0 But, when you leave Qingcheng, they see that you are gone, so I will be alone. What do people do? However, Bai Yi just smiled to himself. Don't worry, after the entrance exam, no one will dare to provoke you. After speaking, Bai Yi handed the 3 sharp-edged worker bees to Zhou Zheng and ordered them to protect Zhou Zheng. The 3 sharp-edged worker bees were nothing to Bai Yi, and they came back in a day. Bai Yi wanted to help Zhou Zheng on a whim this time, but he did it casually. As for where Zhou Zheng can go, it depends on Zhou Zheng's own fortune. Anyway, Bai Yi is not at a loss. It wasn't until Bai Yi walked away that Zhou Zheng woke up from the shock. Bai Yi's goal was to allow himself to control nearly 30% of the businesses in Qingcheng, and most of the life-related professionals. This plot, if Zhou Zheng of yesterday may only think it is a fool's dream. But now, it feels like it's not impossible. But what should I do? Just in the evening, there was a family gathering. Zhou Zheng looked at the 3 sharp-edged worker bees in his hand, his eyes gradually became firmer. When the time came at night, the Zhou family had a family gathering. Seeing Zhou Zheng's arrival, Zhou Zheng's cousin was not surprised. After all, the expected time had not arrived yet. But Zhou Zheng didn't know how to start, so he decided to prove his ability to his father first. There is a screenshot of the prompt information on the panel that helped Bai Yi synthesize the dark gold necklace. In addition to the idea of combining his future roots, after carefully talking to his father about, Zhou Zheng's father's eyes gradually brightened, and he immediately recognized Zhou Zheng's ability. Zhou Zheng told his father the general process, except for the last part. Zhou Zheng's father also had to sigh with emotion. It turned out that he had misjudged and underestimated Zhou Zheng. Fortunately, he had help day and night. Otherwise, I would have missed a top talent. Thinking of the potential shown on Bai Yi's live broadcast, he ordered Zhou Zheng after a few words. Zhou Zheng's father immediately made a decision and knocked on the wine glass in his hand. Attention everyone, I decided that from today, Zhou Zheng will be the position of general manager of the business unit. The general manager of the business department is almost equivalent to succeeding the head of the Zhou family in the future. Unsurprisingly, a voice expressed dissatisfaction. Why, what is he, Zhou Zheng? The one who spoke was naturally Zhou Zheng's cousin. There was no need for Zhou Zheng to refute. Zhou Zheng's father said, I still have the final say in this family. Even if you have an opinion, it's not up to your foreign surname to speak. That's right, Zhou Zheng's cousin is naturally not surnamed Zhou. But these words instantly annoyed my cousin. Old man, if you give you face, call you patriarch. If you don't give you face, I will bury it for you. Do you believe it? Now that his face was torn apart, the cousin simply turned around and said to the old man behind him, Mr. Qi, it seems that I can only trouble you to make a move. Only then did everyone notice that Zhou Zheng's cousin invited a man in black to come in. Obviously, this man in black has a way to reduce everyone's attention. Mr. Qi pulled off his hood so that everyone could see his face that had been burned by the flames, and a ferocious smile appeared. Patriarch Zhou, I wonder if you still remember me. Seeing this ferocious smile, Zhou Zheng's father obviously became short of breath, and immediately shouted, quick, go get Mr. Liu. I don't want Mr. Qi to let out a laugh. Haha, do you think that since I dare to stand here, I will still be afraid of the fire in my hometown? At this time Zhou Zheng asked in a low voice, Dad, who is this Mr. Qi? Zhou Zheng's father looked embarrassed at this time, but Mr. Qi just wanted to tell the dirty scene of the Zhou family in the past. Your name is Zhou Zheng, right? If my child was not killed by your father, he should have you too. Is it that big? I, the head of the Qi family in Qingcheng back then, was your father. who secretly killed my whole family, and I came here today to take revenge. Do you know how much I have paid for AB level talent to complete the 3rd rank mission? Today, none of your Zhou family can get out alive. 3 turns. For these life-like professionals, this is simply a fantasy. Hearing such words, many people began to panic. Quick, hurry up and find the guards. Seeing Mr. Liu coming, Zhou Zheng's father had enough confidence. No need, we will settle the matter between our 2 families ourselves. Apparently Zhou Zheng's father didn't want to tell the whole Qingcheng about the past. After all, to come this far, who doesn't have some blood in their hands? People with the surname Qi say that shopping malls are like battlefields. At that time, either your Qi family died, or our Zhou family died. Don't say how innocent you are. Everyone knows the truth about success and failure. After speaking, he looked at the old man in red. Mr. Liu, I'm going to trouble you again this time. Leave it to me. I was able to seriously injure him back then, but now the result will not change. Seeing the events change so quickly, Zhou Zheng was stunned. What is this? Why is it all related to the grievances of the previous generation? At this time, everyone gave way to Mr. Qi and Mr. Liu, for fear that they would be accidentally injured. When, with a Baijin-level magic staff being taken out by Mr. Liu, this is the greatest support that the Zhou family gave Mr. Liu. Seeing a staff of this level, Mr. Qi was not surprised. Instead, he laughed and said, "You trash who has never passed 3 rounds, you are also equipped with Baijin-level equipment." Mr. Liu obviously didn't talk much, so he immediately used his skills. The rich crimson fire elements quickly gathered, and soon the color continued to deepen, and finally turned into a deep red, directly blasting at Mr. Qi. Sparks flew everywhere, but Mr. Qi disappeared in place, leaving only a huge pothole, and many valuable furniture nearby were burnt to ashes. It was obvious that Mr. Liu was very familiar with the opponent, and the crimson fireballs gathered faster and faster, shooting out continuously like a torrential rain. Bang bang bang. In a short time, a different kind of fire coverage was formed, obviously trying to force Mr. Qi out of stealth. Such a scene immediately caused everyone to run out of the house, completely ignoring the damage to these precious furniture. However, the battle ended faster than everyone's extinction. Not long after everyone ran out of the house, a head flew out, and Mr. Qi didn't have any scars on his body. It turned out that just now, Mr. Liu's series of attacks never hit his opponent at all. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Qi's figure appeared behind Mr. Liu. The moment the dagger was about to hit Lu Lao with a cold light, a circle of fiery flames shot out from Lu Lao's body instantly. It is the master's most restrained skill against assassins, resist the ring of fire. He wanted to force Mr. Liu to retreat. However, Mr. Qi, who was hit by the flames, had a layer of golden light flashing all over his body, and easily blocked the attack. Without any pause in the movement of his hands, he directly chopped off the mage who was approached. The outcome is set. Looking at the head on the ground, Mr. Qi sneered, "This is still the trick, how could I make the same mistake twice?" Thinking of the past, Mr. Qi still couldn't let go of his hatred, and kicked the head off the ground with one kick. Bululu. Seeing the head rolling out, everyone panicked. Zhou Zheng's father didn't seem surprised by this scene, but Nan Nan said, "Is this retribution?" Seeing that it was too late, Zhou Zheng's father hurriedly handed an anonymous card to Zhou Zheng, and shouted, "Everyone, run away, don't go back to Qingcheng anymore, go home." In fact, there was no need for Zhou Zheng to shout, everyone had already started running for their lives. Zhou Zheng's father didn't say anything to Zhou Zheng. He just stepped forward quickly, ready to block Mr. Qi. "Qi, you won this time. Our Zhou family will never return to Qingcheng again. You just take their lives, I hope you spare their lives." At this time, Mr. Qi was not happy about getting revenge, but instead said angrily, "You said let them die, so let them die. What happened when I begged you? How did you do it? Zhou Zheng is the future head of the family you just selected, right? I'll let you experience the feeling of losing your son right now." A ghostly figure was rushing towards Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's father wanted to block him, but he couldn't even touch his sleeve. Even Zhou Zheng couldn't react at all, so he could only stand there in a daze. Seeing that the cold dagger was about to hit Zhou Zheng. Shish, ding, There was a sound of breaking through the air, and only a ding was heard, and the dagger in Mr. Chi's hand fell to the ground. Zhou Zheng's father, as well as many people who were fleeing for their lives, saw an unbelievable scene when they looked back. Mr. Chi, who was full of murderous aura just now, had his right hand holding the dagger cut off more than once. Mr. Chi also looked at his severed hand in disbelief. How is it possible? How did you do it? When he was looking at Zhou Zheng, a blood-stained sharp-edged worker bee on Zhou Zheng's collar attracted his attention. What's this? Isn't this the queen bee that I asked Zhou Zheng's cousin to give to Zhou Zheng? Isn't Zhou Zheng a blacksmith? How could he tame the queen bee? And how could this queen bee be so fast? Before he had time to think, Mr. Chi immediately started sneaking, put away his severed hand, held the dagger in his left hand, and rushed towards Zhou Zheng again. I was careless just now, and Zhou Zheng's life will be taken this time. Avoiding the sight of the sharp-edged worker bee, Mr. launched a backstab without hesitation. However, there is more than one sharp-edged worker bee. Mr. Chi, who originally thought that he would succeed this time, saw that the dagger was about to hit the back of Zhou Zheng's neck. The familiar feeling of severed heads is about to reappear. However, ding, a sharp-edged worker bee reappeared and blocked the dagger attack. What? Mr. Chi clearly recognized it, and what else? This one was obviously not the same one that was covered in blood before. With the preparation this time, Mr. Chi was not so embarrassed, and swiped the dagger again. Result: another one appeared, and it was behind Mr. Chi, as if Mr. Chi had just performed the trick twice in a row. It's over. This was the last thought that came to Mr. Chi's mind. Seeing that Mr. Chi's neck was pierced inexplicably, almost his entire head was cut off, and a lot of blood gushed out like money, Zhou Zheng's father and those fleeing clansmen were stunned. What's the matter? How can people die? Even Mr. Liu, the strongest in the family, failed to block Mr. Chi's two moves, so why did he suddenly die suddenly? So in people's minds, they subconsciously think that Zhou Zheng did it. Could it be that their family has finally produced a professional with unparalleled combat power? At this moment, everyone couldn't care less about running for their lives, and hurriedly gathered around to curry favor. Zhou Zheng, how did you do it? Did you kill this? What kind of talent do you have? Zhou Zheng, didn't you say that you are so powerful that we are useless to worry about, so we don't need to look at the faces of those combat professionals in the future? Zhou Zheng is promising. No wonder the family asked you to be the general manager of the business department. Even Zhou Zheng's father thought it was Zhou Zheng's ability, but he was the only one who could clearly see the sharp-edged worker bees on Zhou Zheng's body. So he stepped forward and asked, Zhou Zheng, is this the summoned beast you raised? You can't raise summoned beasts. At this time, the most shocking thing was actually Zhou Zheng. Bai Yi said at the time that the three sharp-edged worker bees had no opponents below 300 stars, but Zhou Zheng was still skeptical. After all, this is a combat power of 300 stars, even if the top scorer in the Dragon Kingdom entrance examination in previous years is only a combat power of 100 stars. The Moat team responsible for the security of the surrounding area, their small captain, and the professional whose father always smiled at him, only had 200 stars. From Zhou Zheng's point of view, the mysterious Mr. Liu only has less than 300 stars in combat strength, which is still gathering the top equipment of the Zhou family. Even so, Mr. Liu was still beheaded by this Mr. Chi in minutes. Result, Bai Yi casually gave himself 3 sharp-edged worker bees the size of thumbs, so he could easily take care of the mighty Mr. Chi. Now, Zhou Zheng finally understood the reason why no one dared to provoke Bai Yi after the entrance exam. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Zhou Zheng told the truth. This is the summoned beast Bai Yi gave me, responsible for protecting my quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Everyone was not surprised to hear that it was not Zhou Zheng's ability. After all, everyone doesn't have much talent for fighting, so Zhou Zheng broke out suddenly, which is unscientific. But the word, give, made everyone realize that this was nothing to Bai Yi. Is it the Bai Yi who was in the same class as you? The Bai Yi who was number 1 in the live broadcast? That's right, it's him. Hiss. Now, people were once again shocked by the ability of day and night. When Zhou Zheng proposed to give Bai Yi the diamond-level VIP of Darunhua, everyone knew Bai Yi. And now, as a newcomer, the few summoned beasts that Bai Yi casually gave were so terrifying. So what kind of strength does he have? Obviously, during the previous live broadcast, Bai Yi didn't even say that he didn't use his full strength, and he didn't even bother to take out a summoned beast. At that time, everyone was wondering why Bai Yi didn't summon the summoned beast, but defeated those opponents by himself. What kind of summoned beast does Bai Yi have? As a result, now that everyone has seen it, the ones that Bai Yi casually gave are so powerful, how terrifying would the ones he uses himself be? At that time, if Bai Yi used summoned beasts to fight, it wouldn't be a cannon to beat mosquitoes and bully people. The more everyone thought about it, the more frightened they became. Only Zhou Zheng's father asked, "Didn't Bai Yi be given to you for nothing?" It was still Zhou Zheng's father who was far-sighted, and Zhou Zheng had nothing to hide now, so he told Bai Yi what he had confessed to him. The former self said at that time that he would give me half of the money he made. Combining the two, that's half of what Bai Yi earns from the chambers of commerce in Qingcheng. Zhou Zheng glanced at everyone's reactions, and thought that everyone might have some opinions, but in the end, they were all overjoyed. Haha, our Zhou family is finally covered by someone. Zhou Zheng, you have to work hard. Yes, we must seize this opportunity. In the future, there will be no professionals who will look down on us. Even Zhou Zheng's big brothers were smiling at this time. Brother, if you have anything to do in the future, just call us. Yes, we can all help you. I thought at the beginning that I was not worthy of the position of general manager of the business department, and I really had to have Zhou Zheng to sit. Even Zhou Zheng's father said with a smile, "Zhou Zheng, don't forget Bai Yi's words, we have to work hard. If you have a chance, you can ask Bai Yi to come as a guest. If you kill that Qi, we have to thank him very much." If the influence on Bai Yi wasn't deep enough before, then at this time, Zhou Zheng finally knew how much power Bai Yi really has. Even Bai Yi didn't need to show up, he helped his whole family and changed the fate. Of course, Bai Yi didn't know what happened to Zhou Zheng's family. Still thinking about which copy to play. After completing the task of one turn, even the accumulated experience points of an entire copy only helped Bai Yi rise to LV23. The minimum requirement for the dungeon to be able to find the next favorite summoned beast, Crypt Spider, is still 3 levels short of Li's. Then find a dungeon and upgrade them while strengthening the anti-bone boys. Now that he wants to buy a lot of high-end materials, it is very likely that Qingcheng will not be able to satisfy himself. There are dark gold grade materials, but there are not many of them, and there are many types. Only Bai Yi collected the altar by himself. As for the dark gold level wild monsters, their levels are relatively high, so the number of copies that Bai Yi can choose is much smaller. After searching for a copy that could be visited, Bai Yi quickly locked on the target, LV35 Forest of Maniac Python. This is also the most difficult dungeon in Qingcheng that Bai Yi can find. Why is it called the most difficult? This dungeon is an open dungeon where you can choose the difficulty. Open type means that there are enough wild monsters. At this level, only the difficulty level of Nightmare can give the anti-bone boys their strength. Today's anti-bone boy and big knife boy have hardly suffered much. How can this be done? So Bai Yi decided to give them some strength. Compared with the previous dungeon, Bai Yi chose this dungeon this time mainly to allow them to try their performance when facing multiple opponents at the same time. The reason why this dungeon is the strongest in the city is because the wild monsters in it live in groups. Now that you've decided, let's go straight away. Here, by the way, as the strongest dungeon in Qingcheng, why didn't the thin man choose this dungeon back then, but chose the Fangjing Miku at that time? It is because before this dungeon, there are not only 2 guards. In front of this dungeon, there is a whole team of guards with hundreds of people. Seeing the young Bai Yi approaching, the guards kindly reminded, "Little brother, this dungeon is not for you, you can challenge it when your level is higher." It seems that it is not the first time that young people have come to see what is new. Of course Bai Yi knew the other party's kindness, and while registering, he said, "It's okay, I'll go in and try, if it doesn't work, I'll come out." Hearing what Bai Yi said, this group of guards could only let them go. However, the captain among them thought that many young professionals died inside because of curiosity, so he reminded again, "Hey, little brother, have you brought the city return scroll?" Seeing that Bai Yi was obviously stunned for times, the captain directly took out a scroll and put it in Bai Yi's hand. "Hey, it's good that I reminded you, otherwise it will be dangerous for you to go inside. Looking at the city return scroll in his hand, Bai Yi smiled and said thank you, and took note of the captain's appearance. Seeing Bai Yi enter the dungeon, the other guards on the side joked, "Captain, why are you overflowing with kindness again? This scroll costs tens of thousands." The captain glared at him angrily. "What do you know? Can anyone who dares to come here have no strength? I think he is so young, maybe he is a genius specially recruited by Qingcheng University this year. My name is Jia Shan Yuan, tens of thousands of dollars, it's not a loss to buy this kind of genius to make a good impression." However, the team members on the side still jokingly said, "Come on, Captain, how many of them have you sent out, which one didn't come out so frightened?" The captain smiled this time and did not refute. Talent is not enough, and at his level, it is basically difficult to improve his strength, and he can't afford good equipment, let alone skills. Brushing a simple copy will not increase the level, and the wear and tear of the equipment may make it difficult to make ends meet. Tens of thousands of dollars won't have much impact on him, but if he gets a big leg, there may be a possibility of improving his strength. Anyway, the captain felt that this deal would pay off sooner or later. "Yeah, Captain, you're probably going to be in trouble again this time." "What's wrong? That silly boy just now chose the nightmare mode, can you believe it? Could it be that this kid made a mistake? What's so careless? Just go in, it's the default simple level, this kid did it on purpose." "Captain, I think in the future, with your money, you will still invite us to eat and sing." "Haha, that's right, it's better to ask the brothers to soak their feet." The captain looked at the information in the dungeon, and could only shake his head helplessly. Sighed, it must be a nightmare level dungeon deliberately chosen, the simple mode requires a minimum combat power of 80 stars, how can I give the two of them strength? The minimum requirement for the nightmare level is 400-star combat power, but I can barely arrange for them. Because the complete suggestion is actually a 5-member team with a minimum of 400 stars. In this dungeon, there are almost no professionals. As soon as Bai Yi came in, he immediately released the anti-bone boy and the big knife boy. They were also very excited to be able to come out to fight. From the name of the dungeon, one can also guess the scene inside, which looks like an ancient jungle. Against the backdrop of the towering trees, Bai Yi and his party really looked like a few small ants. Without any scruples, Anti-Bone Boy walked forward swaggeringly, his 2 tentacles kept swinging, obviously he was in a good mood. But he soon became unhappy. Because he was walking, a giant blue python suddenly emerged from the bushes in front of him. Opening his bloody mouth, he bit towards Anti-Bone Boy, which immediately startled Anti-Bone Boy. Fortunately, the big knife boy who was sneaking aside made a timely move and slashed the opponent's head with a knife, leaving a terrible wound. From the wound, you can see the opponent's skull, and it was almost split open. This blow also caused the cyan python to bite crookedly, and did not attack Anti-Bone Boy. The painful cyan python let out a mournful cry. Its body, tens of meters long and 1 meter thick, twisted crazily on the ground, like a bulldozer rolling on the ground, a scene of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. The Anti-Bone Boy who reacted was obviously angry, and he climbed up to the opponent's body, opened his mouth and bit down. But because of the problem of the opponent's scales, he just bit off a small piece of flesh and was thrown away. This wound is obviously innocuous to a cyan python of this size. Seeing this, Anti-Bone Boy immediately activated the skill, breaking the army. The Anti-Bone Boy, who was not as tall as the blue python lying on his stomach, turned into a terrifying killing machine more than 6 meters high. It bit the giant cyan python on the ground, then lifted it into the air, shaking its head non-stop. Under the huge tearing force, the bitten part of the cyan python was torn apart in an instant, and blood flowed down like it didn't want money. The painful cyan python also simply bit the Anti-Bone Boy's abdomen, and the sharp fangs still caused a little damage to the Anti-Bone Boy. 2 tiny pits were left on the abdomen. However, this angered Anti-Bone Boy, his jaws continued to exert force, and Bai Yi could hear the sound of bones being squeezed. At the same time, Anti-Bone Boy activated the skill, Swallow, devouring the opponent's flesh and blood, and healed the small wound on the abdomen almost instantly. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the huge cyan python was bitten into 2 pieces by Anti-Bone Boy. However, the giant cyan python did not die because of this. Compared to its body that was tens of meters long, half of it was broken, but it still looked huge. At the same time, a huge blue wind blade unexpectedly condensed from the mouth of the blue python. Shish! When the 2-meter-long wind blade directly hit the back of the huge anti-bone boy. This time, there was a long and narrow scar on Fang Gu Boy's back. Judging from anti-bone boy's reaction, the damage of this blow is obviously much higher than just being bitten. Angry anti-bone boy, this time he was lucky, and bit the opponent's 7 inches. In desperation, the giant cyan python's scales stood up one by one. Like a chain, it began to cut the jaws of the anti-bone boy, trying to make the anti-bone boy let go. Between the scales and the jaws of anti-bone boy, a lot of sparks were ground out in an instant. However, Fang Guzi's stubborn temper has already come up, but he will not let go and continue to exert his strength. In addition, when the cyan python condensed the wind blade again this time, it was directly slashed in the mouth by the big sword boy who was waiting, interrupting the skill. The skill was interrupted, and the wind element directly exploded in the mouth of the cyan python, bloody in an instant. Click, with anti-bone boy biting the opponent into 2 pieces again. Finally, the giant cyan python received the lunch box, and the wound on Fang Guzi's back had almost healed. Reminder: successfully kill the dark gold level -point windblade giant python to gain experience points. Anti-bone boy still habitually bowed his head to see if the opponent was dead. After confirming that the other party was dead, the anti-bone boy habitually wanted to pull him in front of Bai Yi and break it down for Bai Yi. However, when anti-bone boy turned his head, he saw Bai Yi hiding far away. Just as he was wondering, a lot of rustling sounds suddenly sounded from the bushes beside him. At the same time, a series of more than a dozen wind blades flew directly towards anti-bone boy, leaving a dozen criss-cross marks on anti-bone boy immediately. At this moment, anti-Gu boy seemed to envy Da Dao Zai, who could be invisible, and turned his head to look at the position where Da Dao Zai appeared just now. However, these injuries, apart from the pain, are not serious. Rustle. A dozen wind blade pythons appeared in a row, and all of them began to condense their knives again. If he endured a few more rounds of attacks, the anti-bone boy would definitely be on the verge of death and be recovered by the holy object. Bai Yi was just about to use his thoughts to command anti-bone boy, but unexpectedly, anti-bone boy had already rushed towards him head-on. Facing so many giant wind blade pythons, it is obvious that they will not be caught by fire if they are close to each other. In fact, Bai Yi wanted anti-bone boy to disarm the broken army. After it became smaller, it was obviously not so easy to be hit, and then rushed over, but this is about the same. I should try to interfere as little as possible and let them play by themselves. The Da Dao Zai on the side has not been idle, started stealth, stepped forward and interrupted the spellcasting of the 2 wind blade pythons again. Bang bang. The feeling of the wind element exploding in the mouth is obviously quite unpleasant. These 2 wind blade giant pythons temporarily lost their fighting power, and the rest successfully released their wind blades, and the anti-bone boy who was rushing towards him used his harder jaws and head to carry them down. And Da Dao Zai relied on his nimble body shape to dodge back and forth among the giant wind blade pythons, and from time to time he swung his sickle-like forelimbs to slash at the opponent's mouth. It can be said that Da Dao Zai is obviously better at hunting, and he will retreat every time he hits, but the damage is not very powerful. Bai Yi felt that next, he should concentrate on strengthening Da Dao Zai's attack ability. As for the anti-bone boy, he rushed into the group of giant wind blade pythons, grabbed one of the giant wind blade pythons and started to swing wildly. Obviously, the scene of being besieged reminded anti-bone boy of being slashed by hundreds of giant swords under Bai Yi's simulation. At that time, the anti-bone boy used the giant sword he held in his mouth to chop the surrounding giant swords into pieces. But the current giant python is not a long sword after all, and it can't substantially hurt other windblade giant pythons, but the one he bit was quickly bitten into 2 pieces. Immediately afterwards, this group of giant windblade pythons swarmed up, and bound Fang Guzi into a rice dumpling. Obviously, this is the killing move that the python-type wild monsters are best at, strangulation. A giant python certainly can't compete with the strength of the anti-bone boy, but if the number increases, the anti-bone boy can't resist it either. This made Fan Gutsi, who had always had an absolute advantage in strength, dumbfounded. It turns out that he is not the strongest. Under the tremendous force, Anti-Bone Boy's body made an unbearable creaking sound. Now the Anti-Bone Boy started to grow his brain again. Unexpectedly by Bai Yi, Anti-Bone Boy reacted quickly and dispelled the skill-breaking army by himself. In the blink of an eye, it returned to a height of less than 1 meter, making the surrounding wind blade python instantly unable to find its origin point. And the Anti-Bone Boy ran out along the gap. This time, the Anti-Bone Boy seems to recall the scene of facing the boss for the first time. Using his 2 jaws, Anti-Bone Boy bit one of the giant wind blade pythons, and tore a hole in the opponent's body. Immediately afterwards, Anti-Bone Boy got into the opponent's body again. The other giant wind blade pythons who couldn't find the target to attack looked at this giant wind blade python struggling crazily with blank faces, not knowing what happened. Soon, Anti-Bone Boy found the opponent's weakness. When a thing with extremely bitter taste was bitten by the Anti-Bone Boy, the giant wind blade python was obviously severely injured, and its struggling movements became much lighter immediately. This extremely bitter thing is naturally the snake gall of the wind blade python. In fact, Bai Yi's purpose from the beginning was to let Anti-Bone Boy know that when fighting in groups, grabbing one and beating it is definitely more deterrent than random attacks. But now it is discovered that this seems to be just a means to target gang fights on the street, not the current kind of desperate fish. When everyone is risking their lives, it is obviously not more effective to kill one first. Thinking of this, Bai Yi suddenly recalled a truth from the battlefield in his previous life. Seriously injuring an enemy is far more confusing than killing an enemy. Just because when an enemy is seriously injured, other enemies will give priority to saving people instead of killing them. This is more suitable for those opponents who value affection. Although the windblade pythons in front of them will join forces, they are more for killing the enemy than saving the injured windblade python. But there is a rule that can be used, and that is to use the opponent as a shield. At this time, the Anti-Bone Boy got into the body of a giant wind blade python, and immediately turned the giant wind blade python into his own shield. This will kill your opponents one by one. And now that Anti-Bone Boy has also found the opponent's weakness, the next process of killing monsters will become simple. As for Da Dao Zai, obviously, he is better at hunting than Anti-Bone Boy. After knowing that his attack does not seem to cause fatal damage to the enemy, Da Dao Zai also began to look for the opponent's weakness. Snake guts under 7 inches are certainly a weakness, but the giant wind blade pythons almost only use this position as their own. Knife wants to attack this place, reality. But the vital point is not only the fatal place called the vital point. With the big knife around, the wind blade python almost no longer uses the wind blade to attack. One is that they are afraid of being targeted, no one wants the wind blade to explode in their mouths. The other is that they don't want their own wind blade to hurt their partners, and the third is that Da Daozi seems to have identified the mouth of the wind blade python to attack. However, as a giant python, you always have to spit out messages to judge the surrounding environment and the position of the enemy. Da Dao Zai was obviously curious. In order to avoid his own attack, these wind blade pythons all closed their mouths, but why did they keep spitting out messages? Since he couldn't figure it out, Da Dao Zai simply tried it, and used his forelimbs to attack the opponent's letter, that is, the tongue. Hiss. A letter was directly cut off. As a result, the attacked windblade python obviously looked like it had been seriously injured, and instantly attacked randomly regardless of whether it was enemy or friend. This scene opened up a new way of thinking for Da Dao Zai. So, the giant wind blade python was executed by Da Dao Zai and Ling Kai, without a good spot on its body. Obviously, Da Dao Zai is looking for it. Does the wind blade python have any other vital points? And for a period of time after that, Bai Yi mistakenly thought that the execution was due to the knife's unique habit. It was only later that I realized that this was the appearance of Da Dao Zai studying the opponent's weaknesses. Arriving here, the battle has almost come to an end, and only the massacre remains. In fact, Fan Ji Yu Zai and Da Dao Zai can finish these dozen wind blade pythons head-on, but they must pay a certain price. Killing the opponent is not the goal, summing up the combat experience in the battle is the purpose of the battle. Otherwise, Bai Yi would have controlled the two of them to attack by himself. In the following week, Bai Yi took the two of them and almost killed all the wind blade pythons around. Finally, at the junction where the new environment appeared, the boss was discovered. After crossing here, the jungle became different after that. The trees in the next jungle became much shorter, but they were all covered with spikes. Obviously, the types of giant pythons would also change. As the types of pythons change, so will the harvested materials. Bai Yi is quite looking forward to it. But before that, you have to get rid of the boss in front of you. Bai Yi stayed in the instance for a week. The guards outside, except for the captain who still had a glimmer of hope, the others have already tacitly accepted that Bai Yi is dead. After all, with Bai Yi's young appearance, it doesn't look like he can stay in the nightmare level for so long. There is a high probability that the city return scroll was swallowed by the wild monsters before it could be used. And this day, this dungeon also ushered in several new faces. The leader was an old man with 3 young professionals. The captain of the guard obviously knew the old man, so he came up to greet him. "Mr. Zheng, are you bringing the students here to upgrade again today?" "That's right, this old man is the tutor of Qingcheng University," and he replied very politely at this time, "That's right, bring these worthless people over here to see the world." The team leader hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "I want to ask, is Qingcheng University recruiting any special students this year?" 047. Hearing the captain's words, the old man showed doubts on his face. "Special move? I didn't hear that our Qingcheng University has a special move." Quote. It was only then that the captain realized, yes, special recruits are something only those famous universities do. Who would specially recruit into a university with average strength and reputation? Then, do you Qingcheng University have any students who are capable of entering the nightmare level of this dungeon? The instructor smiled wryly after hearing this. "Don't tease me, I don't even dare to enter the nightmare level of this dungeon by myself. Where did our students get this strength?" "Try again for the last time." The captain described Bai Yi's appearance to the old man, but the old man still said that there really is no such talent in his university. All right, only then did the captain secretly sigh. It seems that the young man from last time was indeed folded inside. As for the newcomers in Qingcheng, the captain is not stupid. Would you think that there is a rookie in Qingcheng who has been awakened for less than half a month and has such strength? After the old man entered the dungeon with 3 students, the team members smiled and asked, "Captain, why didn't you get married this time? Didn't you send the city return scroll?" The captain said unhappily, "These young people look loose, just like a spring outing. How can they look like a genius? Besides, it's been a year or 2 since entering the university, and the instructor has to bring them over to enter the copy of the simple level. When they grow up, they don't know that the year of the monkey is coming, and the investment depends on the strength of the other party." The team members were curious. "Why, Captain, do you still have expectations for that young man before? It's been a week, and the giant python inside and the digested snake feces must have dried up. You also said that the tutor of Qingcheng University can only lead the students to enter the copy of the simple level. The boy entered the nightmare level. How long can he stay? It must have been his carelessness or curiosity that killed the cat and made a mistake. Which word is used to describe this? Oh, it's called death." Now, the captain also shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, it seems that my strength has come to an end. I will take everyone to Baiyin tonight." Ha ha ha, the captain is mighty. Captain finally figured it out. "Everyone, Silverman, get up tonight." Bai Yi's sighed. The strength of the boss in front of him should not be underestimated. After brushing wild monsters for a week, Bai Yi has actually accumulated more than 3,000 copies of the material, Dark Gold level hyphenation point King of Windblade and Python. In fact, Bai Yi can choose to have a wave of alienation, so that he can completely beat this boss. But this is not in line with Bai Yi's plan to train Da Dao Zai and the others. Anti-Bone Boy and the others are now facing the Windblade Maniac, and they can easily slaughter them. Compared with their performance at the beginning, it is already a world of difference. Facing this boss now is the time to test the 2 of them. Surprisingly, there are no other Windblade Pythons around this boss. Obviously, the strength of this boss is not simple. With a length of more than 100 meters, it is entrenched in a towering giant tree, which is full of deterrents. Without Bai Yi's command, Anti-Bone Boy directly activated Broken Army and charged forward. Rub rub rub. The several meter-long wind blade, like a torrential rain, flew over in the blink of an eye. However, Anti-Bone Boy has already mastered the skill of dodging. The moment the boss opened his mouth, he had already started to dodge. This is the skill that Anti-Bone Boy has mastered after being hit by the wind blade thousands of times. Moreover, Anti-Bone Boy seems to have mastered the ability to face the huge boss and avoid the opponent's sight. After a few twists and turns, he rushed to the boss. The two jaws found a gap in front of the huge scales, and directly opened their mouths. Dash. The painful boss, whose huge body seemed to be able to split mountains and rocks, the entangled giant tree began to vibrate crazily, and the leaves fell like rain, and the huge force directly threw the Anti-Bone Boy away. However, the huge size means the loss of a certain degree of flexibility, and the Anti-Bone Boy quickly climbed back to the previous position, and continued to speak. Point 0. It seems that Anti-Bone Boy also knows now that the attack must target a specific place to attack. Da Dao's eye was not idle either. He sneaked up to the boss's head, met the boss's eyes with snake letters, and started attacking. Swipe swipe. The criss-crossing wounds spread all over the boss's face in an instant. Hiss. At this time, the boss let out an angry neigh again, but it was not because of Da Dao's eye's attack, but Anti-Gu's eye. In the state of breaking the army, after biting a wound, Anti-Bone Boy once again used his best moves to release the state of breaking the army, and then burrowed in along the wound. The Anti-Bone Boy who is good at punching holes in the first place, this move is even more innocent. However, it is a boss after all, with the bonus of dungeons. I saw that the boss's body was instantly covered with wind blades, and he forced the big knife boy who had started stealth to retreat. Call. The moment Da Dao's eye appeared, a huge black shadow passed by. It was the tail of a snake that looked like a giant whip. Snap. With terrifying power, Da Dao's eye was directly thrown out. Seeing that the giant tail was about to fall again, Da Dao's eye couldn't resist it as if it was falling apart. The ground that was hit seemed to be hit by a missile, and the shrubs on the ground were hit and flew all over the sky. However, after the boss lifted the tail of the snake, he found that the bottom was empty. It turned out that this was not the body of the big sword at all. I couldn't find the boss of the big knife boy for a while, so I could only deal with the Anti-Bone Boy who got into the body first. I saw that the boss went directly to the place where Anti-Bone Boy got into, and bit down with one bite. Kyla. The huge flesh and blood was ripped off by the boss himself, including the Anti-Bone Boy inside, who were thrown out together. Apparently the boss didn't dare to swallow the Anti-Bone Boy. Don't look at the boss as if they repelled them, but in fact, they didn't cause any real damage to them. It seems that the ending is doomed. Although the boss is much stronger than the normal Wind Blade Maniac, but it is no longer the opponent of Anti-Bone Boy and the others. Bai Yi is also very satisfied with their performance. After 10 minutes, hint, successfully kill the Dark Gold level hyphenation point Windblade Maniac King Boss, and gain experience points. Hint, obtain the skill, Windblade Disperse Blue. Hint, obtain equipment, Dark Gold level Python King Blade, Dark Gold level Python King Leather Armor. Windblade Dispel Blue, summon a large number of wind blades to disperse the surrounding enemies. The summoned wind blades depend on the mental strength. Quote, from the boss's display just now, it can be seen that this is a very effective skill against assassins. Not bad, another skill that suits me. Snap. Slap the skill book with both palms and learn directly. But Bai Yi was puzzled. How could he not reveal a single skill that was exclusive to the Beastmaster? They are all skills that depend on mental strength. It's not that Bai Yi is dissatisfied, but he just thinks it's taking care of himself too much, and he hopes to have more of them in the future. It's just a pity that this boss is not Baijin level. Keep going. Soon, Anti-Bone Boy encountered a new wild monster. This time, the boa constrictor had a golden body, but its size was much smaller than the windblade python that appeared before. Probably just like the normal snakes that Bai Yi had seen in his previous life. Anti-Bone Boy encountered a new wild monster this time. With the lessons learned from the beginning of this dungeon, he is obviously not as arrogant as before. Walking over cautiously, while the opponent was not paying attention, he directly launched a surprise attack. The two jaws bit each other, and began to bite hard. As a result, the double jaws of Anti-Bone Boy, who were invincible before, were unable to break through the opponent's defense at all this time. On the contrary, the other party reacted and bit Bone Boy's forelimb. Bang! With a crisp sound, the opponent broke through the armor-like shell that Anti-Bone Boy was so proud of. This time, he directly gave Fanguzai a shock of pain. Bite the opponent's jaws and exert force immediately, throwing the opponent's head away. At least in terms of strength, Anti-Bone Boy is not crushing the opponent. Bai Yi saw Bone Boy's foreleg, with a row of dense tooth marks on it, which hurt even looking at it. It seems that the opponent this time belongs to the kind of existence with strong physical defense and offensive capabilities. From the color of the opponent, it can also be seen that this product has a metallic nature. It is very suitable material for the queen bee. If you want to restrain the opponent, it is obvious that the attack of the fire element is the most convenient. But Anti-Bone Boy and the others don't have this ability. Rustling. With the movement here, such little golden snakes began to emerge continuously around. Soon the Anti-Bone Boy was surrounded. What should I do now? Anti-Bone Boy reacted amazingly again, and used the little golden snake in his mouth as a long whip. Since he couldn't bite the other party to death, Anti-Bone Boy grabbed the second half of the other party in his mouth, and made the golden little snake dance like a tiger. Firstly, it can effectively prevent other little golden snakes from approaching, and secondly, it will not let the one in its mouth continue to attack itself. Clang clang clang. Other small snakes that approached would even make a metallic sound when hit by this long whip. However, this does not completely prevent other golden snakes from approaching. Fortunately, there is a big knife beside him. Although Da Dao Zai can't hurt the opponent, he can chop and fly all the golden snakes that are close to Fang Ji Yu's eye. The two sides were so deadlocked for a while, until a little golden snake that flew over was slashed by the big knife and the Japanese knife with its open mouth. The originally invincible little golden snake was cut into two sections from the middle like a cucumber. After landing, it only twisted a few times, and then there was no movement. This time, the rebellious boy and the others finally found each other's weakness. Da Dao Zai continued to sneak, and I had the opportunity to attack the opponent's sheku. As for Anti-Bone Boy, he bit the opponent first, and after shaking his head dizzily, he stepped on the opponent's lower jaw, bit the opponent's upper jaw at the same time, and exerted force to successfully dismember the opponent. This time the little golden snake, in fact, apart from being stronger in defense, has an extremely simple means of attack. But the trouble caused is much greater than the previous wind blade python. After a battle, Fanguzai was bitten all over with tooth marks, and he recovered after eating two corpses that were left after decomposing. Fortunately, Anti-Bone Boy and his combat experience have been improved again. Since this material is good, let's continue the alienation thing. Let's talk about the dungeon. We must not forget that the purpose of this trip was to practice these two fires. Looking at the Anti-Bone Boy who wanted to retreat and continue to return to the wind-killing python, it was obvious that he had just been bitten out of the shadows. However, while smiling, Bai Yi kicked it in the stomach. You, keep going. Another week in the blink of an eye. The mentor from Qingcheng University brought 3 students out of the dungeon. It was described by the captain before as the 3 students who came here for vacation, but now they are like homeless people who have been wandering for a week. The 2 boys are all in tatters, and their spirits are not good. Obviously, they can't even rest well inside. And the girl among them, before entering the dungeon, was still wearing beautiful makeup, but now she looks like a cat. Obviously she has no time to worry about her appearance in it. The captain of the guard greeted him as usual. Mr. Zheng has come out. How is the delivery this time? Instructor Zheng shook his head. These are useless. They messed up when they saw wild monsters, and it's good that they weren't seriously injured. This time, they went in for a week and destroyed a dozen or so snake nests. It seems that we will bring them more to practice actual combat in the future. Although he said so on his lips, when he talked about a dozen or so snake nests, Teacher Zheng still had a smug smile on his face. The captain is also an individual, so he quickly replied, a dozen snake nests, isn't that hundreds of wild monsters? Is this result not good enough? I was as old as them back then, and I was still doing the first-rank mission. Hearing what the captain said, the smile on Teacher Zheng's face became even brighter. What are a dozen snake nests? These few are the worst class one have ever led. They are still far behind. The politeness is almost over. Teacher Jung is also planning to leave. Then we'll go first. The captain was just about to say hello, but at this moment he was attracted by a figure. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Wait a minute, this person looks familiar. That's right, this person was Bai Yi who came out, and Bai Yi's clean clothes immediately formed a sharp contrast with these three students. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Bai Yi walked towards the captain. Thank you for the city return scroll, this is for you. Quote. If it weren't for the captain's city return scroll, Bai Yi would have to go out of the dungeon by himself, which really saved a lot of time. After speaking, Bai Yi threw down a dark gold ranked gauntlet and left. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. What's the situation, Captain Lee, who was that young man just now? Looking at the dark gold level gauntlet in the captain's hand, the dark golden light bloomed on it. Teacher Jung showed an envious look on his face. After all, he only has 3 pieces of dark gold level equipment on him now. And according to what this kid said, Captain Lee just gave this kid a city return scroll, and then this kid returned Captain Lee with a dark gold ranked gauntlet. How can there be such a good deal? Besides, this kid is so young, how could he have such strong strength? Who is this kid? At this time, Captain Lee's face was full of disbelief. I thought Bai Yi was already in the dungeon, but it turned out that Bai Yi was fine at all. Looking at Bai Yi's clean and tidy clothes, how does it look like he has been in the dungeon for half a month? Comparing with the 3 students in front of you, let's make a judgment. Captain Lee replied, I still remember when you entered the dungeon, I asked you if you recognized the young man, and I was talking about him. I thought he was a student of your Chingcheng University, but you said that there is no such person. It seems that I was wrong. After so long, I thought something had happened to him long ago, but I didn't expect him to be fine. Teacher Jung also had an unbelievable look on his face after hearing Captain Lee's words. But after recalling it, there is indeed no such person in Chingcheng University. With such a strong strength, he will definitely be very famous in Chingcheng University, and it is impossible not to know him. Instructor Jung also had to sigh with emotion at this time. Maybe he is from another university, this is the real pride of heaven. If the 3 of you have half his ability, I don't have to worry about it so much. Sometimes I have to believe that the gap between people is really big. At this time, the 3 students on the side looked enviously at the equipment in Captain Lee's hand. But now it's about them, and compared to Bai Yi, they immediately become nothing. This made them, who were all young people, immediately dissatisfied. Who knows if he hid inside for half a month? That's right, fighting with the wild monsters inside, how could there be no dust on your body? One of the girls suddenly thought, that's not right, we killed hundreds of wild monsters, and only produced 2 pieces of gold level equipment. How could he get dark gold level equipment? That's right, we stayed inside for a week, and we haven't seen any of the other professionals. He was pretending just now. He was definitely scared inside and didn't dare to fight wild monsters at all. After seeing us, he must have deliberately shown off in front of us, pretending that he just came out. At this time, Teacher Jung also thought of it. Yes. I have come to this dungeon so many times, and I have never produced dark gold level equipment. It is true that Bai Yi was not seen inside, nor was there any trace of someone killing monsters along the way. Then how did Bai Yi come up with the unique equipment? Is it really my own equipment, used to mount a fork? The captain on the side sneered, why, is it so difficult to admit the gap between yourself and others? But the captain didn't express his thoughts, but explained, that's because he entered the difficulty level of Nightmare, and there are all dark gold level wild monsters in it. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Nightmare, how is it possible? Captain Lee, are you deliberately speaking for him because you were short-handed? That's right, even if there is a gap between us and him, it's impossible for us to be so far behind. The 3 of us cooperate with each other, and it is difficult enough to deal with a snake nest. He can enter the nightmare level by himself. Even if he went in, he hid inside and only came out now. Captain Lee was very fortunate at this time. He didn't say that he had a relationship with these students. Even if there is a gap between myself and others, I dare not admit it. I am afraid that it will be difficult to surpass myself in future achievements. Without Captain Lee's explanation, the other team members on the side helped and said, let's watch the nightmare class that the boy entered together. Why, we are all dazzled. Besides, why did Captain Lee lie to you? And even if he hides, there's no need for him to hide there for half a month, right? With the captain's city return scroll, he could have come out at that time, okay. He deliberately hid in it until you came out, and then put in a piece of dark gold level equipment just to pretend to be in front of you. Do you think it makes sense? Now, the three students were speechless. But they couldn't see the evidence, so they must be dissatisfied, and they themselves have felt the strength of the wild monsters inside. They really couldn't find a reason to believe that a young man similar to them had such strength. And their instructor also said that even he didn't dare to enter the nightmare level, a professional who completed the second rank would not dare to enter the nightmare level dungeon. A young man went in and stayed there for half a month. It's not that they don't recognize the gap, it's that the gap is too big. One of the girls said at this time, "Teacher, why don't you go in and take a look, so you'll know? This dungeon belongs to a large open branch, and it will be refreshed once a month. If there are any traces of killing wild monsters, you can tell at a glance." But when it comes to the difficulty of entering the nightmare level, even their mentor hesitated, and a wry smile appeared on his face. "It's not that I'm not curious, the young man's strength is really hard to protect myself even if I go in." Seeing the reactions of several people, the captain couldn't help but sigh with emotion, what kind of master and apprentice he brought. But at this time, the captain still spoke up, because he didn't want others to smear Bai Yi so much. Isn't discrediting Bai Yi the same as discrediting one's own judgment? So, if you really don't believe me, then I'll go in with you, Teacher Zheng, and see for yourself. No other professional has entered the nightmare level dungeon for several months. He is the only one. As long as there are killed wild monsters in it, he must have killed them. The two of us join forces, and we don't want to kill monsters. It should be no problem to protect ourselves. Now that he has said so, Teacher Zheng no longer inks, and directly agrees. There is no way, Lise, to do it. Having said that, if you don't go by yourself, it will be really embarrassing. So, the two of them walked into the nightmare level dungeon together. In fact, with Captain Lee's own strength, there is no way to refresh this dungeon at all. But the moment he saw Bai Yi again, he could guarantee that Bai Yi definitely possessed such strength. Not long after entering the dungeon, the two of them saw an open space, and saw a man who seemed to have experienced a war not long ago. From the turf that was blown away from the ground that seemed to have been bombed, and a few fallen giant trees, it is easy to think of the scene where the huge wind blade python destroyed the surrounding mess during the battle. In addition, the surrounding ground and trees are covered with large blackened blood stains. The captain picked up the muddy sand on the ground, rubbed it on his hands, and confirmed that it was definitely the blood of wild monsters. "Well, do you believe it now?" Seeing the captain and instructor Zheng. After only 10 minutes, he came out of the dungeon, and everyone surrounded him. The captain tilted his head to signal Teacher Zheng to speak. After all, these three students would not believe what he said. "We checked the two closest snake dens, and there were signs of fighting." This sentence is actually enough. Only Bai Yi has been in, and he has indeed completed the killing of nightmare-level wild monsters, which has proved the strength of day and night. And looking at Bai Yi's calm and breezy appearance, it's clear that after half a month, he is still able to do a job with ease. Now the three students are no longer stubborn. No way, doesn't that mean that his strength is already stronger than our instructor? Could he be one of those talented students from top universities who came here to practice? Is it still necessary to go to college? You can graduate directly in place. After all, the resources of the university are much cheaper than those outside, and there are more skill books, so don't waste it for nothing. The girl among them also suddenly changed into an idiot face, and murmured softly, "From the appearance of that handsome guy just now, I can't tell at all that he is so powerful. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Do you mind adding me?" Quote. At this time, she suddenly thought, "By the way, don't you have registration information, can I know his name?" After all, it is a dark gold level equipment, this kind of strength and is generous, and the good-looking handsome guy, where can I find it? As a result, the captain directly vetoed it. "No, we can't leak other people's information at will." Saying that, it's just the captain thinking, you deserve to know him too. If you disturb someone, can you bear the anger of the other party? When Instructor Jung left with the 3 students, the team members joked, "The captain made a lot of money this time." I didn't expect that the captain really didn't miss it this time. That's right, who would have thought that that young man's strength would be so exaggerated, probably enough to beat us all. Next time, I will also send some things to those newcomers. Just return me a piece of gold level equipment. I just happen to be missing a piece of leggings. Boss, why don't you invite us to Silverham again tonight? Yes, the captain must treat us to another game tonight. Maybe it's Bai Yinan who brought the captain good luck. It's just that you can talk nonsense, but tonight is indeed worth celebrating, and I treat you. The captain is mighty. I will order number 38 tonight. Go back to the gate of Qingcheng University. The 3 students were still discussing excitedly, who exactly is Bai Yi? Could it be some frozen age-old monster, or the young master of a big family who didn't have any accidents, or the legendary SSS-level professional? Instructor Jung looked at the 3 of them, but he didn't pay attention to this journey of the dungeon at all, and why he was so far behind the other party. This is the first time that Instructor Jung feels that these 3 students are really bad, and it is really not as good as one class. It's really comparing goods, but still. But after thinking about it, although it is poor, its talent is not different from the students I have led in the past few years. Could it be that it's because I'm getting old? If the young man just now was his student, wouldn't he just take the bonus and so on? Not to mention bonuses, it is estimated that the model mentors in the country must also be their own. Just when he was feeling pity, Instructor Jung saw the bearded master with a displeased face. He doesn't know the true identity and strength of the bearded master, he just thinks he is a relatively failed mentor. After staying in the academy for so many years, even a single student has not been trained to graduate. Such a comparison, I seem to be doing well again, and I am not old. Then the ending came out, it was the 3 students in front of me, it was too bad. With his strength, the bearded master could hear the conversations of several people clearly from a distance. A powerful young man, handsome in appearance, stronger than his mentor, and more likely to use nightmare-level dungeons alone. There is no need to guess, the beard master immediately thought of Bai Yi. It's a pity that Bai Yi doesn't get in. As for why the current bearded master is so unhappy, of course, it is because of the recent incident of a stranger, who has done a lot of things outside the city, and is in a state of distress. This time, I came here to find my immediate boss. Cage, and the boss of the bearded master is also pretending to be in Qingcheng University at this time, and he has a profession that no one can think of, that is the janitor of Qingcheng University. May I ask, who would have thought that the gatekeeper of Qingcheng University would be a professional stronger than the Qingcheng city lord? In the words of his immediate boss, that means Dayin lives in the market. Ah, no, the truth is, he has to see girls every day in order to keep him happy. The students of Qingcheng University can make them feel the vitality of youth. But today's janitor didn't know what to do, and the bearded master was waiting for him at the door. Hearing the conversation between the 3, the bearded master was going to confirm with them again, as the person you are talking about not talking much. I like to take the professional bus when I travel. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Guide, hello tutor. When the 3 of them saw the bearded master, they all consciously greeted him, but they all had a little fear on their faces. Because they know that the instructor in front of him likes throwing students into the pile of wild monsters with high levels, not the ones that are dying. It is also a beautiful name. First practice courage, and then practice killing monsters. Who can bear this? After saying hello, they replied tremblingly, he really doesn't seem to talk much. If it's a professional bus, he's so strong, he shouldn't like to take the professional bus, right? Unconfirmed, the bearded master continued to ask, then he is in his early years of 1.8 meters, with a high nose bridge and big eyes, double eyelids, and a short haircut. He has a bright smile. He described it like this, but the bearded master didn't know why, and somehow felt that his blood pressure was about to rise. The girl among the 3 was scared when she saw the bearded master, but when she mentioned Bai Yi's appearance, she immediately became nympho and said with certainty, that's right, he really looks like this, and he is so handsome with a crew cut. Master, do you know him? Knowledge is more than just knowing. Seeing the girl's reaction, it seems that invisibly, from the aspect of appearance, he has devalued himself a little bit. When the bearded master said this, he gritted his teeth inexplicably. Then mentor, can you give me his contact information? No. There is also a chain of contempt among the mentors in Qingcheng, and the bearded master is the bottom of the chain. Seeing his students trembling like a few quails after seeing the bearded master, teacher Zheng felt speechless. You three are my students, why are you so scared when you meet other instructors? Is this what I mean by being inferior to him? Now the beard master said that he is very familiar with Bai Yi. Just kidding, but a student that I envy. So at this time, tutor Zheng was even more upset. Isn't this the ace tutor of our Qingcheng University? I haven't handed over a graduate student for so many years, and you still know that level of genius. The bearded master was already in a bad mood, but now he was ridiculed by teacher Zheng. So he simply took out his phone and opened some of Bai Yi's information. Look for yourself, is this the kid? The reason why the bearded master specially prepared Bai Yi's information is to introduce him to his leader. Let's see if he has any way to introduce the talent Bai Yi into the organization. After seeing some of Bai Yi's information, Mr. Zheng's attention was not on the bearded master knowing Bai Yi. Instead, he realized, what, he is actually a freshman in this class. Newcomer. Then do I have a chance to recruit him to Qingcheng University? The three students at the side also leaned over and asked curiously, no way, he is just a newcomer. Does that mean he has only been awakened for less than a month? I haven't heard that there are SSS level talents this year. No, even if it is an SSS level talent, it's not so outrageous. Are all newbies this perverted now? With his strength, isn't it just picked by top universities? Only then did instructor Zheng remember, that's right, Bai Yi is so powerful, how can he value Minister Qingcheng? Likewise, so what if Master Beard knows Bai Yi? People will not come to Qingcheng University. Although the bearded master has confirmed that he knows Bai Yi, but with the bearded master's teaching ability, it is impossible for Bai Yi to see the bearded master. So teacher Zheng first asked cautiously, are you familiar with him? This suddenly hit the pain point of the bearded master. Are you familiar with it? Are you not familiar with it? But the current self, why do I have the feeling of borrowing Bai Yi to pretend to be a tiger? I am a 3-turn professional, and I still need to borrow a new person to install the fork. But thinking of teacher Zheng's taunt just now, the bearded master still insisted, I'm very familiar, but it's none of your business. Cut. Thinking of the teaching level of the bearded master, teacher Zheng doesn't believe it, but the specific situation is not clear. And due to Bai Yi's strength, teacher Zheng didn't dare to take the risk of continuing to offend the bearded master. He could only leave with a few students, and did not forget to whisper, no matter how strong they are, they will not look down on Qingcheng University. It has nothing to do with us. I dare not say anything else. As long as you work hard, let you both graduated successfully, and I can still do it. Obviously, these words are mocking the bearded master, who doesn't have a single graduated student in his hand. This made the bearded master grit his teeth again. Wo Nima, if it weren't for the organization's request to hide its strength, I would have crippled you with one palm. In this Qingcheng University, my own abilities are useless at all. When the matter of the alien is over, I will apply to the organization for a different university. Still don't believe that I can't train a good student. I was thinking about it. A hand was suddenly placed on the shoulder of the bearded master, causing the bearded master to tremble. I'm rough, I said caller, I said the gatekeeper, can you stop being so elusive? Here, besides his leader, there is no one else who can approach the bearded master quietly. The voice of the old man in Georgia sounded, hey, are you the main tutor of the university? What are you looking for? The bearded master turned his head to look at the other party. The old man wore a vest and flip-flops, and his eyes were still on the black silk of several female students in the distance. Seeing this, the bearded master couldn't help but twitched his face and said, I've been cleaning up messes here and there every day, but you're good to see girls here every day. I wrote a small report when I went back, saying that you have seriously affected the image of the organization and you like to laugh at your subordinates. Uncle Gatekeeper. No, who did you learn from? Why did I seriously affect the image of the organization? Besides, where have I been idle these days? In order to destroy that drop of evil god's blood, I am still injured. Looking at the leader who seemed to be on the verge of breaking the defense, the bearded master felt Bai Yi's feeling for the first time. Don't say it, it's inexplicably cool. Next, the bearded master honestly reported some people's movements during this period. As soon as the stranger was mentioned, the temperament of the gatekeeper's whole body changed. It seems that they still haven't given up. This blood of the evil god is also an evil sect. I have to find a way with the Lord Qingcheng to destroy it. You, the stranger, spend more time. That's it. Is there anything else? The bearded master took out Bai Yi's information. This is the newcomer I mentioned to you last time. He has great potential, good brains, and a clean background. I want to pull him into The janitor was puzzled. Shouldn't you decide on such a trivial matter as recruiting someone? The bearded master smiled wryly. The problem is that he doesn't want to. Uncle Gatekeeper, if he doesn't want to, forget it, but now that he already knows your information, let him sign a non-disclosure agreement and forget it. A twisted melon is not sweet. Speaking of this, the bearded master suddenly smiled. Boss, I didn't have any hope to let him join, but guess what I accidentally wrote? What? I found out that his grandparents are not ordinary. Didn't you say that his background is clean? It's true that Bai Yi was adopted. His background is very clean, but the person who adopted him is different. I didn't find any information about the principal of number 3 middle school, but recently Bai Yi's principal's grandmother appeared. Guess who she is? Quote. You're a trickster, you're out of breath, who did you learn from? 0. Bai Yi's principal's grandma is a good friend of the one above you, one of the 4 legends. What? Looking at the surprised look of the janitor, Master Bearded expresses his great satisfaction. But this is still not right, the gatekeeper thought for a while. Since it is that one, then the principal of the 3rd middle school is. You also know that the relationship between these 2 people and the above people is very tense. Since Bai Yi is the grandson of these 2 people, then it is even more impossible to join us. Don't want to. The bearded master took a picture of the information. Listen to me, the key now is that Bai Yi doesn't know their identities, and they are deliberately concealing their identities from Bai Yi. So what? If we pull Bai Yi into our organization without Bai Yi's knowledge, will we be able to ease the relationship between the higher-ups and those 2 in the future? I'm rough. Are you sure he really doesn't know? Definitely, otherwise he won't even know what a foreigner is, and he won't coward a group of people who don't want to join the organization for his own safety. Speaking of which, the janitor looked around at the bearded master with a puzzled expression. I'll go. When did your kid grow a brain? Are you still the famous brat in that department? You won't be taken away by a stranger, right? Get out. Don't think that you are my immediate boss, so I dare not beat you. That's right. The janitor thought about it seriously. He said he didn't want to, so how do you plan to recruit him into the organization? Please like and subscribe. Chapter 91. Referring to day and night. The bearded master also had a headache, so he could only blame him. Anyway, I have already raised my opinion. Whether Bai Yi can be tricked by you or not is up to you. Anyway, the bearded master doesn't want to try the feeling of blood pressure rising. Not enough to make a comment. I don't think that kid has no desires, and with his strength, it doesn't matter whether he goes to college or not, but it seems that he is still planning to continue. The janitor seems to understand. You mean, it's a lure. After thinking about the value of Bai Yi, it seems that it is not impossible. Whether it is Bai Yi's own value or the value of the 2 behind him, it is worth a try. Then you can contact him directly. Come and meet me, I'll give it a try. Okay, that's what the bearded master was waiting for. But thinking of the villainous instructor Zheng just now, the bearded master called Bai Knight directly. Hello. Bai Yi boy, my immediate boss wants to see you. Do you have time now? I will pick you up. What? No time. I won't say too much. My boss is Yadu, who has changed his job 4 times. Hanging up the phone, the bearded master clapped his hands. It's done. But looking at the gatekeeper, he saw a murderous look on his face, his hands creaking. Tu Wuji, you're going too far, you're threatening others with me. You also talked about his relationship with those 2. Aren't you pushing me into the pit of fire? Don't you feel a little wicked in your actions? The bearded master didn't care. He spread his hands. Don't say that, this kid won't come here. Don't worry, that kid's heart is not bad. He could have escaped by himself back then, but he still left behind the son who helped the Lord of Qingcheng. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend him to join. Before his boss could make a move, the bearded master hurriedly slipped away. I'm going to pick him up. you can use some tricks to lure him into joining. Bai Yi's side just arrived at the door of the house, and was about to alienate the anti-bone boy and the others, but unexpectedly received a call from the bearded master. As for going to Daran to spend the spoils, Bai Yi wondered if the other party could eat the dark gold level equipment he was wearing at once. Even if you eat it, Darunhua doesn't have any materials you need, and you have money and no place to spend it. So Bai Yi simply went home directly. 4-turn professional. After all, knowing the other party's organization, Bai Yi didn't want to be disturbed every day, so he just made a break this time. It's not that Bai Yi is not interested in their organization, it's just that Bai Yi doesn't see any benefits. Bai Yi guessed that since the other party wanted to see him this time, it must be with sincerity. If the sincerity is enough, it would be nice to join them, having multiple backers. Anyway, they also said that there is no conflict with their own university studies. After 4 years of university, they may not be invincible long ago. So he simply stood at the intersection, waiting for the bearded master's army to come and pick him up. Anyway, others can't see that I can display my talents. Bai Yi simply waited and alienated. During this half-month dungeon trip, I harvested a total of 2 kinds of materials, which are the teeth of the 2 giant pythons I encountered. At the beginning, the wind blade python belonged to the wild monster of the wind type, and the 3 attributes of strength, constitution and agility felt pretty good. But that's exactly how it is, it's relatively mediocre, there's nothing outstanding, and it feels like it's not very suitable for one of them. How to do this? Bai Yi casually put the Dadao Zai beside him into the box on the left of the talent, and with the swipe of Bai Yi's finger, the Dadao Zai entered instantly, very smoothly. But Bai Yi thought about it and felt that it was not very suitable for Dadao Zai, so he dragged him out again. Shish. Dadao Zai returned to the position where he was standing just now. Just such an unintentional act, Bai Yi suddenly discovered. This is a good way to save his summoned beast. If you are in danger and the summoned beast cannot move, then you can drag the summoned beast into your talent. Didn't expect it to be like this. Bai Yi tried a few more times with or without a distance limit, and found that the distance was quite far. Is this a hidden function of talent? By the way, it can also make Dadao Zai suddenly appear and catch the opponent by surprise. Dragged several times. At this time, Bai Yi suddenly discovered something different from before. Because before it was dragged in and alienated, Bai Yi didn't notice. But this time, when he clicked on Dadao Zai in the talent box, a light spot would light up at the position he clicked. Let go of your hand, the spot of light still exists. Tried again, Bai Yi found that the position of the light spot would be different depending on where he pressed. The places that can be lit include forelimbs and hind limbs, torso, wings, and face. A thought arises. Could it be that, in fact, when you strengthen yourself, you can choose to summon beast-like minions? The sudden discovery made Bai Yi's head alive again. 0. Dadao Zai's stealth ability is already very strong now, even the bearded master can't notice it, but Dadao Zai's lethality is still almost meaningless. So Bai Yi lit up the front and rear limbs of Dadao Zai, and put all the materials of the wind blade python in the frame on the right, including more than 1,000 copies of the boss. Prompt. Do you want to perform infinite alienation, focusing on the alienation of the front and rear limbs? Whether. Sure enough, the prompts this time were different from before. There is an extra focus on alienation. In the beginning, when Bai Yi alienated summoned beasts, this option could still appear frequently, but later it gradually became a race after alienation. Obviously Bai Yi prefers this option now. Choose, yes. Reminder. In the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. Focus on strengthening the strength of the front and rear limbs, and acquire the passive skill, Tough Scale Armor Purple. B. Focus on strengthening the cutting force of the front and rear limbs, and acquire the skill, Cutting Gold and Breaking Stones Purple. Quote. C. Focus on strengthening the grip of the front and rear limbs, and upgrade the skill, Clamp Blue to Purple. Quote. This time I finally returned to the choice I made at the beginning. The increased strength of option A is equivalent to strengthening the toughness of the forelimbs of the 2 sides of the big knife. Just like weapons are not easy to roll the blade, and the attack power will definitely increase accordingly. This skill has a greater chance of being scales similar to giant pythons. A skill that can be rated as purple, Obviously its strength should not be underestimated, but Yi did not intend to strengthen Dalazay's survivability. If this skill is given to the Queen Ant, it will be almost the same. As for whether the scythe can curl its blade, it can be restored anyway after returning to the beast familiar space. Option B, the cutting force, did not run away. This is what Bai Yi wants. The skill, Zan Jin Duan Shi, is a powerful offensive skill at first glance. Before making a decision, take another look at the last option and increase the catch. Although Bai Yi knew that the mantis is really good at pinching the opponent, and then slowly eating the opponent. But now Da Dao Zai, he is an assassin, what he pursues is a one-hit kill, he doesn't have that chance, he holds the opponent down, and bites him to death slowly. So just rule it out. Choose B. Hint, the alienation is successful, gold-ranked Dazward Mantis Dark Gold-ranked Bladed Mantis. Hint, alienation is successful, strength plus 2300, constitution plus 1600, agility plus 46000, spirit plus 880, and the skill, Zan Jin Duan Shi purple is obtained. Cutting gold and breaking stones purple after the front and rear limbs are charged, swing a sharp blade to attack, and can cut gold and breaking stones. The damage depends on the agility attribute. Bai Yi looked at the introduction, front and rear limbs. And the hind limbs are fine too, what's the situation? And looking at the description of the skill, it seems normal. No, the damage depends on agility. Attribute damage skills. Bai Yi looked at Da Dao Zai's current attributes. Summoned Beast. Dark Gold Class Blade Mantis. Level. Mature, with a remaining lifespan of 88 years. Power. 3346 plus 3346. Physique. 2870 plus 2870 close corner bracket. 56,760 plus 56,760 J. Spirit. 1140 plus 1140. Skills. Gnawing green, shadow stealth purple clamping blue mirroring flowers and water moon blue cutting gold and breaking stones purple. Comprehensive combat power. 2,525 stars. A terrifying combat power as high as 2,525 stars. This has surpassed the addition of a complete set of the top Baijin level equipment. Representing the Baijin level summoned beast, it is almost an all-in-one enemy without a big sword. Bai Yi looked at Da Dao Zai's appearance again. The current Da Dao Zai was originally about the same height as himself, but now he is more than 3 meters tall, and his whole body is dark gray. Bai Yi almost thought that there was a strange queen standing in front of him. The ferocious forelimbs are covered with sawtooth, which is really a replica of Death's scythe. The biggest difference from before is that Da Dao Zai's hind limbs are also like a sickle, reflecting light. The two scythes would easily pierce through the ground if Da Dao Zai hadn't deliberately been in a stealth state. This made Bai Yi even more curious about the skill of cutting gold and breaking stones. What kind of power will it be with the agility attribute of over 100,000? Bai Yi simulated a group of Da Dao Zai in the Beast Royal space, and finally the boss before the dungeon, Dark Gold Grade Golden Silk Python. At that time, the two of them spent a lot of hard work on the anti-bone boy. They couldn't bite, and they couldn't chop and chop. In the end, the anti-bone boy was swallowed, so they got rid of each other. And this time, facing groups of such bosses, the stealthy Da Dao Zai began to gather strength in his forelegs, and a layer of dim light condensed. Brush, brush, in the blink of an eye, two sharp blades struck across. The defense that had caused him and Fangutzi a headache before was now like tofu. Groups of bosses were all chopped into several pieces because of their entanglement. The sharp blade attack did not stay at all, and even left 2 scratches on the ground, extending tens of meters away. Bai Yi sensed it, and the simulated underground, this attack was actually tens of meters deep. With this skill alone, Bai Yi has no doubt that the current big knife can cut the tall building in front of him as a cake. This, for the first time, Bai Yi felt what it means to be abnormal. Now that there is a big knife guard by his side, he began to look forward to those low-level aliens coming to trouble him day and night. Except for the housekeeper uncle, the others should come here to give experience and materials. Even with the bearded master, Da Dao Zai should be able to survive a few tricks. But if you want to win him, there must be a lot of difference, but it shouldn't be far away. Now the big knife is on the side, full of sense of security, but the volume is too big, it is not very convenient. But who cares, Dao Zai can sneak anyway. Next, continue to alienate. Just as the bearded master arrived, Bai Yi got into the car without saying a word. Seeing Bai Yi's silence, the bearded master felt an inexplicable pressure. Wouldn't it make this kid unhappy? This kid won't quarrel with his boss in a while, will he? As everyone knows, Bai Yi is studying who he should alienate and how to alienate him. The remaining materials are not only suitable for queen bees, but also quite suitable for queen ants. Strengthening the queen ant can only be said to strengthen the queen's defense, but this is also related to the transfer of talent damage, which can provide Bai Yi with better protection. But considering that the queen bee is originally metallic, it is better to strengthen the queen bee. It's just that no matter who is strengthened, Anti-Bone Boy will become the best one. Put the queen bee into the alienation talent box, and put all the materials on the right, including boss. Yi started to have a headache at this time. Should he concentrate on strengthening a certain part? During this time, Bai Yi also studied the queen bee's attack methods. When performing skills and sharp blade impacts, the queen bee does not use a certain part of her body to attack. Instead, it wraps itself in metallicity. Therefore, it seems that the effect of concentrating on strengthening a certain part is not great. Then strengthen it normally. Hint: do you want to perform infinite alienation? Whether. Choose yes. Reminder: in the process of infinite alienation, please select the alienation result. A. Evolve into the 7th Golden Bee Queen, strengthen attribute attacks. B. Evolve into the Queen Bee, balanced and strengthen the skills to accompany the ant nest. C. After evolving into the Golden Shadow Bee, strengthen the speed and acquire the skill, Afterimage Purple. Quote. The choice this time is much simpler. A option is to strengthen the attribute attack, B option is to strengthen fertility, and C option should be life-saving ability. Before, Bai Yi simply thought that quantity was everything, until he found that when the gap was large enough, quantity could not affect quality at all. It is the ant queen who did not have the devotion skill before, and the offspring she produced would not be able to make it to the stage at all. So this time Bai Yi decisively chose A. Reminder: alienation succeeded. Gold ranked Blade Queen Bee, Dark Gold ranked Golden Queen Bee. Reminder: alienation is successful. Strength plus, attribute is replaced with Zhengjin, penetration plus 50%. In the end, the combat power of the Queen Bee also successfully broke through 2000. Bai Yi is actually quite satisfied with the strengthening of Dao Zai. But the alienation of the Queen Bee made Bai Yi feel very ordinary. For some reason, it seemed that there was a bottleneck blocking him. Although the combat power has increased, Bai Yi is thinking that materials are not only produced by wild monsters. With infinite alienation talent, is there any material that is more suitable for alienation than wild monster materials? Bai Yi is frowning here thinking. But the face of the bearded master driving the car became more and more serious. What happened to Bai Yi? Is Bai Yi really angry? What do I do? The bearded master was not afraid of Bai Yi getting angry, but the two behind Bai Yi getting angry. After all, he was playing tricks here. If those two really insisted on the fact that the organization wanted to trick Bai Yi over in the end, it is not certain that I may be thrown out by the organization to take the blame. At this time, the bearded master looked at the frowning Bai Yi, and already began to regret the idea. No matter what, I have to establish a good relationship with Bai Yi first, and the bearded master said bluntly, "Boy, what's wrong with you? Frown and don't say a word." "That's right, isn't there someone who knows a lot in front of you?" Bai Yi asked. "I want to know, besides wild monsters, is there any other way to get precious materials?" This. If not. The bearded master scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh, I thought you'd been dumped," with a bitter face. "If the material is precious, then you have to see what you want to use the material for. In addition to wild monsters, there are also many magical materials in the secret realm or the abyss, or some lifelike professionals can also make materials." Bai Yi wondered, what kind of materials can be produced in the secret realm or the abyss? The bearded master explained. For example, in the secret realm you are going to enter for the entrance exam, there are many materials that are not from wild monsters, and you may call them natural treasures. For example, the fruit of some magical plants, or the spar of a certain vein, these are all materials. These things almost all have special effects. I see. No wonder Bai Yi felt the process of alienation was weird. Because the materials Bai Yi obtained before were all from a certain part of the wild monster. Using these materials to alienate your own summoned beasts is always not coordinated enough. It's like the theory of the previous life, the genes of these things don't match. This opened Bai Yi's mind. It seems that it is more necessary to go to the university. This kind of knowledge cannot be learned from the outside world. Seeing that Bai Yi's mood improved, the bearded master's mind became active. You probably haven't visited Qingcheng University, let me show you the scenery of Qingcheng University. Regardless of whether Bai Yi agrees or not, the bearded master directly acts as a tour guide. Look at this building. There is a globe on the book, which means knowledge broadens horizons. Guess what other students said? Reading is good for hitting a ball. Haha, yes, how did you know that, kid? Visiting Qingcheng University is certainly not the original intention of the bearded master. Soon the bearded master found the trial field, Teacher Zheng and the 3 students in the open space. The bearded master deliberately parked the car next to them, and opened the window on his side. Hey, Teacher Zheng, are you replaying the copy this time? Without waiting for the 4 people who were puzzled to ask questions, the bearded master immediately continued, I will take my friends to visit Qingcheng University, you continue. As he spoke, he didn't forget to open the window on Bai Yi's side to show them a look. Then he kicked the accelerator and left. There were only 4 people left in a mess. I'm rough, wasn't that the little brother who came out of the dungeon just now? I didn't expect Teacher 2 to really know him, and to be so familiar with him. Tomorrow, I'll ask Teacher 2 for his contact information. Instructor Zheng can't even close his jaw. Does this guy really know him? Why, with his teaching level, seeing Teacher Zheng's expression, he was in a good mood. With one kick of the accelerator, he took Bai Yi to find the gatekeeper. But this time it was definitely not at the gate, but at the staff dormitory. When Bai Yi looked at the janitor wearing an old man's vest and flip-flops in front of him, he couldn't help admiring, the side jobs you're looking for are better than each other. Among the strangers, who would doubt a janitor? Regardless of whether they are dealing with aliens or not, few people should notice a janitor. Ahem, the janitor coughed. Bai Yi, right. Don't be cautious, just sit as you please. Xiao Tu also told you about our organization, may I ask why you don't want to join us? Bai Yi has always disliked beating around the bush, because I don't like being restrained, I don't like others controlling me, and the most important thing is that I haven't seen your sincerity. Bai Yi has already figured it out, what he lacks most now is an understanding of the world. Regardless of the various materials about the Zerg dungeon, or the materials of the secret realm and the abyss, it is not ruled out whether the alien will have an intersection with him in the future. 4 years later, after graduating from university, I may be invincible long ago. If the organization wants to order me, it depends on my mood. When the gatekeeper heard Bai Yi's words, he immediately guessed that the bearded master must have fooled Bai Yi from the beginning. He didn't tell Bai Yi about the benefits at all. Let me tell you about the remuneration first. Joining the organization, even the lowest level of Earth Dragon Guard, the annual salary is more than 10 million. Quote, the income from each mission belongs to you, and after each mission, there are additional rewards, including precious skill books, item rewards, etc. Zhao Tu is now Wang Li Yinlongwei, the 5th level Jinlongwei who is second only to me. He goes out on missions every year and has a salary of 300 million yuan. If this task is completed, his bonus may exceed 1 billion, and there is also a super precious golden skill book. Finally, in case you are seriously injured because of the mission, the organization will also give you and your family a pension. Little friend Bai Yi, you should know the backer of our organization, so this is an iron rice bowl, and it is well organized. If you join, I will give you special approval, and you will be directly promoted to the 3rd level Black Dragon Guard, and you can lead a team of 8 people. How, don't you want to join now? Facing the expectant eyes of the 2, Bai Yi shook his head, I don't want to. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. In fact, the janitor has already exaggerated part of the rhetoric, so Bai Yi is still not tempted. This caused the atmosphere to become awkward in an instant. In fact, Bai Yi is not interested in money at all, but all the income from that mission belongs to him, which is not bad. Since the janitor came up and gave him a third-level guard, Bai Yi actually didn't know why he was so valuable. Why do these two think so much about themselves? Bai Yi always felt that there was a conspiracy in it. But conspiracy is not important. Bai Yi only cares about what he can get. I'm not interested in weaving, and I'm even less interested in leading people. If it's just like this, then I will leave. Forehead. The janitor knew that Bai Yi was difficult to deal with, as the bearded master said, but everything was for the two behind Bai Yi. Thinking about it, if I explain the situation to the person above, I should agree. So the janitor said his bottom line, since you don't like trouble, why don't you look at it like this? You will be our non-staff personnel, and your authority and treatment will be the same as those of the third-level Black Dragon Guard. Before you graduate from university, you will not be forced to participate in any mission. Authority. This word is what Bai Yi wants. In terms of treatment, it is obviously not comparable to the authority. With authority, Bai Yi can get the information he wants. However, I want level 4 information authority, and the treatment doesn't matter. In terms of tasks, you come with rewards, and I will consider, but I am interested in skills and precious materials. Good. Unexpectedly, the janitor immediately agreed with Bai Yi's decision, and handed Bai Yi a package. Then, these are your office items, and the reward for stopping the alien project when you were in the City Lord's mansion last time. Next, Zhao Tu will contact you if something happens. Bai Yi took the package and left. Don't send me, I'll go back by myself. Seeing the back of Bai Yi leaving, the bearded master was puzzled. No way, this kid just came in just to be on the same level as me. I have sold my life for the organization for more than 10 years, how many times I have been born and died, and the gang has reached this level. It was a person who felt uncomfortable when he heard the news. Most importantly, how can I use Bai Yi? Recruiting Bai Yi in. The purpose of the bearded CAEG master is to let Bai Yi be his follower, to destroy Bai Yi's arrogance. The janitor was very satisfied at this time. He said it all. It is a level 4 information authority, not a functional authority. How can it be at the same level as you? Our purpose is not to win him over. Besides, who is standing behind him? Even if he is one level lower than you, do you still want to control him? Do you dare to control him? Besides, as non-staff personnel, even if those two people know about it, they won't be too angry. This got to the point. The bearded master really didn't dare to order Bai Yi to do anything. Well, the chance to be Bai Yi's boss is gone. This is not over yet, the gatekeeper suddenly said mysteriously. Do you know the real level of this kid? The bearded master shook his head. He had never seen Bai Yi's upper limit. He has been following a summoned beast all the time. It seems that you don't even know it. In this regard, the bearded master must not lose his face. He showed it to me before, but it was because his summoned beast did not show killing intent towards me. It was not detectable. The gatekeeper shook his head. The strength of this summoned beast is not bad. It is estimated that with the strength of this summoned beast alone, he can be qualified as a third-level Black Dragon Guard. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. The bearded master's eyes stared round immediately. Bai Yi had shown the bearded master the big sword before, and the bearded master also knew the strength of the big sword mantis. But can he be qualified as a third-level Black Dragon Guard? That is the combat power that I have worked hard for many years after I graduated. Bai Yi, is that enough? How on earth did he train the mediocre, big sword-praying mantis, to become like this? Doesn't that mean that even if Bai Yi doesn't rely on the two behind him, it is only a matter of giving him 2 more years to catch up with him? How can this work? The bearded master suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure, and he seemed to have returned to the feeling before the entrance examination. If Bai Yi's strength surpasses his own, The package Bai Yi got here contained only a mask and a skill book. This mask is the same as the one worn by the bearded master before. It can cover the face and has many functions at the same time. The mask is made of an unknown material, and it is blue in color, but there is a small silver horn on the top of the head, which is obviously the logo of the 4th level Silver Dragon Guard. The mask as a whole feels delicate to the touch, but I don't know how the defense is. This mask includes communication, information query, positioning and other functions, which is equivalent to an advanced communicator. Just like Iron Man's mask. If Bai Yi wants to find out any information, he can just put on a mask. As for the skill book, Bai Yi didn't think there would be a reward for it. But if you don't join the organization, then you won't have this reward, and if you don't get it, you won't get it for nothing. Bai Yi checked the information of the skill book. Shared line of sight blue. You can share the line of sight of the summoned beast, and at the same time control the summoned beast regardless of the distance. Although it is only a blue rating, this skill book is a rare skill for a beast master. Whether it is controlling summoned beasts or using sight to obtain information, they are all very practical skills. I didn't expect the organization to care about me. With a clap of both hands, Bai Yi directly learned the skill. The first time you activate the skill, try to see the perspective of Da Dao's eye. In an instant, thousands of shots appeared in front of Bai Yi's eyes. Forehead. How can I forget the compound eyes belonging to Da Dao's eye and mantis? After getting used to it for a while, Bai Yi gradually got used to it. In Da Dao's eye's field of vision, those static things in the outside world are relatively blurred. But the speeding car in front of him was extremely clear in Da Dao's eye's sight, and it slowed down by more than several times. In a word, dynamic vision is invincible. Bai Yi didn't expect that he had developed a new ability of Da Dao's eye and the others. With this line of sight, Bai Yi himself can make more correct choices in battle, because Bai Yi can clearly see the opponent's forward movement. It's a very good skill, and it's also Bai Yi's first Beast Master exclusive skill. By the way, controlling the summoned beast regardless of distance, Bai Yi is now considering whether to throw the anti-bone boy and the others outside the city to help him level up. I just don't know if there is a distance limit for the sacred object, Blue Heart, to take back the dying summoned beast. If these two guys go out and play themselves to death, it will be a big loss. Let's experiment later. After staying in the dungeon for half a month, Qingcheng's dungeon was no longer challenging. Bai Yi decided to use the authority of the organization to supplement knowledge before the entrance exam. Find out if there is any better material to alienate the summoned beasts, especially the anti-bone boy who is now at the bottom. When I got home, the principal and grandma of the third middle school were not there again, so they left a message saying that there was something to do. In fact, it was the headmaster's grandmother who took the headmaster of number 3 middle school to find someone to see if he could relieve his symptoms. Bai Yi didn't know about it, and only thought that the two of them had gone to the world of two again. They really loved each other. Wei Zifeng often sent messages to Bai Yi during this time, but he couldn't receive them in the copy. It roughly means that Wei Zifeng feels that he is doing well again, and is preparing to do the task of turning around. When you're done, come over and take Bai Yi to fly. Bai Yi didn't know that it was his performance in the last ranking that caused all the students in Qingcheng to strive for excellence. It can be said that they have become a group of students with the best grades in Qingcheng in recent years. Last time, Sha Qingshe found out that Bai Yi had even cleared the nightmare level of the Dungeon of Myriad Realms, and that she had only cleared the normal level, so she went straight to the new trial task issued by the family without stopping. During the time Bai Yi stayed in the dungeon, the Lord of Qingcheng was not idle, and tried several methods with the gatekeeper. He wanted to destroy this drop of evil spirit blood in his hand, but all ended in failure. The Lord of Qingcheng also went to the headmaster's grandmother alone, but the headmaster's grandmother also tried her best, but she couldn't destroy this drop of blood. It was even almost influenced by the will of the evil god contained in it. The final conclusion is that it is almost impossible to destroy this drop of evil spirit blood artificially. Anyway, this drop of blood essence cannot be obtained by other people no matter what, and the Qingcheng city lord has tried his best, and there is really no way to avenge his lover himself. In the end, it was decided that the gatekeeper could only find a way to take it away and hand it over to the Dragon Cave organization. During this period of time, they were waiting for the people in the Dragon Cave to develop a container for this drop of blood essence. And the stranger who showed up many times before has been a lot more honest during this time. But City Lord Qingcheng and the others knew that this was just an appearance, and the mice hiding in the dark were already ready to move. Time passed so plainly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the eve of the entrance examination. That night, a person found Bai Yi's place. Ding dong. Bai Yi opened the door, but it was Lao Wang who came. During this period of time, Lao Wang, for some reason, seemed to be accelerated by time. Originally, he only looked middle-aged, but now his head was full of white hair, and his pale face was full of wrinkles. Bai Yi almost didn't recognize him at first glance. Although the relationship between the two parties was average, Bai Yi still asked politely, "My lord, what's wrong with you?" Lao Wang didn't explain, but said in an old voice, "Student Bai Yi, I came here this time to ask you to do me a favor tomorrow." Bai Yi said that Monk Zhonger couldn't figure it out, but he still said politely, "Go into the room and talk slowly." "No need, I won't beat around the bush. Tomorrow I hope that if something happens in the entrance exam, you can try your best to protect everyone's safety." Seeing that Bai Yi remained silent, Lao Wang simply explained, "Actually, I'm already dying. A man in black came to me and wanted me to set this entrance examination in the Grey Fog Secret Realm. That's what I actually planned. He promised me at the time that he would help me transfer to the Job Transfer Temple in Shanghai later. But since that day, every night I feel like a needle pricking my heart. I think it must be his hands and feet when he shook my hand. He actually didn't intend to fulfill his promise from the beginning. So I suspect that there will be problems in the mystery of Grey Fog. I know your strength, and the university is already up to you to choose. It doesn't even matter to you whether you study or not." Quote, "In my life, for the sake of rights, I have done a lot of bad things, but I never thought of harming the lives of our Qingcheng students. There is a level limit in the mystery of Grey Mist. I think you should be able to solve the problems below the second rank." Quote, "Just as I beg you." Originally, Bai Yi was still doubting whether what Lao Wang said was true or not. But at this time, Bai Yi has already noticed that there are many black spots on Lao Wang's neck. Bai Yi knew this pattern. It was the owner of the hand that he cut off when he seized the magic breaking ring, that dwarf. When he was killed by the housekeeper, it was this black pattern that appeared on his body. At that time, it seemed that the beard master said that this is a curse. Now, the black markings on old Wang's body are the best proof that what he said is true. And the identity of the man in black is also obvious, it is the butler uncle. So Bai Yi nodded, "Okay, I promise you, if something happens to the secret realm, I will help other students as soon as possible." Hearing Bai Yi's affirmation, Lao Wang's pale face suddenly changed a lot. "Okay, thank you Bai Yi." Out of good intentions, Bai Yi pointed to his neck and reminded, "Didn't you ask someone to take a look?" Lao Wang shook his head, not sure if he was saying that he hadn't tried it, or that it was hopeless. He left only one sentence, then turned his head and left. "I didn't expect that I was not only misjudged, but also very wrong. I apologize again to you and the principal of number 3 middle school." Looking at the high-spirited priest when he changed his job not long ago, now he is bent like an old dog. Bai Yi didn't know what to say for a while. The next day is the entrance exam. This exam is related to the future of all students. University not only represents more resources and more skills, but most importantly, it improves a student's vision. If you don't go to a top university, you will never realize that there will still be a huge gap between even the same talents. Not to mention, how good are those professionals who are more talented than you and work harder than you? Grey Mist Secret Realm. Every time it is opened, the wild monsters inside will be different. And kill the wild monsters in the secret realm, you will get the treasure chest of the corresponding level. Finally, according to the number of treasure chests, the statistician's score is counted as the score of the entrance examination. Students can compete with each other for treasure chests, but each student will get a unique and city return scroll before entering. If you crush it, you will be sent out of the secret realm immediately. The process of snatching is actually chasing other students. But it is related to their own future. Unless it is absolutely necessary, the students will not choose to give up easily. At this time, at the entrance of the secret realm, all the students of this year came to the scene. When Wei Zifeng saw Bai Yi, he was so excited that he turned on all the special effects of his equipment. The golden light almost blinded the eyes of other students nearby. "Bai Yi, look at my gold level equipment, is it handsome? I'm also ready for the dark gold level. I heard that the experience value of the wild monsters inside is really high. When I reach LV25, I can immediately replace it with a new one. At that time, my combat power will definitely break through 200 stars. How about I take you to a top university while lying down? When the time comes, we'll go to college together, stay up all night together, and pick up girls together." The students on the side covered their eyes one by one, but between their fingers, they showed envious expressions. With this equipment, the college entrance examination has become extremely simple. Not to mention that there is also a set of dark gold level, and there are a few students who hate the rich, their eyes are bloodshot, and they wish to snatch Wei Zifeng on the spot. It's a pity that this can only be thought about in my mind. Looking at the excited Wei Zifeng, Bai Yi pointed to the necklace around his neck. Here, Baijin level. I'm rough, awesome, where did I come from? Could it be that you have been taken care of before entering university, right? Which rich woman from Xinjiang? Roll. Although Bai Yi didn't turn on special equipment effects, Wei Zifeng never suspected that Bai Yi would fool himself. Because in Wei Zifeng's memory, Bai Yi has never fooled himself. Even if Bai Yi said that he is diamond level now, he will believe it and send a sentence of awesome. Seeing that he didn't pretend to be in front of Bai Yi, Wei Zifeng was not disappointed. In his opinion, Bai Yi is his brother, and if Bai Yi is awesome, it is him who is awesome. Wei Zifeng glanced around and muttered, "Hey, why are there so many people in the security department who came to maintain order this time? It can't be the old man of the city lord, who deliberately sent me to support me." As the son of the city lord of Qingcheng, Wei Zifeng certainly knows how much Qingcheng's defense force is. In this entrance examination, almost half of Qingcheng's defense force came here, even more than the students. Bai Yi observed for the next 4 weeks. It seems that Lao Wang should have reported the situation to the higher-ups. However, the above is obviously very confident in the special city return scroll, and is not worried that there will be problems in the secret realm. I was only worried that there would be problems outside the secret border, so I sent so many professionals here. Bai Yi shook his head. Wei Zifeng, no one called him father. The assessment is about to begin. All the students will have to stay in the secret realm for a total of 3 days. Each student must undergo an inspection before they can enter. The mysterious instrument, by scanning the students, you can know whether there are props with high energy. Some props can even contain forbidden spells, and professionals of any level can use them. This kind of props will obviously affect the fairness of the assessment, so there is this inspection. Bai Yi was originally worried that the group of summoned beasts in his Beastmaster space would not be detected to have high energy, right? The result was no problem. After checking, the entrance of the secret realm is more similar to the entrance of the dungeon. It's just that the entrance to the secret realm is obviously larger than the normal dungeon. The entire entrance is like a gray mist that is constantly surging, and there are 2 clergymen on the side sending energy to the secret realm. 0. Bai Yi also noticed at this time that this assessment was not presided over by the old king, but by the old master's deputy. As for Lao Wang, Bai Yi didn't see it, but only noticed that there was a wheelchair in the corner of the temple personnel. The person on it was wearing a hood and a mask, looking like Sha Tian, but his whole body was covered by clothes. When Bai Yi was staring at him, he also nodded to Bai Yi. Obviously, this is Lao Wang, but Bai Yi did not expect that Lao Wang could only rely on a wheelchair for support in just one night. Before entering the secret realm, Wei Zifeng didn't forget to shout to Bai Yi, see you in, we kill more than anyone else. Before Bai Yi entered the secret realm, he felt that someone was watching him, but he didn't find who it was when he turned around. Without thinking too much, Bai Yi walked in directly. Looking at Bai Yi's eyes, it was Sha Qingshui who was behind, and in Sha Qingshui's heart, she also echoed Wei Zifeng in a low voice, Bai Yi, I also want to compare with you to see who kills more. Quote. In the past few days, Sha Qingshui not only completed a turn, but also completed a new trial for the family. If it wasn't for Bai Yi's light, it would be impossible for Junqing to complete this more difficult test. As for the more difficult trial, represents a higher reward. Invisibly, Sha Qingshui felt that the favor she owed Bai Yi was even more difficult to repay. The more this happened, the more curious Sha Qingshui was. What kind of strength does Bai Yi possess now? After entering the secret realm, the area inside is huge, and everyone's positions are random, which also avoids certain gangs showing up. Prevent some students from using their relationship to help a person brush treasure chests. This is also one of the main reasons for choosing the secret realm for the entrance examination, for the sake of fairness. Bai Yi stepped into the secret realm and found that his vision was instantly blocked by thick gray. At most, he could only see a distance of nearly 10 meters in front of him. Soon, Bai Yi encountered the first wild monster in the secret realm. This is a wild monster made entirely of stone, similar in shape to a human. Bai Yi speculates that this is a rock elemental based on his cramped knowledge during this period. When he first saw it, Bai Yi thought it was a stone pile. After Bai Yi approached, the rock elemental stood up with a clatter. But before it could launch an attack, Da Dao Zai's sickle had already swung up. Brush. In front of the current Da Dao Zai, this rock element had no room to resist at all, so it was cut into two sections. Clatter. The two bodies fell instantly, and many stones fell from above. But the rock element that was broken into two pieces seemed to be unharmed, and the two pieces joined together again and stood up again. This is the first time Da Dao Zai has encountered such a situation. How can it be broken in two and can be changed back? Without hesitation, swipe swipe. This time the rock element was instantly broken into several small pieces. Kacha. With a crisp sound, Bai Yi knew that this was the core of the elements of the rock, which had been cut off. This time, the rock element didn't get up again, and it completely turned into a pile of stones. Da Dao Zai looked at a black bead that had been cut in half in the pile of stones, tilted his head thinking, obviously realized something. And with the death of the rock element, a white treasure chest appeared on the ground. Open the treasure chest. Hint. Gain a lot of experience points and get a rock crystal nucleus. This is obviously just a wild monster around LV15, but how much experience can be used to describe it? You must know that Bai Yi has only been promoted to level 4 in the past half month, and he has only reached LV27. Bai Yi also had to sigh with emotion. How could the upgrade be so slow? And the experience value provided by this rock element is even a little higher than the giant python boss they killed recently. Bai Yi looked at his level. This place is simply a sacred place for upgrading. No wonder everyone can only go through the entrance exam once. There is no such thing as repeating a grade, otherwise, if you repeat a few more times, wouldn't it take off? Then I must make good use of this opportunity. The next SSS talent is only 3 levels away. I will work hard here, and I will get it if I am not sure. Thinking of this, Bai Yi speeded up. The rock elements encountered next, in front of Da Dao Zai, survived for no more than 5 seconds at most. Even the ones on the ground are actually just real stone piles, and the big swordsman habitually chops them up first as a respect. For Bai Yi, the rock element is extremely easy to deal with, but it is not easy for other students. After all, this thing is so powerful that it cannot be killed without cutting the core. The only thing is to slow down. When many students saw this dungeon, which produced such wild monsters, they began to complain, why are they so unlucky? Because Bai Yi's speed was so fast that he was fearless at all. Normal professionals would be cautious when seeing such poor vision around them. Who knows where wild monsters will suddenly appear from? As long as Bai Yi pointed in one direction, he went on a rampage. So Bai Yi soon met the first student in the secret realm. This student is a girl, and she is relatively petite. When she saw Bai Yi, she jumped. When he saw that it was Bai Yi, he clearly recognized Bai Yi, who was ranked number 1 at that time, so as if resigned to his fate, he took out a white treasure chest he just got. This is my treasure chest. Can you don't drive me out of the secret realm? Knowing Bai Yi's strength, it would be futile to resist, so she simply closed her eyes, as if come on, kill me, otherwise I would never leave the secret realm. When more than 10 seconds passed and she opened her eyes, she found that day and night had long since disappeared. The girl who was afraid that Bai Yi would force her to leave the secret realm just now didn't pay attention to her when she saw Bai Yi. Instead, she stomped her foot inexplicably. What? If you don't like my treasure chest, just say it, Bai Yi knows that the treasure chest is only related to the final entrance examination results, so some students are unwilling to leave the secret realm even if they hand over all the treasure chests when they really cannot resist. After all, the experience value here is still very high. As for the rock crystal core, it is also a good material. It is almost only produced in the secret realm, and it can be sold for a lot of money. Different from the first girl, Bai Yi met the second student half an hour later. But this time it was a boy. Seeing Bai Yi, the male student was also taken aback for a moment, but after seeing Bai Yi's appearance clearly, he immediately turned around and ran away, as if he had seen a ghost. However, he was unlucky, he panicked, and soon attracted several rock elementals, chasing him. I don't know if he can run, and Bai Yi doesn't bother to answer. I just scratched my head, are these students so vigilant? It's really not Bai Yi's fault. Before coming in, the instructor will teach his students not to trust other students, even if they are in the same class. And I will choose to notify each one individually, deliberately not speaking in front of all the students, in order not to destroy everyone's unity. But after all, this is related to the final entrance examination results, and there have been many incidents where students have shady behind their backs. Although fatalities are rare, they are not uncommon. Knowing Bai Yi's strength, Bai Yi's mentor didn't talk to Bai Yi about it at all. Ignoring it, Bai Yi continued to harvest these rock elements. Going forward, Bai Yi found that the terrain seems to be gradually rising. Could it be that the terrain here is actually a mountain or a basin? No, it should be a mountain, but the magnitude of the rise, obviously this mountain is not low. Why do you say that Bai Yi must be a mountain? Because Bai Yi finally encountered a new wild monster. This time, the stone monster turned dark brown all over, obviously containing a small amount of ore. The stronger the wild monsters, it means that the route Bai Yi is taking is roughly correct. It should be that the higher you go, the higher the strength of the wild monsters, which proves that the mountain under Bai Yi's feet should be not low. Even if the wild monsters became stronger and turned into brown rock elements, and Bai Yi's combat power was estimated to be 60 stars, of course he still couldn't escape the matter of being stabbed a few times. What I got this time turned into a green treasure chest. After Bai Yi opens, hint, gain a lot of experience points and uncover a rock core. The experience value is even higher than before, yes. Does that mean that the higher up the wild monster, the higher the experience value? If it is like this. Thinking of this, Bai Yi directly summoned Anti-Bone Boy, let him activate the Breaking Army state, and directly rode on Anti-Bone Boy's head. The one horn on the head of Anti-Bone Boy was just supported by Bai Yi, so that it would not slip off the smooth head of Anti-Bone Boy. Pointing to the front, Bai Yi ordered directly, Fan Gutsi, turn. Along the way, Bai Yi met two new types of stone people. But Bai Yi did not choose to stop, but continued to move forward. Until half a day later, when the third brand new wild monster appeared, the road had become very steep. Bai Yi reckoned that there should not be many roads going up, so he stopped here. The wild monsters here are covered with hot lava, and the stones that make up their bodies have also turned into a pitch black color, and the strength is not low at first glance. Anti-Bone Boy took the lead to find one. In the state of Broken Army, Anti-Bone Boy's size completely suppressed the opponent. The huge double jaws directly bit the opponent's waist, pressing the huge lava stone man to the ground, but looking at the trembling body of Bone Boy, Bai Yi knew that the temperature on the opponent's body must not be low. Creak creak. Stones kept falling from the body of the lava stone man in front of him, but the bubbling magma on his body would also scald the body of Bone Boy. Bang bang bang. The lava stone man's arm made of pitch black stones kept beating against the Bone Boy. It was completely different from the sound of Bai Yi patting Bone Boy on the head. For the slapping of the lava stone man, Anti-Bone Boy can easily bear it, but the magma dripping from the lava stone man has caused a lot of trouble for Anti-Bone Boy. Where it was burned, the shell of the Anti-Bone Boy seemed to be burnt red like refined iron. Fortunately, after experiencing the experience of the previous dungeon, the ability of Anti-Bone Boy to bear the pain has improved a lot. Bite each other and never let go. Click. As Anti-Bone Boy continued to exert strength, he finally bit the opponent into two pieces. And with the passive skill, Destruction, taking effect, the half of the lava stone man's body without the core seemed to be necrotic, and it did not recover like the previous stone man. The lava stone man was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon he condensed his body from the ground using the stones on the ground. The color of the new lower half is not correct, and the strength must have dropped a lot, but at least it can continue to attack the Anti-Bone Boy. Seeing that he didn't take down the opponent, the Anti-Bone Boy aimed at the opponent's head this time. Result. At the moment when Anti-Bone Boy was about to bite, a large amount of magma gushed out from the lava stone man's chest. The powerful impact force, even the nearly 3-story high Anti-Bone Boy, turned the person who rushed on his back, and almost fell over. The frightening high temperature burned the lower abdomen of Anti-Bone Boy red. The lower part of the fierce belly even showed signs of melting. This instantly aroused the ferocity of Anti-Bone Boy. After landing on the ground with his front foot, he just put his head against the magma and rushed towards the opponent. Under Bai Yi's surprised gaze, the originally small horns on Anti-Bone Boy's head seemed to suddenly grow longer at this moment. Brush. Like a battering ram, it chilled the lava stone man in front of him. Fangutsi exerted force all over his body and directly pushed the opponent into the air. This blow obviously hurt a lot. With the swing of Anti-Bone Boy's head, the lava stone man was torn into several pieces from the place where it was pierced. Among the broken stones, a golden core glistened. Bass. A blade flashed, and the golden core split in half instantly, and this lava stone man was completely dead. It turned out that it was because the knife came over to grab the head. It can't be regarded as head grabbing, but it's more like the big knife boy telling the Anti-Bone Boy that this is the opponent's weakness. Seeing this situation, Anti-Bone Boy was not angry. After confirming that the opponent was dead, he entered the state of broken army and ran back to Bai Yi's feet. First he rubbed Bai Yi's feet, and then used the corner of his head to darken the big knife Ren. Bai Yi shook his head helplessly. I'm telling you again, the core is the opponent's weakness. As a result, Bai Yi seems to have misunderstood Anti-Bone Boy. Because at this time, Bone Boy pointed to the two piles of rocks on the ground not far away. It turned out that during the time when Bone Boy was fighting with Bone Boy, he had already taken care of the two lava rock figures. Then Anti-Bone Boy turned himself over on purpose and showed Bai Yi the fierce abdomen that had just been injured. The place burned by the lava has been deformed, and exudes a mushy smell, and several gastropods also have serious injuries. Forehead. Bai Yi scratched his head. You mean, you also want to improve your strength? Now the Anti-Bone Boy hastily turned over and nodded. Now the summoned beasts in Bai Yi's hands, Queen Ant, Queen Bee, and Da Dao's Eye, their strength is much higher than that of Fan. And Anti-Bone Boy is Bai Yi's first summoned beast. This made Anti-Bone Boy feel that he couldn't hold back his face as the boss. Bai Yi patted his stomach with a smile. Don't worry, it will definitely be your turn next time. With Bai Yi's promise, Anti-Bone Boy happily went to find a new lava stone man. In fact, with the strength of Da Dao's Eye, it is still easy to crush the wild monsters here. But Bone Boy seemed unconvinced, and continued to find other lava stone figures to practice. Open to get 3 new golden treasure chests. Hint, get a lot of experience points x3, lava crystal core x3, exclusive skill book x1. Oh, Bai Yi didn't expect that there would be a skill book here. Or exclusive. Without thinking too much, Bai Yi opened the skill book directly. Hint, get the passive skill Combat Intuition blue. Combat Intuition blue. The summoned beasts will have a sharper combat intuition during the battle. Oh, this skill does not seem to have any intuitive attribute bonuses, but its effect is not low. With a sharper fighting intuition, the Anti-Bone Boy just now may not have suffered such serious injuries. The role of this skill will definitely be clearly reflected in future battles. Snap. With a clap of both palms, Bai Yi directly learned the skill. This skill alone can't well done give all of Bai Yi's summoned beasts a boost. Based on this, the value of this skill is hard to estimate. After all, not every beast master, at Bai Yi's level, can control so many summoned beasts. By the way, the lava stone man's experience value is twice that of the giant python boss. It means that there are bosses all over the place. Bai Yi looked at the surrounding eyes, and immediately began to shine. Bai Yi set a goal for himself. Before leaving the secret realm, he must wipe out all the lava stone men here. Time flies and the day passes, and it is noon on the second day of the entrance examination. Bai Yi has successfully upgraded 2 levels in a row and reached LV 29. He should be able to upgrade to LV 30 tomorrow morning to obtain new talents. Continue to kill monsters. Bai Yi was happily leveling up, but at this time, something happened outside the secret realm. The time has come to the second day of the entrance examination. Already half of the students were forced to leave the secret realm. Either they couldn't beat wild monsters, or they were forced out of the secret realm by other students. For the students taking the test, more than half of the students can only kill the rock element at the lowest level. This area also has the most students and is the easiest to meet each other. Early appearance is actually inevitable. After registering the results, the students can choose to leave one after another. Because these students are already doomed to miss the university, and it is useless to keep them. So under the leadership of a small group of guards, they walked back towards Qingcheng. Soon, old Wang, who was weak in a wheelchair, received a notification from the side. "My lord, the team that returned to the city just now disappeared." Unexpectedly, when Lao Wang heard the news, he didn't react too much. "I know, let everyone be alert." Yes, knowing that there was a high probability that something would go wrong, Lao Wang still let these people go back to the city. The real purpose is to determine whether the enemy's target is on his side or not. Compared with accidents inside the secret realm, Lao Wang certainly hopes that accidents will happen outside the secret realm. In Lao Wang's eyes, those students who left are relatively useless professionals, and in the future they can only become the lowest existence among professionals. It is definitely worth using their lives to determine the enemy's target. Anyway, I will give their families enough subsidies in the future. Lao Wang also wanted to use this bloody fact to inform the city lord of Qingcheng that he hoped to send more people over to protect the remaining students. However, this was still rejected by the Lord Qingcheng. Because Qingcheng city lord also needs power to protect, at this time, the vessel used to hold the blood of the evil god has also been developed. It is an important period of handover with the Dragon Cave organization. As long as the person in the Dragon Cave successfully takes away this drop of blood of the evil god, the difficulty for the alien to find it will increase hundreds of times. In order to prevent the aliens from continuing to accumulate power and create more unknowns, the moment the vessel was developed, the two parties decided to hand over. Even if it is the timing of the entrance examination, I don't want to procrastinate any longer. So today, the housekeeper uncle will definitely come to commit the crime at this time. Seeing that he was rejected, Lao Wang also had a glimmer of gloom between his brows. Didn't expect that I won't be able to get support for the fact that I took the lives of those students in this way. Anyway, I don't live long anymore, and Lao Wang definitely doesn't care about what kind of reports and retaliation he may receive in the future. It's just that Lao Wang wants to know, what is going on with Qingcheng City Lord? Will it be more important than the lives of the students? In fact, Lao Wang didn't know that among this group of guards, Dragon Cave also sent many professionals. But Qingcheng City Lord and the others know that aliens will only make noise at most, and there will definitely not be too many aliens here. The opponent will only have one goal, and that is this drop of divine blood. After losing a small group of guards, the people of the Dragon Cave, who were hiding among the guards, had already quietly rushed towards the place where they disappeared. At the place where the team disappeared, underground, not only were there more than a dozen aliens, but there was also a male student who was still alive. One of the strangers, with arms hanging down to his knees, asked, "Have the things been put away?" The male student was obviously nervous. "Put it away, as long as there are no problems with the things, it should take effect immediately." After getting a reply, the alien patted him on the shoulder in satisfaction. "Okay, well done. Then, do I count as joining you now? Join us." "That's right, you told me to do this for you at the beginning, and then you made me as powerful as you. So why can I only awaken a trash talent like D level? I also want to become a master." Quote. Ha ha ha. What the male student said immediately made everyone around him laugh. Now the male student looked even more flustered. Don't you regret it? I have a video of you. If something happens to me, don't think about it. Repentance. Video. Do you know what we're called? What? Seeing the male student's expression, the stranger with both Kai arms and knees was very satisfied. Then he waved to the other strangers around him, then turned his head and left. Other aliens surrounded the male student. Haha, you don't even know who we are, so you want to join us. To tell you the truth, we are not human at all now, we are called aliens by you professionals. The male student trembled even more. Then I won't be a human anymore. Haha, the condition for becoming an alien is to fail to be awakened. It's still videotaped, so what if it's recorded? Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. At this time, on the ground in the secret territory, a strange formation is spreading towards the surroundings. When it touches the gray mist of the formation, it turns blood red at a speed visible to the naked eye. And beyond the secret, the two professionals who were transmitting energy to the secret realm suddenly started screaming. This one attracted everyone's attention. What's the situation? I saw the two temple staff who were working diligently to transmit energy. Blood began to ooze from their bodies at this time, and the tight entrance that was originally gray turned blood red within a few breaths. The Scarlet Secret Realm. This is the Scarlet Secret Realm. Knowledgeable professionals immediately recognized what happened. The meaning of Scarlet Secret Realm is the same as that of Dungeon Riot. All the wild monsters in the Secret Realm will go into a frenzy, or kill all the professionals, and the wild monsters will rush out of the Secret Realm. Either the professionals inside should kill all the wild monsters to calm down the Scarlet Secret Realm. The strength of wild monsters in the Secret Realm is far higher than normal dungeons, and the possibility of the Bloody Secret Realm is actually extremely low. The most recent one dates back to decades ago. The Scarlet Secret Realm was not an entrance exam. It was full of normal professionals who went in to attack the Secret Realm. But even so, the Scarlet Secret Realm broke out, and the professionals inside couldn't last long at all. Even the wild monsters that came out of the Secret Realm slaughtered the two nearby cities overnight. Until the end, it was a fourth-ranked team that happened to pass by. You must know that they are well-known existences in the entire Blue Star. If there is no such a coincidence of passing by, the subsequent losses will only be greater. So after that, for a long time, professionals in the Scarlet Secret Realm talked about the existence of discoloration. Seeing this situation, the deputy appointed by Old Wong subconsciously made a decision: quick. Stop the energy transmission and close the Scarlet Secret Realm. That's right, the Scarlet Secret Realm can be closed. As long as the two professionals who transport the energy die, it can be stopped immediately. These two temple personnel have enough energy reserves on their bodies. Unless they do it artificially, they will die even if they want to. In the words of the deputy, the two of them have actually been sentenced to death, but after the outbreak of the Scarlet Secret Realm, their fate is the same. Even if you die earlier, you don't have to bear the pain now. The two temple personnel could clearly distinguish the reality, and looked gratefully at the deputy. However, wait, the one who spoke was, of course, Pharaoh. Even though the current Old Wong struggled to speak, he still said with no doubts, this secret realm cannot be closed, absolutely not. Hearing Lao Wang's words, many people beside him, that is, the parents of the students in the dungeon, were waiting for their children to come out. Yes, it cannot be closed, our children are still inside. My child is doing very well, and he will definitely survive. If anyone dares to pass, I will fight with you. Seeing that it was Old Wong, the deputy showed a helpless look on his face. My lord, if we don't close this secret realm, we will all be finished. Not only us, but also Qingcheng will suffer. Have you forgotten what the Scarlet Secret Realm represents? 30 years ago, millions of people died in those two cities. Many parents of the students don't know what the Scarlet Secret Realm is. With the help of other people's popular science, only then did I know the horror of the Scarlet Secret Realm. Now even if you want to go in and save people, you can't do it, and the students inside can't teleport out. When I heard that 2 entire cities were massacred in one night, blood flowed like rivers. Even after half a year, the air was still filled with the smell of blood. Some parents are also afraid at this time. Yes, close the secret realm. I still have 2 young ones in my family, who will wake up next year. Maybe their talents are better. Anyway, my child has already come out. Hurry up and close the secret realm, otherwise everyone will be buried with him. I don't want to die, boy, I'm sorry. Old Wong took off the hood on his head at this time, revealing his old face. No, we have to trust the students. There are a few students in this class who are very strong, and this secret realm will definitely be successfully captured. Once it is closed, this secret realm can only be opened again next year. If they really succeed in the strategy, they will only be starved to death inside. That's tantamount to killing your own children with your own hands. At the beginning, the secret realm was an intermediate secret realm, but this one is only an elementary one. Even if the wild monsters really rushed out, half of Qingcheng's defense force is here, and we can withstand it. I still have the final say on Qingcheng's career-changing temple. From now on, if anyone dares to get half a step closer to the entrance of the secret realm, don't blame me for killing you on the spot. Voice just fell. Brush. Under everyone's shocked eyes, an attack suddenly struck Old Wong. And the person who made the sneak attack was the former deputy. Sir, let me be the sinner, the secret realm must be closed, I'm sorry. Puff. The sound of long knives piercing flesh sounded. The long knife in the deputy's hand slashed straight at Lao Wang's shoulder, and half of the blade was embedded in Lao Wang's shoulder. The blood instantly soaked Lao Wang's left shoulder, and flowed from Lao Wang's left hand. Almost, Lao Wang's left shoulder was about to be chopped off. However, Lao Wang staggered a little, then stabilized his body, and looked at the deputy without any surprise. Fortunately, everything was as he expected. Seeing that old Wang had no intention of evading, the deputy directly launched his own attack, and froze in place for a while, not knowing what to do. The other temple personnel around immediately prepared to come forward to rescue Lao Wang. But Lao Wang yelled, "Don't come over." After finishing speaking, Lao Wang put his right hand on the shoulder of his deputy, Xiao Wu. "In fact, I know that you have reported me to the higher authorities in the past few years, but even so, I still choose you as my deputy. Do you know why?" After the deputy heard the report, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, but he immediately turned into doubt. Why? Why did I report you like this? Why don't you keep promoting me?" Old Wang smiled wryly, "Because I have done too many bad things, but you are the only one who dares to report me. I don't hope that after I leave Qingcheng, a person like me will come out and continue my position. I know that with your personality, you will definitely choose the best plan now, but this time, can you trust me once?" "No, did you trust the students inside once?" After finishing speaking, Lao Wang directly used his right hand to pull out the long knife embedded in his left shoulder. After losing the long knife, blood gushed out from the wound. It's just a little strange, everyone didn't notice that the color of Lao Wang's blood at this time showed a strange reddish brown. Handing the long knife back to the deputy, the other temple personnel around immediately stepped forward and pulled the deputy away. "I'm afraid that he will continue to hurt Lao Wang." And the member of the goddess temple who had just whispered to Lao Wang hurried over, took out his staff, and was about to help Lao Wang heal. However, Lao Wang shook his head. "I feel that some blood injection seems to be more comfortable. There is no need for treatment. Let's save the magic power for those who need it." Apparently, the staff of the temple of the goddess was aware of Lao Wang's current situation, and after looking at the blood, he nodded helplessly. Just like that, Pharaoh, whose body was half red with blood, looked at the guards around him. Originally, the old king had a stooped figure, but now he stood up straight, and said in an extremely solemn voice in an old voice, "All the guards obey the order, and stay here today. If anyone dares to escape, I will be the person in charge of the Qingcheng temple. Guaranteed identity. At that time the Dragon Kingdom will no longer have a place for you. Even if you die, squeeze out the last bit of magic power and physical strength before you die, because behind you is Qingcheng, which is your root. But don't worry, even if I die, I will die before you. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Speak up, do you understand?" "Understood." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding guards burst out with astonishing evil spirits, which were evil spirits that put life and death aside. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Pharaoh no longer sat in the wheelchair, and just stood guard in front of the secret realm. Suddenly thought of something, Lao Wang still didn't forget to turn around and say to the two shrieking temple staff, "You two hold on, once the strategy is successful, you can live, but if you choose to give up now, then you two will die. Dead. Think about my family, think about my children, they all stand up for me." At this time, many professionals around chose to flee for their lives. Including some students who have already come out. They can't choose a university, so don't they give them a chance to survive? Seeing this situation, the goddess staff next to Lao Wang asked in a low voice, "Sir, do you want to stop them? If the wild monsters in the secret realm run out, many of them can help stop them." However, old Wang shook his head. "Let them go. These rubbish just happened to be used to continue testing the way back. This was their own choice, so don't blame yourself for not reminding them." Lao Wang still didn't understand, who was the man in black at that time? And this time, why is it so similar to the dungeon riot last time, but no one else approached the entrance this time? How did the man in black do it? In the end, Lao Wang believes that Bai Yi's strength will surely solve the problem of this secret realm. I just don't know, how many students can Bai Yi save? Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.